Grace Nrsimhananda and Her Grace Madri Dasi. So we'll share a little bit of information about Prabhu and Mataji, a very powerful and dynamic couple. So Her Grace Madri Dasi, her spiritual journey started in 1983 when she stumbled upon the book Chant and Be Happy. And she was inspired by Srila Prabhupada's teachings from this. In 1987, she joined the Sri Sri Radha Radhanath temple, and she distributed Srila Prabhupada's books here at this temple, and then she moved to Yeovil and Muldersdrift centers. One of Mataji's notable programs is that she started a prison preaching program, and this is where she impacted on 160 inmates, profound impact on them. Mataji and Prabhu together, they founded the ISKCON Lenasia and Midran centers. Nrsimhananda Prabhu, he embraced the teachings of Srila Prabhupada in 1985, and his pursuit of spiritual wisdom led him to 6 years of dedicated study in India. Prabhu is also the founder of Chaitanya Life Academy, and through this he orchestrates structured courses and he inspires individuals worldwide through this. So devotees, both Mataji and Prabhu have a strong media presence. And we all know the buzzword now being influencers. So I think influencers on social media. So I think Prabhu and Mataji bring to life that very meaning of the word influencers. And they've inspired so many devotees on their spiritual journeys. And I'm sure they will do exactly that today and for the rest of the seminar, the Emperor of Sweetness. So let's welcome His Grace Nrsimhananda and Her Grace Madri Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Giribharadhari Jaya Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Giribharadhari Jaya Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamunatiwa Vanachavi Yamuna Yamuna Teva Vanachavi Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Radha Nata Radha Radha Nata Radha. Jaya Nitai Gaura Hare Nitai Gaura Hare Gaura Hare. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. जो विष्णुवा परमहंस परिव्रजकाचार्य स्तोत्र सुदर्शन दिवाएंगे सुभोचन भक्तिन स्वामी शिल प्रभुपाद की जय. हिस्कन फाउंड चार्ज दिवाएंगे शिल प्रभुपाद की जय. जो विष्णुवा परमहंस परिव्रजकाचार्य स्तोत्र सुदर्शन दिवाएंगे शिल भक्ति स्वामी शिल प्रभुपाद की जय. अनंत कोटि वैष्णव की जय. नामाचार्य शिल हरिदास ठाकुर की जय. प्रेम से कोश कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवसरी गौर भक्तवृंद की जय. श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की जय. वृंदावन धाम की जय. नवदेव धाम की जय. मायपुर धाम की जय. गंगा माई की जय. यमुना माई की जय. भक्ति देवी की जय. तुलसी देवी की जय. सामवेद भक्तवृंद की जय. ग्रंथराज श्रीमद् भागवत गीता की जय. निताय गौपरमानंदे. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories, Shri Guru and Shri Guranga. All glories, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. We'd like to thank everyone for arriving early, on time. We'll try to start on time because we have a lot to cover, 18 chapters in the whole week. So there will be a lot, but first let us cover the invocation. If you know it, you can follow. Om Jnanatimi Vandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasme Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Utapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Ragunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dina Bandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Tapta Kanchana Gourangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhe Vacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaham Namo Vishnubadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Titi Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesa Sunyavadi Pastyata Desatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya
Hare Krishna.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
No, it's fine. You can.
So, this Gita week, we're not going to cover the 18 chapters in detail. You could say in more detail we did last time, but you can go to this site. We will send. Balram will send this to you via email as well, Chaitanya Life Academy. It is open. You can, when you go to the site, you can click on the join button. It will take you to our community. Once you get into the community, you'll see under courses, there is a section called Bhagavad Gita Overview 18 Chapters. And the 18 chapters there will be covered fairly comprehensively. There's a wonderful narration between Arjuna and Krishna and all the content that you need, so you can go through that on your own time. We also will be starting the Science of Self-Realization course in September, just after Radha Ashtami. So you can also register for that. So that's where you're going to get, let's say, the overview of Bhagavad Gita in a more comprehensive way. For this week's Gita week, we've titled this week Gita Wisdom Spoken by Lord Krishna, the Emperor of Sweetness. And what we thought of was Prabhupada in the introduction of Bhagavad Gita makes a very, very pertinent and important point, which then led us to compose a presentation which is a little different and unique, and you will see why. So I'm going to read what Prabhupada has written, and then you will see why we've taken this way of presenting for Gita Week this season. Our Krishna conscious movement is genuine, historically authorized, natural, and transcendental, due to its being based on Bhagavad Gita as it is. It is gradually becoming the most popular movement in the entire world, especially amongst the younger generation. it is becoming more and more interesting to the older generation also. Older gentlemen are becoming interested, so much so that the fathers and grandfathers of my disciples are encouraging us to becoming life members of our great society, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. In Los Angeles, many fathers and mothers used to come to see me to express their feelings of gratitude for my leading the Krishna conscious movement throughout the entire world. So Prabhupada is basically introducing the subject of the movement, and it's genuine, historically authorized, natural, and transcendental. So it's not a mundane movement at all. Mundane movements will come into time and cease. The practice that we are applying in this movement is eternal and transcendental. Prabhupada continues. So some of them said that it is greatly fortunate for the Americans that I've started the Krishna conscious movement in America. But actually, the original father of this movement is Lord Krishna himself. Since it was started a very long time ago, but is coming down to human society by disciplic succession. If I have any credit in this connection, it does not belong to me personally, but it is due to my eternal spiritual master, His Divine Grace, Om Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivrachak Acharya Astotara Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada. If I personally have any credit in this matter, it is only that I have tried to present Bhagavad Gita as it is, without any adulteration. Before my presentation of Bhagavad Gita as it is, almost all the English editions of Bhagavad Gita were introduced to fulfill someone's personal ambition. But our attempt in presenting Bhagavad Gita as it is to present the mission of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. Our business is to present the will of Krishna. Not that any mundane speculator, like the politician, philosopher, or scientist, for they have very little knowledge of Krishna, despite all their other knowledge. When Krishna says, Man mana bhava mad bhakto, mad yaji mam namaskuru, Bhagavad Gita 1865, etc., we, unlike the so-called scholars, do not say that Krishna and his inner spirit are different. Krishna is absolute, and there is no difference between Krishna's name, Krishna's form, Krishna's qualities, and Krishna's pastimes, etc. This absolute position of Krishna is difficult to understand for any person who is not a devotee of Krishna in the system of parampara, disciplic succession. Generally, the so-called scholars, politicians, philosophers, and swamis, without perfect knowledge of Krishna, try to banish or kill Krishna when writing commentary on the Bhagavad Gita. They try to banish or kill Krishna. They want to present Krishna, they want to present Bhagavad Gita minus Krishna. So we thought this, for this Gita week, we're going to present Bhagavad Gita with Krishna as the focus. Such unauthorized commentaries upon Bhagavad Gita is known as Mayavad Bhasya, and Lord Chaitanya has warned us about these unauthorized men. Lord Chaitanya clearly says that anyone who tries to understand Bhagavad Gita from the Mayavad point of view will commit a great blunder. The result of such a blunder will be that misguided students of Bhagavad Gita will certainly be bewildered on the path of spiritual guidance and will not be able to go back home, back to Godhead. So we're going to go through the 18 chapters of Bhagavad Gita, and we want to bring Krishna into the focus, into the forefront in relation to the Bhagavad Gita, in relation to each chapter, and that will also prepare our consciousness for Janmashtami. Question: who are the two main personalities in the Bhagavad Gita? Arjun and Krishna. Very good. Arjuna and Krishna. How about Shri Krishna and you? Because if you feel it's Arjuna and Krishna, then, well, yeah, it's Arjuna. It's Arjuna's business, Arjuna's problems, not me. But if you look at it as Krishna and me, now the Bhagavad Gita becomes a personal guide, a personal book. And yes, Arjuna is used as an instrument to represent all of us. So even though it is Arjuna and Krishna, but it's really Arjuna representing me and Krishna. And that's going to be the focus. So chapter 1, observing the armies on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. That's the title that Prabhupada calls it. So we've summarized each chapter through a poem. On Kurukshetra's battle, two armies stand, Pandavas and Kauravas, conflict at hand. Arjuna, mighty warrior with Krishna by his side, surveys the scene before him, his chariot they ride. He sees his kin and elders, teachers he reveres, standing with enemy, his heart fills with fears. Overwhelmed by emotion, his bow he lets fall, questioning the purpose of this war's dark call. O Krishna, he laments, how can this be right, to slay my own relations in this dreadful fight? What good is kingdom, pleasure, or even its life itself, if gained through blood of family, a most unwanted wealth? Arjuna's mind is clouded, his duty seems unclear, the consequence of this war he greatly does fear. He sits upon his chariot, paralyzed by doubt, seeking understanding, a path to figure out. Thus ends the first chapter with Arjuna in distress, his warrior spirit faltering, his mind in great duress. The stage is set for Krishna to share his wisdom deep and guide troubled Arjuna from this moral steep. It's interesting that this chapter is called the yoga of Arjuna's despondency, hopelessness, depression, and lamentation. Arjun Vishad Yoga. How can depression, lamentation, worrying, doubt, hopelessness be yoga? Because yoga means to connect with God. So in this first chapter, Krishna is introducing the most common experience every living entity is going to experience in this world, which is despondency, lamentation, worrying, leading up right to suicide. And Krishna is saying, very good. This is very good for you, because this can help you link to me. Therefore, Arjun Vishad Yoga. Because Arjuna in the first chapter is totally depressed. He's going into depression. So, what we are considering is Arjuna. He is very fortunate because he's got Krishna as his charioteer. And in the first chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is introduced as the charioteer of Arjuna. God, the most important personality in creation, appears as a servant of his devotee, as a chariot driver. We also want Krishna to be our chariot driver. And in the Vedic system, there are many duties of a charioteer. We're not going to go into all of them, but here's 3 categories. One is, in warfare, he needs to support the soldier. So he maneuvers the chariot skillfully during the battle, positions the warrior for optimal attack and defense, and protecting the warrior while they focus on combat. Now, we want to also just following in the footsteps of Arjuna, because remember, Arjuna is representing us. So if Arjuna has Krishna as his charioteer, that means I also want to have Krishna as my charioteer. That's the first lesson. If you're reading chapter 1, that should be your lesson. I want Krishna to also drive my chariot. And if he drives my chariot, then he'll be able to maneuver me skillfully in my battles, in my warfare. And because he's expert, he'll be able to do that. Another duty of a charioteer is strategic advisor, offering tactical advice during battles, assessing the battle situation and enemy movement. That means we also want Krishna to be our charioteer, so that he can guide us, he can give us advice, he can tell us, nope, don't go there, yes, go here. So that's beautiful. Then, loyal companion, providing moral support and encouragement. Everybody wants that. And Krishna is waiting for us to adopt him as a charioteer for us, so that he can also be our companion and guide. And often serving as a close confidant of a warrior. The relationship is so close. On a battlefield, it's noisy. There is war cries. And in order to steer the chariot, the warrior is behind the driver, behind the charioteer. So if Arjuna wants to move right, he kicks Krishna's back on the right hand side. And Krishna is happy because he's a charioteer. If he wants to move left, he kicks left. In this way, Krishna knows which direction to go. And sometimes Krishna, because he is the strategic advisor and is a loyal companion, he may override Arjuna's decision because he knows best. Jai Shri Shivaranath ki jai, Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai. So, because Arjuna has taken Krishna as a charioteer, what is the benefit? And this is the lesson that we want to imbibe today. On Kurukshetra's field, where fate's wheel turn, Arjuna stands, his heart with questions burn. But fortune smiles upon this warrior bold, for by his side a treasure more than gold. Lord Krishna, divine friend and chariot, stands ready to dispel all doubt and fear. Though Arjuna's bow falls, his spirit shaken, he is blessed beyond measure, not forsaken. For in this moment of his deepest need, the Lord himself is there, his soul to feed. What seems a crisis is a gift divine, a chance for wisdom's light to brightly shine. So too in life, when troubles cloud our way, if we make Krishna's guide, we'll never stray. For he who steers Arjuna's chariot true can navigate life's battle for us too. Oh, fortunate are we if we but know to seek the Lord's direction as we go. For like Arjuna, on that fateful day, we'll find enlightenment along the way. So let us learn from this warrior's plight and seek the divine charioteer's light. For in life's Kurukshetra, large or small, with Krishna at the reins, we'll never fall. So make Shri Krishna your charioteer. Beautiful verse from Srimad Bhagavatam. Tasmad Bharata Sarvatma Bhagavan Nishwaro Hari Shrotavya Kirtitavyascha Smartavya Chechatha Bhayam. Everyone who desires to be free from all anxiety should always hear about, glorify and remember the personality of Godhead, who is the supreme director of everything, the extinguisher of all difficulties, and the super soul of all living entities. If we want Krishna to be our charioteer, we should give him that sign. And one way to give him that sign, you can just go up to Krishna and say, Krishna, can you ride my chariot? Can you steer me? Can you help me? Another way is to hear about him, to glorify him, to get his attention that way. If Krishna is your charioteer, you have nothing to fear. We find Krishna promised that he will never pick up a weapon. But as a loyal confidant, as the charioteer, his duty is to protect Arjuna. And when Bhishma Dev was about to kill Arjuna, Lord Krishna intervened. And he was happy to break his own promise to pick up a chariot wheel and attack Bhishmadev. We find in the Mahabharata, in the 18 days of the Mahabharata war, after each day of the battle, Krishna would come back to the base with Arjuna. Krishna would jump off the chariot, stretch his hand to help Arjuna off the chariot, and then they would go. And this happened for all 18 days until the end of the battle. When the battle was won, on the last day, Krishna brings the chariot to the base. In fact, a little further from the base. And then Lord Krishna tells Arjuna, you jump off first. And Arjuna is saying, no, but my Lord, you need to jump off. You've always been jumping off first. Krishna says, no, you jump off first. And Krishna was adamant. So Arjuna had to follow. So he jumped off first, and Krishna told him, walk away from the chariot. And Arjuna started walking away from the chariot. After Arjuna was quite a distance, Lord Krishna, he jumped off the chariot. As soon as Lord Krishna jumped off the chariot, on the flag, Hanuman disappeared. And that chariot exploded. And Arjuna was surprised. And he asked Krishna, what happened? What was all that about? Krishna said, see, all the warriors that were fighting the battlefield, on the battle of Kurukshetra, they weren't ordinary warriors. They were shooting divine weapons. And all those weapons, they would have targeted you and killed you. But because I was on the chariot, they were maneuvered to the chariot, and the chariot was consuming all that power and that energy. And now, all that energy had to be released. So therefore, I told you to leave first, and once I got off the chariot, then all that energy was released in destroying the chariot. So Krishna protected Arjuna also there. So if we make Lord Krishna our charioteer, then rest assured, we are in extremely good hands. Right, chapter 2. This is entitled Contents of the Gita Summarized. One of our great stalwart acharyas in our line, Jiva Goswami, he says, if you want to know what is the purpose of a book, then just study the start and end of that dialogue. Now we know in Bhagavad Gita, there are Dhritarashtra is speaking, Sanjay is speaking, Arjuna is speaking, and Krishna is speaking. But in terms of the content, or in terms of Lord Krishna's instructions, if we see the first instruction and the last instruction of Lord Krishna, it will give us the purpose of Krishna, of the Bhagavad Gita. So the first instruction that Lord Krishna gives Arjuna is 2:11, and the last instruction is 18:66. And the first word of that verse, Ashochan anvasochastvam pragnavadam shabasase, Ashochan, which means not worthy of lamentation. And the last words of Krishna, Masucha, do not worry, do not lament. So basically, the whole Bhagavad Gita, Krishna wants to tell us that we need to become free from lamentation. Or if you follow the Bhagavad Gita, you'll be free from lamentation. That's, in essence, the purpose of the Bhagavad Gita. So when in chapter 2, contents of the Gita summarized, you could basically summarize the whole Bhagavad Gita as do not lament, become free from all lamentation. And there may be different causes of lamentation: fear, anxiety, pain, different forms of sources of lamentation. But if we follow Bhagavad Gita, we will become free from all lamentation. So this chapter, Wisdom of the Self. Arjuna's grief, Krishna observes with care. His warrior spirit caught in despair. But then a change, a shift in Arjuna's heart. He surrenders to Krishna, ready to start. My Lord, he says, I'm your disciple true. Please guide my path, show me what to do. With this surrender, Krishna's eyes grow bright. He begins to share wisdom, dispel the night. Krishna speaks of wisdom beyond despair, the eternal soul beyond birth and death so rare. You grieve for those who need no grieve, he says. The wise lament not in death or in life's maze. For we have always been and will and always will be. This body changes, but the soul stays free. He speaks of duty, of Dharma's call, for a warrior to fight, to stand tall. Do your duty without attachment to fruit. In yoga of action, find your resolute. Of the senses, he warns their fickle nature. To control them is man's highest stature. Be fixed in yoga. Let wisdom be your guide. In equanimity, let your soul reside. The man of steady wisdom, Krishna describes, unshaken by pleasure, by pain never bridled. Content within, seeking not without, in self-realization free from doubt. Perform your work, but offer it to me. In devotion, find your spirit free. Beyond dualities, beyond gain and loss, in Krishna consciousness, wisdom and gross. Thus ends the chapter with knowledge profound. In Sankhya Yoga, true wisdom is found. Arjuna listens, his doubts starts to clear as Krishna's teachings fall on ready ear. So Arjuna in chapter 2 surrenders to Krishna. And because he surrenders to Krishna, now not as a friend, but as a spiritual mentor, as a spiritual guide, then Krishna begins to instruct him spiritual wisdom. So Prabhupada, from a lecture which was in a Back to Godhead, says in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is the spiritual master and Arjuna is the pupil. Krishna and Arjuna are of the same age. They are related as cousin brothers. And Krishna's sister is Arjuna's wife. Krishna is playing like an ordinary man. So on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, Krishna and Arjuna were talking as friends. But when the talks got nowhere, Arjuna accepted Krishna as his spiritual master. Only this surrender to one in higher knowledge can resolve our bewilderment. So if we surrender to Krishna, who's the highest, who's the most supreme, then we will never be bewildered in life. And therefore, we should follow Arjuna and surrender to Shri Krishna. And if we surrender to Krishna, if we accept Krishna, what will be the result? On Kurukshetra's field, where armies await, Arjuna stands burdened by his fate. But fortune smiles on this warrior true, for he surrenders to Krishna anew. My Lord, he says, I am your servant now. Guide me, teach me, show me how. With these words, Arjuna's fortune turns. For divine wisdom, his heart now yearns. Krishna smiles, his mercy flows, enlightening Arjuna as it goes. Of the eternal soul and duty he speaks, of yoga and wisdom that Arjuna seeks. How fortunate is he, the Pandava's prince, to have the Lord himself convince his troubled mind and heavy heart to show him truth and a new start. And we, in life's great battlefield, can find such fortune if we yield our doubts, our fears, our mortal plight to Krishna's wisdom, Krishna's light. For when we surrender as Arjuna did, the veil of Maya is soon undid. The Lord becomes our charioteer, guiding us through life without fear. In joy or sorrow, gain or loss, in every trial that comes across. If we but turn to Krishna true, he'll guide us as Arjuna through. So let us learn from Arjuna's grace and seek the Lord's divine embrace. For in surrender, we'll surely find the peace and wisdom of godly mind. Oh, fortunate are we, if we but know to Krishna's lotus feet to go. For like Arjuna, on that fateful day, we'll find enlightenment all the way. So we should accept Krishna as our charioteer, and we should surrender to Krishna. And what does surrender mean? In the process of surrender, there are 6 aspects of surrender, 6 ways to measure surrender. Because it's easy to say just surrender or be surrendered, but what does it technically mean? What does it mean? And how can we gauge, how can we measure that I'm surrendering more and more and more? So the Acharyas, especially Rupa Goswami, describes 6 aspects of surrender. 1, accept things favorable for discharge of devotional service. 2, reject things unfavorable. 3, believe firmly in the Lord's protection. 4, feel exclusively dependent on the mercy of the Lord. 5, have no interest separate from the Lord's interest. And 6, always feel oneself meek and humble. And as we mentioned, if you go to the academy, under the course section, there's a section called Chaitanya Life Success, and in there you will see a comprehensive course covering these 6 aspects of surrender. And we go into each one systematically, sharing examples and expanding each one. So you can cover that on your own. The perfect example of surrender was Gajendra. Gajendra, in his past life, was King Indradyumna. And he offended the sage, Agastya, and he was cursed to become an elephant, the king of elephants. And he went into a lake, and there was a crocodile who was also cursed. And that crocodile got hold of his leg. And there was a huge battle that went for many, many, many years. The elephant is definitely a strong animal, but in water it becomes weaker and weaker and weaker. And the crocodile in water becomes stronger. So eventually, Gajendra was becoming weaker and weaker and weaker. He realized that the only way out is to surrender. And by Krishna's mercy, he was able to remember his past lives and what he had learned in his past life as King Indradyumna. So he started reciting prayers and praying to the Lord, and sure enough, the Lord appeared on Garuda to protect Gajendra. Gajendra also found a lotus and offered that lotus to the Supreme Lord, and Gajendra was saved. So he surrendered himself to the Supreme Lord, just as Arjuna did, and the Lord protected him. Chapter 3, Karma Yoga. So a summary of this chapter, the yoga of action. Arjuna asks, with curiosity strong, why action, Krishna, if knowledge belongs? The Lord replies, with wisdom deep and true, 2 paths there are, but actions meant for you. Inaction leads not to freedom's height, nor can one rest without working right. The world itself on action thrives. Perform your duty as it derives. Yajna, sacrifice, the wheel sustains, from it comes rain and food for all obtains. Work done as sacrifice frees from reaction, but selfish deeds bind one to further actions. Work you must, it's nature's way. Even sages can't avoid its way. But work with detachment, that's the key. Offering fruits to me, you'll be free. King Janak, through work, perfection found. So too, for world's sake, be duty bound. Whatever great ones do, others follow. So set example, let not others wallow. Nature's qualities make all beings work. The deluded think, I do, there's the quirk. Knowing this, work without attachment, surrender results, find contentment. Better one's own duty, though imperfect, than others well done, this reflect. Desire and anger, know as fools, born of passion, cause all woes. As fires covered by smoke, a mirror by dust, so knowledge by desire is often trust. Control your senses, destroyed as fool. Transcend material nature, let wisdom grow. Thus, Krishna speaks on Karma Yoga's might, guiding Arjuna towards the light. Action with knowledge, detachment true, the path to freedom, forever new. So we should accept Krishna as Yogeshwar. This is the lesson in chapter 3. Yogeshwar, Yagneshwar means that personality who we should offer all sacrifices. Everything should be offered as a sacrifice to Krishna, Yagneshwar. Prabhupada in the purport says to the 9th verse in the 3rd chapter, nothing should be performed for sense gratification, but everything should be done for the satisfaction of Krishna. This practice will not only save one from the reaction of work, but also gradually elevate to transcendental loving service of the Lord, which alone can raise one to the kingdom of God. So we need to practice, we need to cultivate offering, sacrificing everything we have for the pleasure of Krishna. Arjuna did that, and he fought for Krishna. He offered his military talent to Krishna. So he is very fortunate, the fortune of offering. On Kurukshetra's field, Arjuna stands, a warrior blessed by Krishna's hands. For he learns to offer his military art to the Lord divine with all his heart. O Arjuna, Krishna gently speaks, your duty as a warrior do not forsake, but offer your actions unto me, and from all karma you'll be free. How fortunate is he, this Pandava brave, to learn the secret that can save. His bow and arrow, his warrior's might, now sanctified in Krishna's sight. For in this offering Arjuna finds freedom from the fruits that binds. His duty performed, yet detached he'll be. In yoga of action, his spirit free. And we, in our daily toils and strife, can find such fortune in our life. Whether we teachers, artists, or more, our work can open a divine door. For when we offer our daily deed, to Krishna's service we plant a seed of devotion pure, of love divine. Our actions with purpose now align. In office or home, in field or store, our work becomes worship, something more. Like Arjuna's arrows, our efforts fly towards the Lord in the spiritual sky. So let us learn from Arjuna's grace and offer our work to Krishna's embrace. For in this offering we'll surely find peace and purpose for heart and mind. Oh, fortunate are we, if we but know to Krishna our efforts we can bestow. For like Arjuna, on this fateful day, we'll find true meaning along the way. So we want to offer everything to Krishna. And in this specific chapter, Lord Krishna also shares that we can offer our food. We should offer our food. In text 13, Krishna says, Yagna Shishtashana Shanto Muchanti Sarvakil Bishay Bhunjate Te Twagam Papa Ye Panchatatmaka Ranat. The devotee of the Lord are released from all kinds of sins because they eat food which is offered first for sacrifice. Others who prepare food for personal sense enjoyment verily eats only sin. So whatever we do, whatever is our occupation, we should try to offer that as sacrifice to the Supreme Lord. And here specifically, we have to eat, no problem. Prabhupada would often say, we don't say don't eat, but before you eat, you offer. And there's a beautiful pastime that illustrates about offering. There was a great devotee called Namadev, and he had a grandfather called Vamadev. His grandfather would worship their home deity and offer to their home deity regularly. And he would show the process to his young grandchild, how to offer. So one day, Vamadev had to go to another nearby village. And he told Namadev that I want you to offer milk to the Lord. In 4 days, I'll come back. So he was very happy. The youngster was very happy that he has this service that his grandfather is training him in. So then his grandfather went, and next morning his mother gave him some milk to go and boil. So he put the milk on the stove, and he was boiling the milk for the Lord. And after boiling, he put some cardamom, some sugar, and stirred it nicely, and thinking that the Lord is definitely going to enjoy this milk. So he went to the altar and he offered the milk to the Lord. And he told the Lord, please, you accept this offering. My father is training me and I love to offer this to you, so please accept. And he saw the deities were smiling and very effulgent, so he thought, yes, the Lord is definitely going to accept. He closed the curtain and waited. After a few minutes, he went, opened the curtain, the milk was still as it is. So he said, my Lord, you're not accepting the milk? Okay, no problem, maybe tomorrow. So the next day, he did the same, offered the milk, closed the curtain, waited for the Lord, opened the curtain, milk was still there. Okay, my Lord, you're not accepting today also? Okay, maybe you're not thirsty. Okay, maybe tomorrow. So then the third day, he did the same. And on the third day, he put the milk, closed the curtain. After a few minutes, he opened the curtain and the milk was still there. Now, on the first day, when the Lord didn't have milk, Namadev also decided, since the Lord didn't have anything, I also will fast. So as a young boy, he fasted, didn't have any water, any food. Unknowing to his mother, he fasted for 3 days because the Lord also didn't accept anything. On the third day, when he saw that the Lord didn't accept the milk, he told the Lord, just see, you're not accepting my milk. If you don't accept my milk, my grandfather is coming tomorrow, and he's going to see that you're not accepting. He's going to now take the service away, that I'm not fit to offer because the Lord didn't accept. And if I am unfit to do any service, then my life is useless. And if my life is useless, then I might as well kill myself. So he took a knife and he was about to cut his throat. And as soon as he just was about to cut his throat, the Lord stopped his hand and said, don't do that. I'll drink the milk. And the Lord drank the milk. And he was very happy. On the fourth day, his grandfather arrives and says, Namdev, so how's offering going, everything going? Yes. And he gave the whole story. First day, the Lord didn't drink the milk. Second day, didn't drink the milk. Third day, didn't milk. And this is what I did. And the Lord drank. And the grandfather was thinking, I've been serving the deities all my life. And I didn't see the deity drink my milk that I offered. It's like, really? You serious, huh? Okay, let's see. You take some milk. I want to see if the Lord is going to drink your milk. So he takes the milk. He puts the milk in front of the deity. And then closes the curtain, waits, opens the curtain, the milk's still there. And the young boy says, my Lord, you're not drinking. So he takes the knife again. And he says, I'm going to kill myself because now you're calling me a liar. You don't want to drink and you're calling me a liar in front of my grandfather. So therefore, I don't want to be called a liar. I'm going to kill myself. And immediately the Lord takes the milk, drinks half of the milk, and leaves some of the remnants behind for his young devotee. And the grandfather was totally shocked to see this. And he was thinking, yes, I'm so fortunate that I have a grandchild like this. By his devotion, by his offering, by his sacrifice, I have seen the Lord drink milk. So we should try to offer everything to the Supreme Lord. So we covered first 3 chapters today. In summary, we want to make Shri Krishna our charioteer. We want to beg Krishna, please drive my chariot in this world. We want to surrender to the Supreme Lord. And we want to accept Krishna as Yagneshwara. All right, so tomorrow we'll continue with the balance. Well, at least for the next 3 chapters, we will cover 3 chapters each day or each session. And now we'll go to part 2.
Hare Krishna. So in this part of the session, we will examine a few qualities of Krishna. We're keeping it very light-hearted and for your entertainment, spiritual entertainment. So it will be based mostly on a prayer or some prayers that glorify Krishna's sweetness. It was written by Vallabhacharya. Srila Vallabhacharya is a contemporary of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So there are many incarnations of Lord Krishna. It's explained in the Srimad Bhagavatam that as for as many waves there are in the ocean, which means countless, there are that many incarnations of Lord Krishna. And out of all the incarnations, the form, the 2-armed form, the bluish form of Lord Krishna is what they categorize as supreme. So why is this so? Is it that we're simply biased? In the Srimad Bhagavatam 1.3.25, all of the incarnations are glorified. And from it is explained, Ete chamsa kalapam sam Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam Indrari Vyakulam Lokam Mrigayanti Yuge Yuge. Shri Radharana Srimad Mahaprabhu Shri Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. So Ete chamsa kalapam sam Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam Indrari Vyakulam Lokam Mrigayanti Yuge Yuge. That means that out of all the lists of incarnation of Godhead submitted herewith are neither plenary expansions or parts of the plenary expansions of the Supreme Godhead, but Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now, Jayadev Goswami has written a whole song glorifying all of the 10 major incarnations of the Lord. He has said, Prayala prayodi jale dritavana shibedam vihidra vahidra charitram makedam keshavadrita mina sarira Jai Jagadisha Hare, Jai Jagadisha Hare, Jai Jagadisha Hare. So he glorifies. He says, Kurma has come. And Kurma has used his back as the churning rod for the great Mandara ocean. It has been a feat unmatched. Nrsimha has come, broken out of a pillar. He has performed the most magnanimous task of destroying the demoniac king, Hiranyakashipu, and saving Prahlad Maharaj. Vamanadev has come, and Vamanadev has so incredibly, as a dwarf incarnation, enacted a pastime that showed how if someone surrenders to him in the way Bali Maharaj did, he would be assured protection in such a unique pastime. Then he came as Buddha. And you know the pastime of how he showed people to use the Vedas not in an inappropriate manner, right? By teaching the principle of ahimsa. He came as Rama, and thereby he slayed the demoniac Ravan, and he taught many lessons. He is meant to come as Kalki. He came as Matsya. As Matsya, he rescued the Vedas. So many incarnations. But here, after glorifying these huge accomplishments of all of these incarnations, it is being established that our Lord, sweet little Krishna, is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So how come this is happening? Prabhupada explains in the purport to what the first verse in the first canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Another name for God is Asamodra, which means that no one is equal to or greater than him. Param Satyam, or supreme truth, is he who has no equal or superior. This is confirmed in the Shruti mantras. It is said that before creation of the material universe, there existed the Lord only, who is the master of everyone. That Lord instructed Brahma in Vedic knowledge. That Lord has to be obeyed in all respects. Anyone who wants to get rid of material entanglement must surrender to him. So Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, here is being known as the person that we will have to surrender to. And Prabhupada writes in the Nectar of Devotion, why is that so? Because Krishna, he possesses he's the absolute truth. He possesses all the qualities that are found in every other personality, plus the four unique qualities that make him supreme. And what are those four distinguishing qualities? Srila Rupa Goswami has mentioned that in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, that besides these 60 transcendental qualities, Krishna has 4 more which are not manifest even in the Narayan form of Godhead. What to speak of demigods or living entities? They are as follows. So the first of the 4 qualities that are unique to Krishna is that he's the performer of wonderful varieties of pastimes, especially his childhood pastimes. He is surrounded by devotees endowed with wonderful love of Godhead. He can attract all living entities all over the universes by playing on his flute. He has wonderful excellence of beauty which cannot be rivaled anywhere in creation. So no one else has these 4 qualities, and that is Krishna's distinguishing character. And that's why his beauty has earned him the title of the Emperor of Sweetness. In this very lovely prayer that's composed by Srila Vallabhacharya. Vallabhacharya, like we said earlier on, he met Lord Chaitanya, and he was very realized in Krishna consciousness, and he composed this prayer, Adaram Maduram, Vadanam Maduram, Nayanam Maduram, Asitam Maduram, Hridayam Maduram, Gamanam Maduram, Maduradipate Akilam Maduram. So his lips are very sweet, Adaram. His face is very sweet, his eyes are sweet, his smile is sweet, his heart is sweet, his gait is sweet, and everything is sweet about this emperor of sweetness. So his lips are very sweet. Actually, when Krishna appeared in this world, you know, you'll hear so much about this in days to come from so many illustrious speakers. What happened was Mother Yasoda, when she had given birth and she had fallen asleep, then Krishna awoke. When Krishna awoke, this newborn baby Krishna, he started to cry. And when Krishna cried, it sounded like the prayers of Lord Brahma at the beginning of creation, the Omkar prayers. His prayers were like as if it was that prayer to announce the sweet pastimes that were yet to happen in this particular appearance. And all of the ladies, the nurses that were in attendance, they all heard the sound and they became mesmerized by this sweet voice of Lord Krishna making his first crying sounds to announce his appearance. Then what happened was Mother Yasoda, she woke up. The ladies, they took the baby Krishna, they bathed him, they dressed him up, and they left him at her side again. Then what happened was Mother Yasoda, Srila Kavi Karnapur explains this very, very poetically. He explains that Mother Yasoda, she looked at this beautiful baby in front of her, and she was so enchanted by this beauty. She said, to herself, she was thinking, is this a mold? Is this a mound of newly churned butter? So soft, so shiny, looking so relishable, you know. And then she saw her reflection in the body of Krishna's effulgent skin. And she thought, oh, a witch is coming, an evil witch. And spontaneously she said, get out, get out. And she started to chant Nrsimhananda prayers. Her motherly love was so awake. And then it's explained that she looked at this form of Lord Krishna and she was wondering, is this a mound of blue sapphire jewels? And she looked again, because this beauty was something she never before seen. And she looked at this and she was wondering, is this beauty of his fingers and his feet, is it a mound of red rubies? Because Krishna's, certain parts of his body have this reddish tint. So his hands and feet also have this redness. So she was thinking it was red rubies. And then Mother Yasoda, she looked carefully at his nails, his fingernails and toenails, and they resembled very effulgent gems. Then she was looking more carefully. She looked again at baby Krishna, and then she thought, his lips resemble Mohos chambitam bimba raktadarambe, red bimba fruit, like we sing in the Damodar Astakam. So bimba fruit, if you've never seen, it looks like a miniature watermelon. Like all fruit, it's first green, and when exposed to the sun, it becomes very, very red. It's soft, it's luscious, it's there's a Gujarati name for it, they cook it. I don't know the name offhand, I forgot it right now. But so this fruit, they actually, his lips resemble that. So Mother Yasoda was thinking, when she looked at the baby again the second time, she was thinking, is this like a little mountain of blue lotuses? It's so soft, and the color just resembles the beauty of blue lotuses. Then she continued to look at this baby, and she was thinking, he is so beautiful, and his lips, the redness of his lips, resemble the another flower, a red flower, banduka flowers. So she said, it looks like the banduka flower. And then she was thinking, the banduka flower, you must know each of these things have like so much beauty in themselves. The blue lotus, the banduka flower. So then Mother Yasoda started to look at the baby even closer. And she said, oh, his fingers and his toes, they look like the Java flower. And then she was looking even closer, and she's looking at him, and she was thinking, this can't be something that I created, my baby. And then she falls into a form of forgetfulness thereafter, because now so much anxiety about the beauty of this baby. So Krishna's smile is considered to be very, very mesmerizing as well. So in terms of smiles, Srila Rupa Goswami has categorized that there are different types of smiles. You get smita, which is mild smiling, and hasita, which is overt smiling. Then it usually appears on the faces of Krishna's superiors, this hasita smile. Like one time, Krishna, he was very small and he just learned the art of stealing. So he was making his attempts, and he was stealing some newly churned butter. And in Mother Yasoda's household, there are many mistresses, and the head of the mistresses, her name is Jarati. So Jarati was one step ahead of this naughty child, and she knew that Krishna was making attempts to steal, and this is a mischievous act, so she was hastily moving in the direction of where she suspected this little thief. And Krishna, he sensed this happening, he heard her coming, and he ran to Balaram, and he said, "Thou, protect me. I was stealing butter, and this is what happened. Jarati is now coming, and she's going to catch me. She must have heard me make some noise." So Balaram, he exhibited a smile like this, and because he knew the naughtiness of his brother. And it's explained the heavenly sages, they saw Krishna, they saw this pastime happening in their meditation, and they too this pastime caused that type of smile to appear on their faces. Then you get vihasita, soft laughter. So one time, Krishna, he caused the gopis to laugh. He went to Jarati. He got a little bit bigger. He was talking. So he went to Jarati and he said to her, "Your face, the skin has become so loose." It's got wrinkles, right? So he said, "Your face has become so loose. It's like that of a monkey. And hence, I met the king of monkeys, and he told me to bring a wedding proposal to you because you appear like a suitable bride for him." So Jarati, she was one step ahead. She said, "Oh, I am so honored to receive a proposal from the king of monkeys, but you see, I have surrendered my love, because in Vedic understanding, a woman chooses a husband. So I have in my head a Swayamvara where I have chosen the the strong and most brave and person who is the slayer of demons in Vrindavan, Krishna as my husband. She's telling Krishna himself. So therefore, I will reject the proposal of the king of monkeys. And when she uttered that comeback to Krishna's supposed insult, the gopis burst out laughing. The other elder gopis who were within earshot, they just burst out laughing at this, hearing this conversation. Then apasita, uncontrollable laughter. Then ati hasita, extreme laughter, usually appears in children or in older Brajvasis associating with younger children. So one time, Krishna, one elder gopi, she called him, said, Kanaya, come dance here. If you dance, I'll give you half a sweetmeat. So then he danced. And when he danced, then she said, no, you must do this X number of times. And he said, but how you will count? You are busy doing your work. He said, every time you finish, I'll put a small piece of a dot of cow dung on your cheeks. So Krishna was there. She said, when both your cheeks have all cow dung dots, then it's time for then you've earned your half a sweetmeat. So Krishna was working hard at it, and he had all those dots. So then another elder gopi came in, and then she looked at his face and she burst out laughing. So Krishna, he said, he understood that he looked funny with all these dots on his face. So he looked at in a puddle of water, and he saw how he looked. So he quickly splashed water on his face and washed it out. So he came back, he had no earnings for his half sweetmeat, and the gopis were having a good laugh at that. So, but of course, the pattern may break at any time and accommodate the mood and pastime as Krishna's desire. So, this word smile, if you take it and I've taken it for creativity, and I've analyzed the smile of Lord Krishna according to the teachings of the Acharyas. So S from smile stands for satisfying. Srila Prabhupada explains that the exceptional beauty of the laughter of Lord Vishnu is that when he smiles, his small teeth, which resembles the buds of jasmine flower, at once become reddish, reflecting his rosy lips. If the yogi is able to place the beautiful face of the Lord in the core of his heart, he will be completely satisfied. So in the material world, if we are looking for satisfaction, we will not find it in anything material, because we are spiritual by nature. If you only go back into the spiritual environment, will you find ultimate satisfaction. You plug in to the spiritual source, which is Lord Krishna. That's what the Bhagavatam is saying in this third canto, 28:33. Then after S comes M in the word smile. Krishna's smile is very mystical. In the Bhagavatam 1.8.44, Sutta Goswami describes Lord Krishna's response to prayers of Queen Kunti in this way, that the Lord, thus hearing the prayers of Lord Kunti, composed in choice words for his glorification, mildly smiled. That smile was as enchanting as his mystic power. So Krishna's smile can be very mystical. His smile also has a potency. The gopis in their songs of separation have uttered a prayer in the 10th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Vraja janartihan virajoshitam Nija jana smaya dvamsana smita. So they're saying that Krishna's smile is dvamsana smita. that it can shatter the pride of the devotees. Right? And then it says, Braja Sakhe Vaja Kinkari Smano Jalaruhananan Charudarshaya. So this is part of the Gopi Gita, where the gopis are uttering their prayers, and they're saying to Lord Krishna, if you have disappeared because you thought that we are very proud, and to destroy our pride, you thought that you will leave us so that we learn to be humble. This was not necessary, because Damsvanasmita, your smile itself is powerful enough to destroy the pride of your devotees. Therefore, please, Charu Darshaye, reveal to us your most beautiful face, because that is the power of your presence. Right? So they pray to Krishna in that manner. In the Srimad Bhagavatam 2:131, Srila Prabhupada writes, the most alluring illusory material energy is said to be the smile of the Lord's universal form. In the spiritual world, Krishna's smile is the most attractive spiritual energy. When pervertedly reflected in this world, it takes the form of the material energy which keeps living entities who are trying to lord over the material nature in delusion and binds them in the shackles of lust. So you have heard in Bhagavad Gita that that which is the highest in the spiritual realm is there's a perverted reflection of that in the material realm. So that which is the highest, which is Krishna's pure smile, which accomplishes so much in spiritual realm, has a perverted reflection, reflected as the smile of the universal form, which then we become allured by. You know, it brings to mind a small anecdote I'll tell you of when I joined this temple in 1987. So there were so many brahmacharis that women were not allowed to chant in the temple room. So we would have to go outside and chant. And you either sit in, there was a room next to Srila Prabhupada's room, you know Prabhupada's library? There's a room next door, a small room. So you all either sat there and chanted, and some people would walk around the moat and chant, but preferably you had to stay in the room to chant in the association of devotees. So one of my friends, she escaped and she was chanting around the moat, and she was watching the sunrise, because you know the sunrise is there at that time of the day. And our Bhakti leader told her a quotation from Srila Prabhupada, that if you are attached to even one ray of sun in this material world, you'll have to take rebirth, because it's an allurement of the material energy. It's not, that's why you'll never see me taking photographs of sunrise and sunset, because there's a lesson well learned at that time. That is an allurement, perversion of Krishna's beauty. Actually, in the descriptions of Krishna's lips from the Srimad Bhagavatam that Narad Muni speaks to Dhruva Maharaj, Narad Muni explains another color of Krishna's lips. He says, because we've been hearing that Krishna's lips are reddish like the bimba fruit. Narad Muni told Dhruva Maharaj that Krishna's lips are reddish like the rising sun, a pinkish like the rising sun. So then he started to explain how when we see different things in the material world, it should explain us, or we should try to link it to Krishna's beauty. So Krishna's smile, we said, is satisfying. Prabhupada explains the exceptional beauty of the laughter of the Lord Vishnu. When he smiles, his small teeth will resemble the buds of the jasmine. We covered that. And you see that actually Krishna is very fond of smiling, and the extent of his smiles is proportionate to the pastime or the rasa that he is experiencing. Then we said it's very mystical. Sutta Goswami gave us the descriptions of why it is mystical. Then Krishna's smile is very infectious. The Lord's smile infectiously makes his devotees smile even amidst the trying situations of life. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Lord Kapila says, a yogi should meditate on the most benevolent smile of Lord Krishna, a smile which, for all of those who bow to him, dries up the ocean of tears caused by intense grief. So when we meditate on any reversal that's coming to us in life, we should understand that Krishna has a bigger plan for us, and he knows he's putting us through this test, just like Prabhupada gave the analogy how a parent may hide behind a curtain and then watch how a child tries to take their childish steps. So we should understand that in Krishna, like Prabhupada said, in Krishna consciousness, there's no place for any unhappiness, right? If we're able to perceive Krishna in every situation. Krishna's smile is also lasting. It lasts forever. Krishna, along with his most enchanting smile, is always prepared to reciprocate with his devotees. Devotees do not ask anything from the Lord in exchange for their service. Even the most desirable liberation is refused by devotees, although offered by the Lord. Thus the Lord becomes a kind of debtor to the devotees, and he can only try to repay his devotees' service with his ever-enchanting smile. The devotees are ever satisfied by the smiling face of the Lord, and they become enlivened. And by seeing the devotees so enlivened, the Lord himself is further satisfied. So there's continuous transcendental competition between the Lord and his devotees by such reciprocation of service and acknowledgement. Prabhupada mentioned that the goal of all our endeavors to serve Lord Krishna is simply to earn his smile. Every service we do is simply to earn Krishna's smile. Right? His smile is very enchanting. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Leela 21, 138, Lord Chaitanya tells Sanatana Goswami, Krishna's body is a city of attractive features. It is sweeter than sweet. His face, which is like a moon, is sweeter still. And the supremely sweet, gentle smile on that moon-like face is like the rays of moonshine. So that's the beauty of Lord Krishna's face. It's so enchanting that it is sweeter than the sweetest. So then we go on to Krishna's heart. It was his smile, and then it was his, is this mine? Was Krishna's, so one time Kavichandra Maharaj, he was recounting that at one point in time, a boy came to see Srila Prabhupada. And he told Prabhupada, my mother sees Krishna in everything. When she looks out the window, she can see Krishna. Everywhere she goes, she sees Krishna. So the devotees were getting a bit irritated that this, he's trying to be a little important or something in front of Prabhupada. He's speaking in such a manner. But Prabhupada let the boy continue, because every time he's saying the word Krishna, 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 my mother's seeing Krishna in the garden, my mother's seeing Krishna, Krishna. So Prabhupada let him speak. And eventually, Prabhupada heard him out with so much of compassion. And Prabhupada said, if you see Krishna, you wouldn't want to see anything else in this world. That's will happen when you see Krishna face to face, right? And then it's explained, so Mother Yasoda, when she looks at Krishna's face, every now and again, she starts to imagine different things, magnanimous things of this world, especially a blue lotus. Why? Like when she sees Krishna sleeping next to her, she looks at his beauty and she thinks, is this a blue lotus in my bed? So even when his eyes are closed, his smile is not there, he's fast asleep, he still has so much of beauty. Then I wanted to tell you about this aspect of Hridayam Madhuram, Krishna's heart. Of course, I'm most unqualified to speak about the subject matter, but we can only repeat what we hear from our predecessor, great giants. So, in Krishna, in terms of Krishna's heart, what is in Krishna's heart? Krishna explains, Sadhavo Hridayam Mayam, Sadhunam Hridayam Tvaham, Matanyat Tenagyanati, Nayam Tebyo Managapi. So he explains that in his heart are the devotees, and in the devotee's heart is Krishna. So there's that, what Prabhupada explains just now, that ever-increasing competition to occupy each other's complete consciousness and being. So one time, Prabhupada, he was walking past a zoo with some disciples, because Prabhupada's heart is a reflection of Krishna's heart, right? So what happened was Guru Kripa Prabhu, he saw a lion in the cage and he mocked the lion. So the lion made a lunge towards Guru Kripa while in the cage, and Prabhupada witnessed this. And you know what Prabhupada said? Prabhupada said, don't tease him. The lion is the king of the jungle, and it is very humiliating for him to be in a cage. Don't make it worse. Don't add more pain to his pain. And you find this thought is prevalent in how Krishna reciprocated with Indradev, the king of heaven. When Indra realized his mistake, when he after the Govardhan Leela, he came to Govinda Kund to apologize for his mistake. And Krishna, what did he do? He knew this is the king of heaven. It's very difficult for him to come and say the word sorry. And it's embarrassing for him to do it in the audience of others. So Krishna went away from everybody to the secluded spot of Govinda Kund, because he, as the all-knowing personality, he knew that the king of heaven was going to approach him for forgiveness and repent. And like I said on Sunday, the same thing happened when Mrs. Nair, after all of her atrocities, approached Srila Prabhupada and apologized. Prabhupada told Mr. Sethi, when Mr. Sethi said, Swamiji, how can you find it in your heart to forgive her? Prabhupada said, if a person loses his way in the dark and he finds his way back on the correct pathway in daylight, that is very good. So in the darkness of ignorance, we may commit certain activities that will be binding and destructive to us. But if we come back on the path of light, like Nelson Mandela made the statement that the definition of a saint is a person who despite consistently falling, makes a new endeavor. So a saint is not automatically a saint. A A saint has faults. They may consistently have ups and downs and exhibit faults, but what categorizes them or earns them the status of being a saint is that they continuously strive to improve themselves. And Krishna emphasizes this in that verse in Bhagavad Gita where he explains the nature of one who is fallen to Arjuna. So, that was Hridayam Madhuram. So Krishna, his movements, the last one is Galitam Madhuram. So Krishna's movements. It is explained that his movements are so sweet. Krishna moves about the forest in the company of his friends who vividly chant the glories of his magnificent deeds. He thus appears just like the Supreme Personality of Godhead, exhibiting his inexhaustible opulence. When the cows wander to the mountainsides and Krishna calls out to them with the sound of his flute, the trees and creepers in the forest respond by becoming so luxuriant with fruit and flowers, and they seem to be manifesting the fruit and flowers that they seem to be manifesting Lord Vishnu within their hearts. As their branches bend low with the weight, the filaments on their trunks and vines stand erect out of ecstasy of love of God, and both the trees and the creepers pour down rain of sweet snap. So Krishna's simple walking through the forest enlivens everything in that particular vicinity. It's explained that Krishna's movements, when he moves, he, like in the forest, sometimes he walks around in the forest and he does something so enchanting. Radhika Vadana Chandra Chakora, Radhika Vadana Chandra Chakora, and then it says Chachari Chatura Anjati Chari Charuto Jayati Kunja Bihari. When he moves in the forest, he claps his hand to a sound called Chachari. When I was trying to figure out what rhythm is Chachari Chatura Anchitachari, it sounded like 1, 2, 3 on the cartels that Prabhupada taught us, because he taught us to clap as 1, 2, 3 in the kirtan. So his movements are like that. Krishna's beauty and character create a festival for all women. Indeed, when the demigods' wives, flying in airplanes with their husbands, catch sight of him and hear his resonant flute song, their hearts are shaken by Cupid, and they become so bewildered that flowers fall out of their hair and the belts loosen. That's from the 10th chant, 10:21:12 Srimad Bhagavatam. So, in the Krishna Karnamrita, there's such a beautiful verse. My mentor who teaches me verses is, I am about to approach him to teach me the tune of this verse. That's why I can't tell you the Sanskrit. But the English of it is so beautiful. This verse is so special because just like Chakchari Chatura Anchitachari Charuto Jayati Kunja Bihari, the meaning of the verse is that clap, right? That word is in the verse. It has the same sound as the meaning, Chakchari. So similarly, Krishna's ankle bells and his belt of bells around his waist makes one sound, and his ankle bells make another sound when he moves. And that's also contained in the Sanskrit of this verse, but I unfortunately can only give you the English today. I offer my obeisances to Lord Hari, who always likes to go across the courtyard of his father by crawling with such force that the bells on his waist go kinkini, kinkini. From his ankle bells on his 2 feet, lotus feet, come the sound kunkunu, kunkunu, kunkunu. and he wears bracelets and ornaments on his hands. I bow to Hari, whose waist bells tinkle as he crawls in his father's yard. His bangles and his ankle bells softly jingles as he melts Vrindavan's heart. Hridayam Maduram Galitam Maduram. That concludes our session for today. So I thank you very much for your kind association. Please forgive me for any errors or if there are any questions, corrections, please feel free to raise your hands now. We can, while we're waiting for the mic, we can chant. Should we chant that verse? Adaram Maduram Vadanam Maduram. Adaram Maduram Vadanam Maduram.
Adaram Maduram Vadanam Maduram.
Adaram Maduram Vadanam Maduram.
Adaram Maduram Vadanam Maduram.
Nayanam Maduram Hasitam Maduram.
Nayanam Maduram Hasitam Maduram.
Hridayam Maduram Gamanam Maduram.
Hridayam Maduram Gamanam Maduram.
Maduradipate Akilam Maduram.
Madhurabhitate Akhilam Maduram.
Well done. Thank you very much.
So, in conclusion, first chapter, what does it teach us? That's the whole Bhagavad Gita. The subject of whole Bhagavad is we should not lament. But lesson number 1 from the first chapter, we should make Krishna our charioteer. Second chapter, just so think of what Arjuna did. In the first chapter, Krishna is introduced as his driver. So we need to have Krishna as a charioteer. Second chapter, surrenders. So we also need to surrender to Krishna. Third chapter, yes, Arjuna is fighting for Krishna. So we want to offer everything to Krishna. And in the last instruction of Krishna, Krishna tells Arjuna, Sarva dharman parityaja, abandon all varieties of religion. He doesn't say abandon all varieties of adharma. Give up all nonsense. He doesn't say give up all nonsense. He said even give up all the good things, all the proper things. So what does that imply? He says give up all the good things, all the proper things, and just surrender to me. Sarva dharman parityaja mam ekam sharanam. Surrender to me. And then do what? Vraja. Go. Go where? To Vraja. So the Bhagavad Gita is the introductory book giving us the instructions to ultimately surrender, and then finally so that we can reach the Vrindavan abode. So these pastimes of Krishna, they basically will sow seeds and fertilize our heart. And in this way please Krishna, so that slowly we can become attracted to Krishna, and we can attract Krishna's attention at the same time. So tomorrow we'll cover the next 3 chapters and then the second verse. And in this way we'll try to proceed of the whole chapter. So as we conclude to the end of the week, we'll summarize. So you need to remember your relation with Krishna and what you need to do in relation to Krishna. So today we covered 3 aspects in relation to Krishna that you need to memorize. Okay, and we'll test you tomorrow in our session first thing. Thank you. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. A big thank you to Prabhu and Mataji. Let's give them a wonderful round of applause. Thank you, Prabhu, for presenting the first 3 chapters. I'm sure we all agree it was so simply delivered, but so profound. And Mataji was so enlivening and such a sweet presentation of the Madhurashtakam, of the Emperor of Sweetness. So we all look forward to tomorrow's seminar as well and continue for the rest of the week, for the rest of Gita week. Thank you, devotees, for attending today's day 1 of the seminar. We'll see you tomorrow. Safe journey home and stay blessed. Hare Krishna.
Jaya Vada Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Giribaradari Jaya Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Giribaradari Jaya Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamunateva Vanachavi Yamuna Yamunateva Vanachavi Yamuna Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Radha Nata Radha Radha Nata Radhe. Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Yo Mishtava Paramhamsa Parivachakacharyo Stotra Sata Sindhavangais Abhayachana Bhaktina Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. His confounded child Divine Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jo Mishtava Paramhamsa Parivachakacharya Stotra Sata Sindhavangais Srila Bhaktina Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavan Ki Jai. Namachachla Rastakor Ki Jai. Prem Se Koshi Krishna Chaitanya Pramanityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Shosari Gaura Bhaktavan Ki Jai. Shri Shivada Krishna Gopi Goswam Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Navdev Dham Ki Jai. Nitai Gopramanande. All glorious assembled devotees. All glorious assembled devotees. All glorious assembled devotees. All glorious Shri Guru and Shri Guranga. All glorious Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai. Tell Alana to close all the windows. Let us do the invocation. Om Jnanatime Vandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Thapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitamscha. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Tapta Kanchana Gourangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vevacha Patitanam Bhavinebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesa Sunyavadi Pastatya Desatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Everyone, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hare Krishna and welcome to session 2 of Gita Wisdom spoken by Lord Krishna, the Emperor of Sweetness. Yesterday we addressed the reason for having this topic for the Gita week, because when Srila Prabhupada went to America, there were over 500 translations of the Gita. And when one old lady came to Srila Prabhupada and said, Swamiji, which Bhagavad Gita can I read? Prabhupada started to cry. Why? Because he could not tell her or give her advice on which Bhagavad Gita she should read, because every single Bhagavad Gita was tainted with some motive, either to make money or to promote a philosophy that's not aligned to Krishna, or as Prabhupada says, to basically take out Krishna from the Bhagavad Gita. Give the philosophy of the Gita minus Krishna. Like one organization, they only give the first 6 chapters of the Bhagavad Gita, not further than that, because the first 6 chapters, very general spiritual philosophical understanding. When you start from 7th chapter, now Krishna is talking about himself, and it's practically impossible to give the 7th to 18 chapters without Krishna. So therefore we decided we will talk about the Gita specifically focused around Krishna. So chapter 1, and also we just want to thank all of you for being present here. We have quite a few online as well yesterday, and it's more practical to be online, but there's certain elements or aspects of association that you cannot get online. Just like you can even have darshan of the deities online. But the energy that is created in an environment, in association, that unfortunately in today's modern technology cannot be transmitted. You can transmit the information, but not the environment, the feelings. Just like when you see the deity in the morning, there's a reciprocation, there's emotion. So the emotion part generally doesn't get transmitted. Therefore, association is very important, because it's not so much the intellectual aspect. Yes, we want to educate ourselves, but more so it's about touching the heart. So, yesterday we covered 3 chapters. And chapter 1, what was the lesson in chapter 1? Yes, let Krishna direct my life as the charioteer. Okay, I should have gave you the answers of the other one. Right. Chapter 2, surrender to Krishna. And chapter 3, accept Krishna as Yagneshwar. So in this way, we find that these are the 3 aspects we covered, that we want to bring Krishna into our life as a charioteer, as a director. And how you do that, Krishna obviously goes into Bhagavad Gita in many different verses. Okay? But in essence, we want to try to contemplate on these aspects and try to see, how can I achieve this? How can I do this? Because if you do this, your life moves into the direction of auspiciousness. Your heart will experience satisfaction and fulfillment. So today we're going to go from 4 to 6. So chapter 4 is entitled Transcendental Knowledge. So the summary of this chapter: the Lord to Arjuna reveals his plan. This timeless wisdom first taught to man. Through sun god to Manu, then to Ishvaku passed, but broken in time, now restored at last. Though unborn and changeless, the Supreme appears to vanquish the wicked and calm devotees' fears. His births and activities transcendental and pure, free those who know him from rebirth, that's sure. Many paths to the divine, Krishna explains, but knowledge of him the highest gain. Action with detachment, he commands, for even sages must work to set trends. The mystery of action, inaction revealed. Wise see action in rest, and rest in the field. Free from desire, content in the soul. Such workers are free, though active their role. Yajna, sacrifice, in many forms shown. Some offer wealth, some knowledge grown. But all sacrifices in knowledge culminate. This truth the wise ones cultivate. Approach the spiritual guide, inquire with awe, render service, and truth you'll draw. With doubt destroyed by transcendental sight, the self-realized soul basks in divine light. Even the most sinful on this knowledge boat across material ocean can safely float. As blazing fire turns wood to ash, knowledge burns karma in a flash. In conclusion, Krishna does impart the sacred knowledge close to his heart. With faith and devotion, let it be heard, freedom awaits with every word. So this chapter, Transcendental Knowledge, in the second chapter, Krishna gave the content of the Gita summarized, but specifically he gave knowledge about the soul. From verses 11 to around 30, focusing on the soul. In chapter 4, he specifically focuses on him. So we want to cultivate knowledge of Sri Krishna. Chapter 4 is directing us. We want to cultivate knowledge of Krishna. There are so many departments of knowledge, but very little knowledge about Krishna himself. And it's interesting, if you go to any tradition, they will speak about God. You go to Christianity, Father, thou art in heaven. You go to Islam, Allah is there. You go to the Vedic theologies, God is, Krishna is there, Vishnu is there. But when you start inquiring about God, what does he do? Where does he stay? You know, if he's there in the kingdom of God, what is there in the kingdom of God? Yes, there's palaces. What's in the palaces? Who's in the palaces? What are they doing every day? What are the characteristics and qualities? What are Krishna's qualities? What does he wear? What does he like? What does he eat? What does he do every day? So these questions, unfortunately, we can boldly say no tradition answers besides the Vedic tradition. Srila Vyasadeva gives so much knowledge about Krishna. And coming in our line, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the previous acharyas have given us. Srila Prabhupada has written over 80 volumes of books giving us detailed descriptions of Krishna. So cultivating knowledge of Krishna is very, very important. So the lesson is the fortune of divine knowledge. On Kurukshetra's field, Arjuna stands blessed, as Krishna's wisdom to him is addressed. How fortunate is he, this warrior true, to receive knowledge eternal ever new. O Arjuna, says Krishna, You my devotee and friend, this sacred knowledge to you I extend, a secret profound through ages conveyed. Now in your heart let it be displayed. Arjuna learns of Krishna's nature divine, unborn yet appearing to set wrong to right. Blessed is he to know the Lord's true form, beyond birth and death, beyond worldly norm. This knowledge liberates, Krishna declares, freeing one from karma's ensnaring snares. How fortunate Arjuna to grasp this truth. Eternal freedom is spiritual fruit, his spiritual fruit. And we, like Arjuna, can cultivate too this knowledge of Krishna, profound and true. In scriptures and teachings, his words will find, illuminating the heart, awakening the mind. As Arjuna's doubts are swept away, our questions too will find their way to understanding deep of life's real goal, union with Krishna, our eternal role. By knowing the Lord, his birth and deeds, we plant in our hearts liberation seeds. Like Arjuna, we'll transcend worldly strife, finding true purpose in this fleeting life. So let us, like Arjuna, seek to know the Supreme Personality, his wisdom to show. For in this knowledge we'll surely find peace and enlightenment for heart and mind. Oh, fortunate are we if we but try to understand Krishna, the Lord Most High. For like Arjuna, on that fateful day, we'll find true knowledge lighting our way. So cultivate knowledge of Sri Krishna. It's impossible to know the extent of Krishna. He's unlimited. In fact, even Krishna doesn't know his limits because he's unlimited. But we can know as much as Krishna wants us to know about him. So the knowledge that is there in Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, in Chaitanya Charitamrita, that amount of knowledge we should associate with. And knowledge of Krishna is totally different from knowledge of the material world. Knowledge of the material world is distinctly different from those things that it's describing. Whereas knowledge of Krishna is non-different from Krishna. So when we hearing about the knowledge of Krishna, we are directly associating with Krishna, but in the form of knowledge. We can get God's mercy just like we want Krishna to direct us. But for Krishna to direct us, we need to let the reins, we need to give up the reins. Because right now we're holding on, we're pulling and we're steering and we're deciding where we want to go. So now you can't have two people driving a chariot. One needs to be the passenger and one needs to be the charioteer. Right now I'm driving and I'm deciding where to go with the mind and senses. But if I want Krishna to sit on my chariot, I need to hand him the reins to say, Krishna, you now ride my chariot. But if I don't know Krishna, I'm not going to give him the reins. If I don't have faith in Krishna, I'm not going to give him the reins. If I don't know his power and potency, I'm not going to give him my reins. I may say, Krishna, you ride, you drive, you ride, but I'll tell you where to go. So it requires knowledge of Krishna, and as we get knowledge of Krishna, we begin to appreciate Krishna, understand Krishna, develop faith in Krishna, and slowly allow our lives to be given to Krishna. Narottam Das Thakur, great devotee and Acharya of the Gaudiya Vaishnava sects, has sung, My Lord, I have simply wasted my life having obtained the human body. I have neglected to worship your Lordship, and therefore I have willingly drunk poison. In other words, the human body is especially meant for cultivating knowledge of devotional service to the Lord, without which life becomes full of anxiety and miserable conditions. In this regard of cultivating knowledge, there is a beautiful example of Maharaj Parikshit. He was cursed to die in 7 days. And he was a king, he was the emperor of the world. He didn't decide, he didn't go into the idea, okay, I'm going to die in 7 days, let me start enjoying which place I didn't visit, what didn't I do, I got last few days, let me go and enjoy. No. He decided, I got 7 days, I need to perfect my life. He gave up his kingdom, he gave up his family, he gave up his royal opulence, everything, and went to the Ganges, went to the sages, and he asked a very pertinent question. What must a dying man do? And there were many different answers. Then Sukadeva Goswami came on the scene. And he was the most exalted. And he started giving the answer. That everyone who's dying should hear about, should glorify, and should remember the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. And the whole Bhagavatam starts to manifest. So Sukadeva Goswami spent 7 days, 7 nights, not eating, not drinking, just hearing about Krishna, and perfected his life. When the snake bird came to burn him, he was already liberated. So a wonderful example for us to follow, to cultivate, be attentive, be eager and greedy to learn and know about Krishna. Here's another reason. They say to love thy Lord with all thy might, heart and soul is the goal of life. Prema pumarta mahan. That's the goal of life. So if the goal of life is to love God, you can only love someone you know. So we need to know about God to develop and cultivate our loving relationship with God. You can't develop a relationship with someone you have no interaction, no knowledge about. When people who want to get married come together, they discuss about themselves. They hear about each other's qualities. And this way they develop an affection and attraction. So that's exactly what happens when we hear about Krishna. Chapter 5, entitled Karma Yoga, Action in Krishna Consciousness. So the summary of this chapter, which is focused on renunciation and action. Arjuna's question to Krishna starts, should I renounce work or engage my heart? Krishna smiles, answers true. Both paths lead to the divine view. But of the two, the path of action is better for those seeking satisfaction. For to renounce without inner peace is a path where desires never cease. Work in devotion, no desire for gain. Such action bring no karmic pain. Like a lily pad, Jai Shri Shivaranath Ki Jai. Like a lily pad, untouched by water, one remains unharmed in life's clutter. Those who see the soul and supreme in all beings as in a dream, they in truth have understood the essence of life and brotherhood. With mind and senses under control, with a pure heart and peaceful soul, they see the world as it truly is, a manifestation of His divine bliss. Bound by duties or free from all, in pleasure or pain, in rise or fall, the wise men steady, their vision clear, untouched by this world, they hold no fear. Krishna speaks of the ultimate state, beyond sorrow and joy, beyond love and hate. Such peace and happiness the wise attain, in union with divine they remain. In the end, Krishna imparts that knowledge is the means and also the start. For with knowledge one sees the divine, in the self, in the sacred, and in life's design. This poem encapsulates the essence of chapter 5, where Krishna speaks the path of renunciation and action, each leading to divine satisfaction, but he recommends the path of action, for it brings detachment and divine attraction. So this chapter is directing us to accept Krishna as the supreme enjoyer. And in the last verse, Lord Krishna summarizes very beautifully Bhoktaram Yagyasap Tapasam Sarva Loka Maheshwaram Suridam Sarva Bhutanam Gnatva Mam Shantim Richati. Srila Prabhupada in the purport discusses that this is the peace formula. This is the peace formula. A person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifices and austerities, the supreme lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace from the pangs of material miseries. So we need to really try to understand Krishna's position. And this is because he is the supreme enjoyer. Everything is meant for giving pleasure to Krishna. Everything. Just like an artist would paint a picture, and as the artist is painting the picture and the picture is completed, do they enjoy that completed picture? After hours and hours and painstakingly painting? Yes. And is it wrong for them to enjoy the painting? No, because it's their ability. So they're appreciating their ability, and that's not wrong, it's their painting. Similarly, all Krishna's energies that we see exist, and it's his energies. So the energies are meant for his pleasure. Now, you and me are also Krishna's energies. So that means you and me are meant for Krishna's pleasure. We're meant to give Krishna pleasure. But in this world, we try to enjoy separately from Krishna, and that's why we suffer. So when we begin to understand Krishna is the supreme enjoyer, I should try to start directing my activities for his pleasure. And when you start doing that, it's strange because in the material world, we condition that if I have a cake and I want to enjoy the cake, I need to eat it. Yes, I can get enjoyment by sharing the cake, but really if I want to enjoy the cake, I need to eat it. But in the spiritual world, you get more pleasure by offering the cake to Krishna and let Krishna enjoy the cake. You get far more pleasure than even Krishna enjoying the cake. It's contradictory to the material consciousness and mind. You just you can't get across it. No, that's not possible. Why? Because you don't have any such experience in the material world like that. But in the spiritual world, it is. So therefore, we start to direct our attention, our enjoyment to Krishna, and see how you experience that. So the lesson is the supreme enjoyer. Arjuna stands blessed by wisdom divine as Krishna reveals truth that align. How fortunate is he, this warrior true, to learn the Lord's supreme purview. O Arjuna, Krishna's words resound, I am the enjoyer of all actions found. The supreme proprietor, the Lord of all, in this knowledge you'll stand ever tall. Arjuna learns that Krishna is the key, the ultimate beneficiary of all that be, of sacrifices made and austerities done, of every planet, demigod and sun. How blessed is he to know the Lord's role as benefactor and friend of every soul. This wisdom profound, a treasure rare, frees Arjuna from worldly care. And we, like Arjuna, can understand too that Krishna's goal of all we do. Our work, our worship, our very breath, all find purpose in his depth. When we see Krishna as the supreme receiver, our actions become purer, our hearts clearer. Like Arjuna, we can act with devotion, free from the pangs of material commotion. By knowing Krishna as the well-wisher true of all living beings, not just a few, we align our hearts with divine intent, finding peace in every moment spent. So let us, like Arjuna, embrace this view that Krishna's beneficiary of all we do. For in this consciousness, we'll surely find peace from material miseries that bind. Oh, fortunate are we, if we but see Krishna as the center of all that be. For like Arjuna, on that fateful day, we'll find true peace in surrender's way. So we need to put Krishna as the supreme, or accept Krishna as the supreme enjoyer. There was a Western scholar. He wanted to find out who is God. And he knew that in the East, there's a lot of knowledge about God. So let me go to the East, to India, and travel through India to find out who is the supreme God. So he goes to India, and he visits many temples across India. Because in India, you find many, many, many temples. Just in Vrindavan, there's over 5,000 temples. We have currently, about 560 centers just in India. So, there's so many temples. So he decided he's going to go to every temple. And after going to every temple, he came to the conclusion that if there is one God, then that one God is Krishna. So they asked him, why? After going through all the temples, why did you decide that Krishna is God? So he said, I went to every temple, and all the deities that I saw on the altar, like I went to a temple of Durga, and Durga has a trident. So why would you have a weapon? Why would you have a trident? Either you are protecting someone, or you want to protect yourself from someone. But you're doing some work of protection. Therefore you have a trident. So many deities have weapons. Even Lord Ram had bow and arrow. So he concluded that can't be the highest God. Lord Shiva's got beads. He's also got a trident. So he's chanting someone's names, and he's got a trident, some work is there. All the other demigods, they all have weapons, so they're definitely doing some work. Then he came to Krishna, and he looked at the deity of Krishna, and he says, oh, this person doesn't have any weapon. He's got a flute. That means he's enjoying. And if you're in charge, if you're the controller, if you're the topmost person, you're going to get everybody else to do the work, and you're going to enjoy. So he has to be God. So just from a logical perspective, not even religious or spiritual, or just from a logical perspective, he came to the conclusion that Krishna is the Supreme Lord. Because God must be the enjoyer. It's like you have a company, and if you have a company, you get everybody working for you. So Krishna, he's got all the demigods, 330 million demigods, all performing work for Krishna. Therefore, we have to accept Krishna is the supreme enjoyer, and try to offer our activities, everything we do as an offering for his pleasure. And Krishna, he's extremely grateful. When he sees the sentiment to try to please him, he will automatically reciprocate. He is extremely grateful. Prabhupada in Nectar Devotion says that's one of Krishna's qualities. And Prabhupada writes, if you chant Krishna's names, he will never ever forget you. This is Krishna. Prabhupada writes in one conversation, Prabhupada said, if you chanted Hare Krishna even once, Lord Chaitanya writes your name in a black book, you are blacklisted. And he'll never forget you. You are now tracked. Lord Chaitanya is going to track you. So he never forgets you. So this is how Krishna is extremely grateful. Chapter 6, entitled Dhyana Yoga. The path of meditation. Krishna speaks of the yogic way, where action and renunciation play. A true yogi, he does explain, works without attachment to gain. To rise in yoga, one must endeavor to control the mind, restless as ever. In a sacred place, alone and still, one should sit, focusing at will. Posture straight, vision fixed, on the tip of the nose, the mind transfixed. Fearless, celibate, and controlled, the yogi's path begins to unfold. Neither eating too much nor too little, sleeping in measure, effort not brittle. Regulated in habits and recreation, one finds balance in meditation. The mind, when mastered, brings peace supreme, united with the self, like a fulfilled dream. Neither too elated nor too depressed, in all circumstances remain blessed. Arjuna questions, "O dear Krishna, this yoga seems difficult, I fear. The mind is fickle, hard to tame, as trying to control the wind's wild game." Krishna agrees, it's not an easy task, but with practice and detachment, he does ask. One can succeed in this yogic art, controlling the mind and unruly heart. If one fails in this life to succeed, in the next they'll continue indeed. Never is a transcendentalist effort lost, always progressing whatever the cost. Of all yogis, Krishna then declares, the best is one who always cares, to think of him with love and devotion, serving with faith and true emotion. Thus ends the 6th chapter profound, where yoga's essence can be found. From action to meditation to devotion pure, Krishna's wisdom shall forever endure. So this chapter is directing us to bring Krishna in the center of our life. To bring Krishna in the center so that we can constantly think of Krishna. To bring Krishna in the center so our senses can be directed to Krishna. To bring Krishna in the center so the mind can be focused on Krishna. So we want Krishna to be the center. Now, in the spiritual world, Krishna is the center. Therefore, you'll find in the spiritual world, everything that is done in the spiritual world is done for the pleasure of Krishna. Nothing is done separately, outside Krishna. Just like when the residents of Vrindavan, when they dress Krishna, they're dressing Krishna for his pleasure. When they dress themselves, they're dressing themselves also for the pleasure of Krishna. They dressing and praying, I hope Krishna is pleased with this attire. I hope Krishna is pleased with how I'm dressing. And then it's described when Krishna sees them, because their mood and consciousness was for the pleasure of Krishna, Krishna sees them and Krishna becomes pleased and he smiles. And when Krishna smiles, the gopis and the residents of Vrindavan, they feel great satisfaction because now they have fulfilled their purpose of dressing. So they smile because now they're very happy. Now when they smile, then their beauty increases. So now when Krishna sees them smiling, their beauty just increases, so Krishna sees them even more beautiful. And because Krishna sees them more beautiful, he becomes more happy and he smiles more. When he smiles more, the gopis become more happy. So they smile more. And in this way, it keeps increasing. The pleasure keeps increasing. So we should learn to make Krishna the center. In the last verse also, Krishna beautifully concludes the best of yogis. Krishna says, and of all yogis, the one with great faith who always abides in me, thinks of me within himself and renders transcendental loving service to me. He is the most intimately united with me in yoga and is the highest of all. That is my opinion. Krishna is very humble. He's saying, it's my opinion. You want to accept, you got your opinion, no problem. You can have your opinion. He's not going to crucify you. But according to your opinion, you will act. And according to your actions, you will sow the seeds, you get the reaction. As you sow, so shall you reap. So, Krishna is saying, you can decide what you feel, what you think, but my opinion, this is the best yogi. And naturally, someone who's intelligent will say, yeah, well, God's opinion is the best. Therefore, we accept God's opinion. This is real yoga. Real yoga means to connect with Krishna. So, thinking of Krishna, glorifying Krishna, serving Krishna, that's the best form of linking. So make Shri Krishna the center. On Kurukshetra's field, Arjuna stands, his heart and mind in Krishna's hands. How fortunate is he, this warrior true, for Krishna's presence, his thoughts imbued. While yoga's paths are many and deep, Arjuna's devotion makes angels weep. For he with faith abides in the Lord, his every thought with every accord. O Partha, Krishna sweetly declares, of all yogis, most dear is he who cares to think of me always with loving heart, in transcendental service never to part. How blessed is Arjuna to hear this truth, that constant thought of Krishna is, in sooth, the highest yoga, the supreme art, uniting the devotee and Lord, never to part. And we like Arjuna can choose this way to think of Krishna throughout each day, in joy or sorrow, in peace or strife, to make the Lord the center of our life. By following this verse, we too can find the peace that comes from Krishna-centered mind. Our actions infused with with devotion pure, our bond with the divine forever sure. In work or rest, in day or night, let thoughts of Krishna be our light. For in this practice we'll surely see the highest union with divinity. Oh, fortunate are we if we but try to keep Krishna's image before our eyes. For like Arjuna, beloved and blessed, we'll find in Krishna our eternal rest. So let us learn from Arjuna's grace, and in our hearts give Krishna first place. For this, the Lord himself does say, is yoga's pinnacle, the highest way. So put Krishna in the center of our life. Give Krishna priority. Center means focus. So he should be the highest, he should be the priority. We mentioned in the second chapter the aspect of surrendering to Krishna. So we surrender to Krishna through the medium of the spiritual master. So in our case, for example, we surrender to Krishna by surrendering to Srila Prabhupada. By us surrendering to Srila Prabhupada and his instructions, which are Krishna's instructions, this is how we show our surrender. And in this age, the first sign of surrender is chanting Krishna's names. So you'll see all these aspects that we're talking about. For example, in chapter 1, we said, make Krishna your charioteer. In chapter 2, we said, surrender to Krishna. You'll find that we're focusing our attention on Krishna, but you can also replace that by saying, focus your attention on Krishna's holy name. Because Krishna and his name are non-different. So we could say, surrender to the holy name. Make the holy name your charioteer. In this case, we're saying, make Krishna the center. You could say, make the holy name of Krishna the center of your life. So in this way, your focus, your attention, your dedication, your love, your commitment, your service to the holy name equates your love, service, dedication, commitment to Krishna. Krishna sees how you respond and reciprocate with the holy name equivalent to himself, because the holy name is non-different from Krishna. So this is how you can gauge. If somebody is in love with Krishna, then they will spend a lot of time with that person. So if we in love with Krishna, we can gauge how much time we spend with Krishna. Meaning we can gauge how much time we spend with the holy name. So in this way we can measure. In relation to making Krishna the center, there's a beautiful pastime of a couple. And of the couple, the wife was a great devotee of Krishna, of Lord Ramachandra. She had Krishna, had Lord Ramachandra as the center. And she did everything and she saw everything in relation to Lord Ramachandra. So one day the husband, who was very Brahmanical, he decided to take his wife to her home after marriage. It was the first time they had never visited the home, her father's place. So the Brahman, the husband said, I'll take you to your father's place. So they left for the forest. Through the forest, they were going to her father's place. On the way, they met some bandits, some gangsters, some thieves. And the Brahmana husband, he asked the thieves, where are you going? So the thieves said, we're going the same place you're going. So he knew, okay, this sounds like trouble. I have to be very careful here, because that's very suspicious. And the thieves were walking with the couple. The thieves were trying to divert the couple through the forest, deep into the forest, so that they could steal and kill them. So as they were going on the main path, the thieves told the couple, this is actually, let's go this way, this is a short path, this is a shortcut. And the husband said, no, it's okay, we'll just carry on this path, no problem. The thieves noticed that they're not going to give in so easily. So then the thieves said, see, you don't need to worry about us. Lord Ramachandra is between you and us. And if we do anything, he's going to protect you. So you don't need to worry. So the thieves told them this. So the husband got a little faith. Okay, looks like they have some faith in Lord Ramachandra. Then after a while, they said, okay, let's go. This is the short part. And the husband is still reluctant, but the wife said, see, they already said that Lord Ram is between them and us. So Lord Ram is going to be protecting us. And it's very rare that you get the holy name coming to you without you asking. They just chanted the holy names. And you should honor that, and you should honor those who chant the holy name. So we should follow them. So the husband thought, my wife's got a lot of faith in Lord Ram. The devotion is excellent. I should listen to her. So he said, okay, let's go. So the thieves got their way. And sure enough, they went deep into the forest. When they were deep in the forest, the thieves killed the husband and took all the valuables from him. And the devotee wife, she was lamenting the loss of her husband. And then they started dragging her further on. As they were dragging her, she kept looking behind. And the thieves told her, what are you looking at behind? Because your husband is dead, we just killed him. She said, no, I'm looking behind for that personality that you said is going to protect us. And sure enough, when she said that, Lord Ram appeared on the scene with a bow and arrow. He killed all the thieves and revived the husband. So this shows that if you put Krishna in the center, your attention on Krishna, Krishna will never forget you. Krishna will never forsake you. Krishna will never leave you. This morning, we read a beautiful quote that if you have the desire to capture Krishna, he has a greater desire to be captured by you. So he's 10 times more willing to be captured than your desire to capture him. How wonderful. So we want to put Krishna in the center, and Krishna wants to be he's far more willing to become the center of our lives, because he knows that is the best for you and for everyone else. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So, summary: cultivate knowledge of Krishna, accept Shri Krishna as a supreme enjoyer, and make Shri Krishna the center. So in order to continue to please Krishna, we will now go to our second part.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Am I audible? Yeah. So let's repeat the verse from yesterday. Adaram maduram vadanam maduram nayanam maduram hasitam maduram Hridayam maduram gamanam maduram Maduradipate akilam maduram Vachanam maduram charidam maduram Vasanam maduram valitam maduram Chalitam maduram Brahmidam maduram Maduradipate akilam maduram. His words are sweet, his character is sweet, his dress is sweet, his belly folds are sweet, his movements are sweet, his wandering is sweet, and everything is sweet about the Emperor of Sweetness. So the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is described to be sweeter than sugar candy. Srila Prabhupada uses that description. He's sweeter than sugar candy. And Prabhupada writes that his body is always very soft. Yet, when the demon Bakasura swallowed him, Krishna transformed or felt as if it was hot molten fire in the throat of Bakasura. That personality who is super sweet felt like hot molten gold to the non-devotee Bakasura. And Bakasura tasted Krishna as very, very bitter, and hence he spat him out. So Krishna's sweetness is perceived only through devotion. Okay? So, Vachana Madhuram, his words are very sweet. So Krishna, he has a way of talking. And he spoke 700 verses in the Bhagavad Gita, and how sweet are his words or his messages of love left for us. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, so many beautiful verses that give us hope. And this particular verse is, I've chosen 2 particular verses, but you can find many of these verses. And I suggest you write them down in little notes and you keep them with you. And whenever you're feeling depressed or you're feeling hopeless in life, you go to these particular verses. So Krishna says in the 9th chapter, text 22, Ananyas chantayanto mam ye jana parupashate tesham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshema vahamyaham. But those who always worship me with exclusive devotion, meditating on my transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. So all of us are imperfect on this path. And it brings to mind the story of that cracked water pot. A man once carried 2 cracked water pots on either end of a stick on his shoulder, and he was climbing a mountain. But the one pot was cracked, and the pot was thinking, I am so useless. What service can I render to my master, because my being is full of faults? And what happened? That pot, by Krishna's arrangement, rendered a very valuable service despite its shortcomings. The water that was falling from the cracks in that pot watered the flowers on that side of the road, and it grew into a very luscious and beautiful springtime garden and blossomed very beautifully. And we know that scriptures explain that when nature blossoms, it's like Krishna's smile. So Krishna is that type of a person who looks at our faults, sees our endeavor, and he says, Vahamyaham, he carries what we lack. So I know that here in this community, you are studying Bhagavad Gita verse by verse, and they asked us to, they told us actually to just do an overview. So in your classes, I'm sure your teacher told you a story of the great Arjuna Acharya, who was making an offering, and his wife was running out of some ingredients, and this Acharya was writing a commentary, so he scratched out this word in the Bhagavad Gita, Vahamyaham, that Krishna will personally carry what we lack. And he replaced the word to mean that Krishna will arrange for what we lack. And lo and behold, that day when he went out to do madhukari or begging, he didn't come across any alms. And much to his surprise, when he came home empty-handed. His wife had cooked an elaborate feast. So he asked, and when he inquired, where did you get all of these ingredients from? She said, but you sent them with those 2 little boys, the one dark in color and the one light in color. But I am very upset to know that the dark boy said, you scratched his back. Because he scratched the Bhagavad Gita, which is non-different from the body of the Lord. When the Lord appeared carrying what he lacked, the bhoga or the ingredients that he went out to beg, the marks appeared on the body of the Lord. So the Bhagavad Gita that you have in your possession is non-different from the person if you allow that to be that element in your life. So Krishna, there are different types of friends. There is Surit, there is Bandhu, but Krishna is Surit Satam. right? He's not Mitra, he's not just Bandhu, he is Surit Satam. And Surit Satam means that type of friend who is with you eternally. A friend in need is a friend indeed. So Krishna makes a promise to us. He says, in the 18th chapter, text 65, Manmana bhava mad bhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru mame vaishyashi satyam te pratijane priyosime. Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me, and offer your homage unto me. Thus you will come to me without fail. I promise you this because you are my very dear friend. So here Krishna is giving us a guarantee. Who in the whole of creation can give you such a guarantee but Krishna? That if you become his friend, always think of him, like we just been hearing in the Bhagavad Gita, offer everything to Krishna, make him the center of your life in the chapter of Dhyan Yoga just now. Then Krishna is saying, you will come to me without fail. He's giving us a guarantee, and that is such an incredible promise in his very sweet words. So I wanted to tell you a few things about Krishna's words. You see, one time Mother Yasoda, she had something to do, so she went out of the house. And when she went out of the house, little Krishna, who had such an element of a mischievous streak in his character, that he decided to steal the newly churned butter in the house of Mother Yasoda. So, baby Krishna stuck his hand into a pot of newly churned butter. And his mother, being one step ahead, suspected this, so she came in and she caught him red-handed. Red-handed, the word red-handed is used here by me. So immediately Krishna pulled his hand out of the newly churned butter and he said, Maya, I was not stealing. He said, I actually, you see, this morning you put a bangle on my hand, and that bangle was of red rubies. And because of the sun, these red rubies, they started to burn my hand. So to cool my hand, I put it into the butter. So his words are so sweet that Mother Yasoda started to smile. And then what happened was one day, Mother Yasoda was watching this naughty boy, Krishna, and he was very, very attuned to the consciousness in which she was making the butter and yogurt with so much of love and devotion, with so much of thought of exclusively pleasing her Lala Krishna. So he wanted to reciprocate with that feeling, hence he could not contain himself. Even though he was supposedly a very small boy. So in Srila Kavi Karnapur explains how this baby Krishna, when he entered the room where all of the yogurt and butter was stored, he saw his reflection, his beautiful reflection. And he said to that boy in the reflection, because he didn't know what a reflection was of himself, he said to the boy, shh, shh, if you keep quiet, I will share this butter with you. But as he was proceeding to steal butter, Mother Yasoda came in, and immediately he got frightened. He said, Maya, Maya, you see, he was trying to steal butter and I was trying to tell him not to steal. But he wouldn't listen to me and he became very angry. So I have been telling him not to steal. I did not steal. So Mother Yasoda was so purchased by the words of this little boy, and she said, like in the previous pastime that we just mentioned about the bangle with red rubies, she said, Lala, let me look at your hand. Oh yes, it's burnt, eh? And out of her motherly affection, she started to kiss that soft, butter-like lotus hand of Krishna. So Krishna is all very, very diplomatic and expert in the manner in which he speaks to anybody. So sometimes the Krishna and the cowherd boys, when they go out to the forest, they play many, many games, and they are expert in inventing games, even when there's no, formal game. So what happened was that everyone in the group of cowherd boys knows that Balaram is very, very strong, that Lord Balaram is the strongest person. So they all want to play on Balaram's team because Balaram will be the winner. The second strongest person is Sridham. And Sridham, he takes the side of Lord Krishna. So Sridham, he plays on Krishna's side, but Krishna, being very, very good with words, he talks in a diplomatic way to all the little boys, and he gets them to join his team, which is in actual fact the losing team. And when Balaram sees that all of his friends are being disloyal because they're being cheated by these expert words of Kanhaiya, Balaram becomes very angry. And Balaram says to Krishna, Krishna, I will punish you. And he says, no, Dauji, you can't punish me. Shantojai. You cannot punish me. Why? Because you gave your word to Mother Yasoda that you will protect me. And Mother Yasoda has given you guardianship over me. Therefore, it won't be right for you to chastise me, to beat me up, to punish me. So Krishna is very expert in that way with his words. So, one time, Nanda Maharaj, he was planning the huge yagya to actually satisfy the king of heaven, Indra. So little Lala Krishna went to his father and said to him, Peter, what are all of these preparations all about? And Nanda Maharaj said, Lala, you see, we are cowherds people, and we are dependent on rain. And rain comes from after we do yagya to please the god of rain, Indra. So therefore, we are doing this yagya like we do every single year to please Indradev. But Lala's words were so expert, he told his father, it is because of karma alone that living entities take their birth in certain bodies, experience varieties of happiness and suffering in that body, and then give it up as the karma pertaining to it runs out. Thus, it is karma alone that is our enemy, our friend, our guru, our Lord, and Indra can do nothing to alter the happiness and distress of anyone, for everyone is tightly bound in his karmic reactions. The material modes of goodness, passion, and ignorance bring about creation, maintenance, and destruction of this world. The clouds give forth rain when they are impelled by the mode of passion, and cowherds prosper by protecting the cows. Furthermore, the cowherds proper residence is in the forest and on the hills. Therefore, you should worship the cows, the brahmanas, and the Govardhan hill. So this is a summary that Srila Prabhupada gives us in Srimad Bhagavatam 10:24. By the way, Nanda Maharaj is always dressed in green. That's characteristic of his dressing. So the whole Indra Yagya was stopped because of the sweet words of, you wanted that picture? So because of his sweet words, Krishna was able to stop such a huge yagya even as a tiny boy. So some games that Krishna and Balaram play in the forest like this is tug of war, and as I said, Sridham is the second strongest. He's on Krishna's team, and they coax all the other little boys that are from Balaram's team to join him. By the way, one of my hobbies is that I'm an AI artist, and all of these pictures are part of my hobby that I create. So I feel that whenever I give a class, we use these pictures because I feel they endear one more and more. So Krishna is chased by Mother Yasoda, and eventually, you know the story, for the whole month of Kartik, you know, we worship this form where he's bound by his mother, Mother Yasoda. And what happens is that when he is bound, and the whole incident happens where now he has to be unbound, his father and the cowherdsmen who were away for the day re-enter the village of Vrindavan, and they see the two huge Yamala Arjun trees that were so prominently part of the landscape of Vrindavan are no longer visible. And then they hear from the townsfolk that actually Krishna, he dropped them down, and two effulgent personalities emerged from these trees, and they offered their pranams to baby Krishna, and then they left. At that time, Mother Yasoda was feeling in her heart so much of pain and fear because she was the one who bound Krishna. And now that the huge trees fell, she felt that it was an error on her part because she put Krishna in a situation of danger. So she was experiencing great pain in her heart and repentance. And Krishna, when his father unbound him, getting the nod from his mother, he undid the ropes, and he picked up baby Krishna. And Krishna, he refused to go to his mother. She was crying so much because she wasn't sure, she knew Nanda Maharaj would be highly displeased with the action of binding baby Krishna. She knew that actually part of her behavior was wrong in chastising this little boy so severely. So she retreated to her inner chambers, and she was crying and crying and crying, rivers of tears. Then what happened was that supper needed to be cooked. So she came out, she set aside her sorrow, she came out, executed her service to the family, and then she retreated back into her room, crying continuously. So Nanda Maharaj is very diplomatic as the king of Vrindavan. He knows how to solve problems. So he knew the pain of Mother Yasoda's heart, and he knew how to actually make Krishna go back to his mother, because Krishna didn't want to go. When his father asked him, "Who will feed you, Lala?" He said, "You will feed me milk from our white cow." He said, who are you going to sleep with? "I'll sleep with you, Baba." Doesn't want to go to his mother at all. So then the father, with great diplomacy, understanding the heart of Krishna, he said, "Lala, because your mother has done this, don't worry, I will punish her severely." Said it with a strong voice. And when Krishna heard that the person who is his dearmost devotee, his mother, is going to be punished, he could not tolerate that. He immediately jumped from his father's lap and ran and gave his mother a hug in her inner chambers. So his heart is such that he does not like his devotees to undergo suffering and pain in such a manner. So Krishna's words are so diplomatic, so intelligent, that one time he disguised himself as a boatman. And when all of the gopis who were carrying their milk products and heavy pots of yogurt and newly churned butter, all of their ardent labor put into this endeavor in creating these products, so they were carrying these pots and they needed a lift across, they needed a ferry across the river, Yamuna, to deliver it to its rightful place. Krishna, coming in disguise, very expertly with the use of sweet words, was able to convince them to start discarding each of their pots, then discarding their bangles, giving up everything because it was making his boat too heavy to cross the river, supposedly. So he is that person who's very expert with words. His character is very sweet, like we heard just now. So Mother Yasoda and Lord Krishna then reunited, and all was forgiven, all was forgotten. That's Krishna's soft heart coming into play. So I'd like to tell you a little bit more about how Krishna reciprocates with his devotees, that's illustrated in a story of the deity called Madan Mohan. So Madan Mohan resides in Karoli now, but previously he was in another part of Jaipur. And what happened was that the princess who was in the palace of the king who was serving this deity after the Mughals tried to attack the temples in Vrindavan, these deities were taken to Rajasthan. So the king there of Rajasthan, his daughter, she was severely dedicated to the devotion of serving this deity Madan Mohan. But a problem had arisen. She had come of age and she was to be married. So the king arranged a very, very suitable prince to marry this princess. But the princess was not really interested in marrying anyone besides Madan Mohan. So what happened was that she told her father that she will only go to her marital home if she can take Madan Mohan with her. But her father was very attached and he didn't want to send the deity. So he made a pact. He said that tomorrow morning, if you're, by the dint of your devotion, if you can identify the correct deity as Madan Mohan, then that means he will come with you to Karoli. So the next morning, the father intelligently made duplicates of the deity. And the princess was meant to choose the original deity. The duplicates, as you well can imagine, was identical to the original. But that night, in a dream, Krishna, being purchased by the love of his devotee, he becomes controlled by devotion. What did he do? He came in the dream of the princess and he said, tomorrow morning you can identify me by a fault in my flute. So Krishna's flute, he bent it a little. So the next morning when she was meant to identify the original Krishna, she went through all of the duplicates and she was looking very carefully at the flutes. And sure enough, the one deity's flute was bent. So up until today, at a certain time of the year, a special darshan is awarded to the pilgrims that go to visit Madan Mohan in Karoli, and you can see that his flute would be bent. That is actually the reciprocation Krishna affords out of his good and sweet character to being purchased by devotion. His dress is very sweet. So when Krishna enters Vrindavan after his day in the cow pastures, what happens is that he actually he enters the pastures and his turban is tilted to the side. He has like a side turban. And this is because the Srila Kavi Karnapur explains that it's tilted to the one side. Why? Because he's been rubbing his head against the side of his favorite cow. So when you see Krishna's turban, Krishna having a side turban, that's a very nice meditation. The reciprocation of Govinda, Gopal with his favorite cow leaves him in such a state. Then he has these flowers. His face is encircled by locks of black hair. And then when his face is encircled by locks of black hair, and all of the dust, the reddish dust from the hooves of the calves are in his well-oiled hair. See, when Krishna wakes up in the morning, some cowherd boys come to help Mother Yasoda dress him. And they scent his hair with aguru-flavored oil. Right? So the aguru-scented oil is applied on Krishna's curly locks, and then it's tied in a top knot, sometimes in a turban, and then he's sent off for grazing. So when he's returning, those locks of hair, black hair, have a tinge or a highlight of red from the dust from the hoof print of the cows, and it really enhances his beauty. So what happens is that he enters, and there's a ketaki, there's flowers on his turban, or sometimes on his top knot. And the pollen from those flowers fall onto his soft, shiny cheeks. And it brings about a new radiance, increasing the sweetness and attractiveness of Krishna's beautiful face. Then it's explained that he wears a very, very striking yellow dhoti, which reminds him of his favorite personality, Srimati Radharani, who is like the color of molten gold in complexion. So his dress is very sweet, and much can be said about his dress in different pastimes and rasas, etc. So in the Jaiva Dharma, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, "Behold that ever youthful boy, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, dressed as a cowherd boy with his eyes like lotus petals. His complexion is that of a fresh monsoon clouds, and his aura shines more dazzling than a lightning bolt. He wears a bright gold yellow dhoti lower garment. His two-handed form is most exquisite. He is omniscient, and a garland of wild flowers adorns his chest. Anyone who meditates upon this wonderful form of the Lord is immediately released from the shackles of samsara." So you have to create your picture according to this description, and keep it locked within the inner core of your very being. So his belly folds are very sweet. It's explained in the Srimad Bhagavatam that Krishna's belly, at the end of Brahma's night, the creation again takes place, and the living entities reserved within the belly of the Lord are let loose to play their respective parts as if being awakened from a deep slumber. Since the living entities are never destroyed, the annihilation of the material world does not annihilate the existence of the living entities, but until the liberation is attained, one has to accept one material body after another again and again. So at that time, when we have not yet made it back to Godhead, the Lord inhales and these Jiva Atmas then reside within his belly until it's time for them to come out again when the creation comes about again. His movements are very sweet. So when Krishna and Balaram, who are actually as if they are one person, when Krishna and Balaram actually move together, Mother Yasoda sees these two people moving together, Krishna and Balaram, and she thinks to herself, is this an emerald, a precious emerald? Because when they intertwine or hug each other, it's as if an emerald and a crystal are intertwining together. Why? Because Balaram's body is as white as crystal and Krishna's body is as dark as an emerald. Then sometimes she looks at these two boys and she thinks, is this a monsoon cloud, a dark, newly formed monsoon cloud? And a white moonbeam is actually coming through these clouds. Because she cannot fathom the beauty of these two astoundingly sweet, beautiful beings that are playing in her courtyard. Sometimes she looks at these two boys and she thinks, is it perhaps that a white lotus is intertwining with a blue lotus in my yard? And sometimes she thinks, perhaps it's a white swan that is gliding on the icy blue waters of the Yamuna. But in actual fact, it is none other than Krishna and Balaram. Sometimes Mother Yasoda, she looks at these two and she thinks, the white looks like moonlit in the darkness of night. And then sometimes she thinks to herself, when she sees Krishna and Balaram embracing each other, she says, it looks that perhaps a blue jewel of great value has taken refuge in a white conch shell that is tinged with pink. Such is the beauty of Krishna and Balaram in the eyes of Mother Yasoda. So that brings us to the conclusion of today's second session. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
So let us, in conclusion, just recap. Chapter 1 is Make Shri Krishna your charioteer. Chapter 2, Surrender to Shri Krishna. Chapter 3, Accept Krishna as Yagneshwar. Chapter 4, Knowledge about Krishna, cultivate knowledge about Krishna. Chapter 5, Accept Krishna as the supreme enjoyer. And chapter 6, Make Krishna the center. So this is how, and we also mentioned that you could replace, make the holy name your charioteer, surrender to the holy name of Krishna, accept the holy name as Yagneshwar, cultivate knowledge of the holy name, accept the holy name as the supreme enjoyer, and make the holy name the center. So you could also apply that on the holy name, because the holy name is non-different from Krishna. And spiritual life, in conclusion, is an exciting journey. It starts with Bhagavad Gita, it goes to Srimad Bhagavatam, it goes through Chaitanya Charitamrita, and as we're progressing, our heart is becoming cultivated, our heart is becoming nurtured. By hearing the glories of and pastimes of Krishna, our heart is also becoming purified. And one day, All these descriptions that Madri has shared, Krishna will reveal, we will get darshan in our heart of Krishna, Balaram, etc. And then these descriptions become real because we'll be able to experience them in our heart. Thank you. So tomorrow we'll continue with session 3. And just a reminder for those that weren't yesterday, we'll email the link for Chaitanya Life Academy where you can join for free. And in there we have a systematic chapter by chapter, more detailed course on the Bhagavad Gita. So you can obviously go through that on your own time. We are covering an overview with Krishna's sweetness and a focus on Krishna. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a safe journey home. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Giribardhari Jaya Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Giribardhari Jaya Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tiva Vanachahi Yamuna Yamuna Tiva Vanachahi Jaya Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Radha Natha Radha Radha Natha Radhe. Jaya Nitai Gaura Hare Nitai Gaura Hare Gaura Hare. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Go Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Om Vishnuvapanam Ham Sabarivajikacharya Stotra Sutta Shindavange Sabhochana Bhaktana Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai ISKCON Foundacharya Devange Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Om Vishnuvapanam Ham Sabarivajikacharya Stotra Sutta Shindavange Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Goswami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananda Gauri Vaishnavanda Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Se Koshi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopi Goswami Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Navadip Dham Ki Jai Mayapur Dham Ki Jai Ganga Maya Ki Jai Yamuna Maya Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Tulsi Devi Ki Jai Samaveta Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai Nitai Gopramnande. All glorious assembled devotees, all glorious assembled devotees, all glorious assembled devotees, all glories, Shri Guru and Shri Guranga, all glories Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai. Hare Krishna. So let us cover the Mangala Charan. Om Jnanatimi Vandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhe Vacha Patitanam Pavinebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Vishnu Badaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesa Sunyavadi Paschatade Satarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. All right, let's do a quick quiz. So we've given you a clue for each one. All right, so there's your clue there. Chapter 1 instructed us on, yes, the charioteer. Make Krishna the charioteer. Chapter 2, surrender, white flag. Chapter 3, yes, accept Krishna as Yagneshwara, offering everything to him. Chapter 4, transcendental knowledge, cultivate knowledge of Krishna. Oops. Right, I try to get a picture there. The enjoyer, make Krishna the supreme enjoyer. Accept him as the supreme enjoyer. And put Krishna in the center. Right, so we can remember. So we're going to cover the middle 6 chapters, starting with 6, 7, and 8. And these middle 6 chapters is really what Krishna wants to share with us. The knowledge that is in the middle 6 is what Krishna really wanted to share. But he couldn't start from chapter 1 because he doesn't know who's going to enter into the Bhagavad Gita. In order to protect this knowledge that's in the middle 6 chapters, Krishna puts the first 6 chapters and the last 6 chapters as the top and bottom of a sandwich. The middle part is what's important of a sandwich. And that's the middle 6 chapters. Yes, there's knowledge that's there in the first 6 chapters that's important, but all the other chapters besides the middle 6 chapters, like you'll find in chapter 7, Krishna doesn't wait for Arjuna to ask a question or a doubt. Because now he's so excited, Krishna just starts to pour out his heart and knowledge about himself. So these middle 6 chapters are extremely wonderful. And just a point to note that even though Bhagavad Gita is an introductory book, introductory scripture, it's like a undergraduate study of spiritual life, or you could say a graduate study of spiritual life, still the Bhagavad Gita is non-different from Krishna. And therefore, if you had to, Prabhupada says, if you study all 18 chapters every single day, Every single day you'll get something new. Because that's the nature of the Bhagavad Gita. It's not like, oh yeah, I read Bhagavad Gita. Oh, I did Gita week last year, so it's okay. I know Bhagavad Gita. Nope, nobody can know Bhagavad Gita because Bhagavad Gita is Krishna and nobody can know Krishna completely. Therefore, if you have to read it again and again and again and again for eternity, it will never ever be the same book. Because it is Krishna. So chapter 7, knowledge of the Absolute. So the summary of this chapter: on Kurukshetra's sacred ground, where warriors convene, Krishna imparts wisdom profound and truths unseen. Understand me, he says, without a doubt, and you'll grasp the essence of what life's about. 4 types of people Krishna does reveal. Approach him in life's turning wheel. 2 are righteous and 2 are not, but all in some way seek his lot. The distress, the seeker of knowledge true, the desire of wealth, the inquisitive too. But all of these the man of wisdom find, engage in devotional service is truly divine. Krishna tells Arjuna, his friend so dear, only by undivided devotion can I appear in my original transcendental form, unaffected by mundane norms. He speaks of his material and spiritual energies and his superior nature that never ages. Everything in the world, he makes it clear, springs from these 2 natures here. Those who are deluded by material nature's play cannot understand him hidden away. Those who are wise, free from doubt, can see him as the cause inside and out. Krishna, the taste of water, the light of the sun, the syllable Om, the sound of a drum. Of seasons he is the flower-bearing spring, in virtues he is the righteous they bring. He is death and birth, creation and more, the seed-giving Father, the cosmic law. This knowledge, he says, is but a spark. This knowledge, he says, is but a speck of his infinite glory and endless track. Thus ends the 7th, a chapter of light, illuminating the Absolute's eternal might. Krishna's wisdom, profound and deep, is a treasure for all to seek and keep. So Lord Krishna, clearly in this chapter, is making the point that he is the ultimate truth. So if we take shelter of Krishna as the ultimate truth, then the benefit. Upon Kurukshetra's hallowed battleground, Krishna shares wisdom profound and sound. Arjuna, fortunate, accepts with grace Krishna as the ultimate truth, the sacred brace. People approach him in diverse ways, in distress, in search, or wealth to raise. Yet Arjuna, the blessed, stands apart, for Krishna's truth is etched in his heart. O conqueror of wealth, Krishna gently imparts, there is no truth beyond me in all hearts. Like pearl on a thread, all things rest on me. Understand this, sets the spirit free. Arjuna, the warrior, in devotion immersed, accepts this truth. He is well versed. In this knowledge he finds his peace. His doubts and fear find their release. Blessed is Arjuna. In this holy discourse, his acceptance of Krishna, the ultimate source. He sees beyond the material veil, uncovering the truth without other fails, where others fail. And we, like Arjuna, can share this boon under the sun or beneath the moon, accepting Krishna as the ultimate truth, in youth or age, in wisdom or in sooth. This acceptance, like a guiding light, can lead us through life's darkest night. Just as Arjuna on the battlefield stood, guided by Krishna in brotherhood, so let us embrace this wisdom divine. Let Krishna's truth in our hearts shine. For in this acceptance we shall too find eternal peace and a tranquil mind. Thus ends the tale of the 7th chapter of life's greatest truth and what comes after. Accepting Krishna as Arjuna did is the key to life. No truth is hidden. So, accepting Krishna as the ultimate truth. And Krishna in this chapter says, Mata parataram nanyat kinchidasti dhananjaya mai sarvam idam proktam sutre mani gana iva. O conqueror of wealth, there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me as pearls are strung on a thread. And this brings to mind, Krishna is the absolute and the ultimate truth. There is no truth higher than Krishna. And I remember in science class, when the discovery of the atomic structure was presented, was finalized. And I was there in primary school, and they said, we've discovered the atomic structure. It's like a billiard ball or a plum, solid. And there was like excitement. Wow, we've discovered the atomic structure. We know the atom. And we accepted that's the truth. Then after a few years, they said, actually, we've discovered even more. That it's not just like a billiard ball. Now it's like a raisin bun. So then the model of the atom changed. So then I was thinking, well, if this is the truth, then what did I study a few years ago? Okay, maybe this is the truth. So then I accepted that truth. And a few years later, more investigation was done, and then they said, no, it's not like a raisin bun also. And they came about Rutherford's model. And I was thinking, well, then what was the first year, and then what was the second year, and now the truth is changing. If truth is changing, it can't be true. And how far can this continue? Because it did continue. Then we had the planetary model, and now we have the quantum model, and it's still getting investigated, which means there's going to be further models coming up, which implies that yes, they're sharing truths, but it is relative truths that they're sharing according to time, according to the instruments, according to the scientists. They're sharing relative truths. And relative truths, just like your home is a certain color. That color of your house is a relative color. Why? Because many years ago that house may not have existed, which means the color of the house wasn't existing. And in future, that house may be painted again, and therefore the color will change. So it's a relative color. Krishna, he's the absolute truth, the ultimate truth. Meaning, Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. He was the personality of Godhead. He is the personality of Godhead, and he will be the personality of Godhead. He's not going to change. And when you get the absolute ultimate truth, that foundation is absolutely solid. It gives you that confidence, that peace, that strong foundation. Because you know that it's never going to change. That's why you'll see when Srila Prabhupada speaks, he speaks with confidence. There's no, I think, maybe, possibly Krishna is God. I mean, they say Krishna is God. It could be. No, it's not like that. Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead, full stop. With full confidence. Because why? He's the absolute truth. And in this chapter, Krishna says that everything rests upon him. Just as pearls are strung on a thread. When pearls are strung on a thread, you may not see the thread. Just like sometimes we have neck beads. You see that you can see all the beads, but you can't see the string. So Krishna, he is maintaining, sustaining every aspect of creation. Behind everything we see is Krishna. And this chapter, Krishna also shares different aspects of him being everywhere. Chapter 8. Attaining the Supreme. In chapter 8, Krishna speaks of the divine, the path of eternal, the truth so sublime, the nature of action, the spirit, the mind, the meaning of sacrifice in knowledge we find. He speaks of the death, the final thoughts, power, how it shapes the soul's journey beyond the final hour. If one departs the mortal form with the Lord in thought, one achieves his divine realm as in sacred text taught. The day of Brahma, 1,000 ages it holds, and the night is the same, in the scripture it's told. From the unmanifest, all beings are born, into unmanifest again at night they dawn. Yet higher than the day and night of Brahma's span is the eternal spiritual realm, beyond mortal man. Those who reach it return not to mortal shores. In that imperishable kingdom they dwell forevermore. So remember the Purusha, the ancient divine. Meditate on the Lord, let your thoughts on him align. With devotion and discipline, hold him in sight, and attain the supreme goal in his eternal light. So in this chapter, Lord Krishna tells us that he is the ultimate object of meditation. We want to meditate. If, like we find so many people, they talk about meditation. And there's so many varieties and forms of meditation. People meditate on light, people meditate on candles, people meditate on so many things. But the highest form of meditation is Krishna. Again, if you connect it to an ultimate truth, the ultimate truth never changes, and there's nothing beyond that. That's the ceiling. Right? Humanity likes to discover more and more and more. The beauty of Krishna is that once you discover Krishna, there's nothing beyond Krishna to discover. Although beyond Krishna is Lord Chaitanya, because even Krishna, he's complete with incompleteness as well. He also has something that's incomplete, because you can't have the ultimate to not have incompleteness. Krishna is complete and is also incomplete. And Lord Chaitanya completes Krishna with the incompleteness that he, as Supreme Personality of Godhead, he can experience everything besides one thing that makes him incomplete. Why? Because he's the Supreme Lord and we are all his servants. So if he's the Supreme Lord, he has experience of everything supreme. But he doesn't have experience of what it means to be a devotee, because he's God. So that makes him incomplete, which is wonderful, because then it makes him complete. And in order to experience what it means to be a devotee, he expands and comes as Lord Krishna. Takes the form of, he comes as Lord Chaitanya, as a devotee. And then as a devotee, now he can experience what it means to be a devotee of himself. And therefore, he's complete. So, Krishna is the ultimate, nothing beyond. Similarly, people meditate and they get some benefit. But as their consciousness evolves, they come to another level of meditation. And they meditate on something else. And then their consciousness goes higher, and then they meditate on something else. Eventually, they'll have to keep meditating and going higher and higher and higher. But when you come to meditate on Krishna, you have reached the climax, the epitome, the ultimate form of meditation. And the beauty of meditating on Krishna is that it includes the result of every form of meditation that exists. And not only the result of meditation, the result of every process, every sacrifice, every ritual, every form of penance, every sacred act that is recommended in every scripture, you get simply by thinking and meditating on Krishna. Why would anyone else consider meditating on anything else? The only reason why someone would not want to meditate on Krishna when Krishna says, I'm the ultimate form of meditation, is because of envy. Or why him? Who's he? Why should I worship him? Jai Shri Shivaravanath ki, Jai Shri Mahaprabhu ki, Jai. So Arjuna, he's blessed. Why? Because he's meditating on Krishna. In chapter 8, the dialogue divine between Krishna and Arjuna, wisdom does enshrine on life, on death, on the eternal soul, on the supreme that makes existence whole. Death, says Krishna, is but a passage, and the last thought shapes the soul's voyage. But Arjuna, blessed, need not worry or dread, for his thoughts are always on Krishna, as he said. For one who remembers me without deviation, I am easy to obtain through constant adoration. Thus Arjuna's fortune lies in this sacred verse, his underlining devotion, his love so diverse. Brahma's day and night 1,000 ages long, yet beyond it lies a realm where souls belong. Those who reach it return not to this mortal play. In that eternal kingdom they forever stay. Arjuna the fortunate has shown the way to think of Krishna each moment of the day. And we too can follow this enlightened path, reaping the reward of divine love's aftermath. Remember the Lord without cease, without falter, and watch life's troubles simply alter. For those who embrace this devotional service attain the supreme, fulfilling life's purpose. So let us strive, like Arjuna, to remember the Lord in our hearts, the eternal ember. And just like him in devotion immersed, we too shall quench our spiritual thirst. In the 14th verse of the 8th chapter, Krishna says, Ananya cheta satatam yomam smarati nit saya tasyaham sulabha partha nitya yuktasya yogina. For one who always remembers me without deviation, I am easy to obtain, O Saunaprita, because of his constant engagement in devotional service. So we should make Lord Krishna the ultimate object of our meditation. One time, Arjuna and Lord Krishna, they traveled very, very far for some service. And after the long journey, they traveled back to Dwarka. So both Arjuna and Krishna arrived in Dwarka, exhausted after the long journey. And Krishna told Arjuna, you go to the guest quarters and take some rest. I'll just go see attend to some needs, and then we'll have lunch. So then Arjuna went to the guest quarters and he started taking rest. Krishna, at lunchtime, went to go see Queen Rukmini, Queen Satyabhama, and found, asked if everything is ready. I think first was Queen Rukmini. Everything ready? Yes, lunch is ready, and you can take lunch. And Krishna said, no, I don't want to take lunch. We have a guest, and the guest must eat first. So go to the guest quarters and bring Arjuna. Then we'll have lunch. So Queen Rukmini goes to the guest quarters, and she comes into the guest quarters where Arjuna was taking rest. And as soon as she comes into the quarters and she sees Arjuna, she's astounded. She sees Arjuna sleeping fast asleep. But from his pause, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna is resounding. Every pore of Krishna is chanting the name of Krishna. And Queen Rukmini, hearing this, becomes so mesmerized by this chanting of Arjuna's bodily pause of Krishna's name that she could not resist herself but to participate in the kirtan. So she started clapping and chanting Krishna's names together with Arjuna's pause chanting Krishna's names, and forgot about lunch. Krishna's waiting and waiting and waiting, wondering what happened to Rukmini, and Satyabhama comes on the scene. And Krishna says, Satyabhama, can you please go see? I didn't call, what's happening with Rukmini. I sent to see if bring Arjuna. So then Satyabhama goes. Satyabhama comes into the room. She sees Rukmini like in a trance, clapping and chanting. And then she looks at Arjuna and she hears the kirtan coming from Arjuna's paws. And she gets mesmerized by the whole situation. And she starts chanting. So she's in kirtan, Rukmini is in kirtan, and Arjuna sleeping, he's in kirtan, his paws are chanting. And Narad Muni comes to visit Krishna. And Narad Muni greets Krishna and says, how's everything? Krishna says, well, you're just in time, we're going to have lunch. But I don't know where Satyabhama is, I don't know where's Rukmini, they went to go call Krishna, can you just please locate them and find them? So then Narad Muni goes and he comes to Arjuna's room. And when Narad Muni comes into Arjuna's room, he sees Rukmini clapping and chanting, Satyabhama in kirtan, mesmerized. And then he hears Arjuna's kirtan coming from his paws. And Narad Muni cannot help himself, and he takes his veena and starts chanting and gets mesmerized into the kirtan. And after a while, Krishna is wondering, something's not right. I think I have to go. So then Krishna comes. And when Krishna comes into the room, he notices this kirtan. Everybody is completely engrossed in this kirtan. And then he notices and hears his holy name being chanted by Arjuna while Arjuna is sleeping. And Krishna's heart just melts. That just see how attached Arjuna is. That even while he's sleeping, his paws are chanting my names. And Krishna is so happy. Krishna goes and he starts to massage Arjuna's lotus feet. As soon as he starts massaging Arjuna's lotus feet, Arjuna wakes up and sees Krishna and says, Krishna, what you doing? And then he sees the whole team here. He says, what's happening here? What are you all doing here? And then Krishna tells Arjuna that while you were sleeping, your paws were reverberating my holy name. Just see, you're such a dear devotee, dear friend of mine. Krishna embraces him, and then they all go for lunch. So, this is a beautiful example to think of Krishna. Throughout the day, this is what we want to do. We want to contemplate. And the more you practice, the more you remember Krishna's pastime, Krishna's name, Krishna's instructions, Krishna's glories. Then slowly one becomes attached. One becomes purified and attached. So this is the ultimate form of object of meditation. Chapter 9. This chapter is the climax, the epitome, the middle of the Bhagavad Gita. So therefore this chapter is also very, very wonderful. And in this chapter also the last verse is basically, so 9 is the middle of the 18 chapters. Therefore it's the most important. And of the 9th chapter, the last verse is the middle, you could say, of the whole, all the instructions that Krishna wants to impart. So also very beautiful chapter, most confidential knowledge. In the 9th discourse of the sacred song, Krishna, the Lord, explains truth so strong. The secret of life, the mystic's delight, is revealed to those who seek his light. He tells that all beings in him reside. Though he stands apart, in his divine pride. I am the source, he proclaims with grace, of all that exists in this vast space. Yet, many fail to see his divine form, engrossed in the material, the earthly norm. Blinded by ignorance, they disdain the eternal truth they can't ascertain. But those devoted to him in love are blessed with wisdom from above. Engaging in his service with hearts aflame, they are guided to the ultimate aim. To them the Lord reveals his divine essence, and they perceive his omnipresence. Blessed are they in their divine quest. In Krishna's love, they find eternal rest. Thus speaks the 9th chapter, a sacred treasure, a guide to life and its eternal pleasure. In Krishna's words, we find the key to unlock the door of life's mystery. So this chapter is instructing us, Shri Krishna is your best friend. Make Krishna and accept Krishna as your best friend. In the 9th chapter, truth profound unfolds. As Krishna to Arjuna, his wisdom holds. A verse of equality and divine grace reveals the path to God's embrace. I envy not, nor favor any soul. To all beings I am impartial and whole. Yet he who serves me with devotion true becomes my friend, and I his friend anew. Arjuna, blessed with wisdom rare, accepts Krishna's friendship without compare. In this choice he finds his greatest gain, a bond beyond the worldly plane. For in this friendship divine and pure, Arjuna finds guidance ever sure. Through battle fears and doubts untold, Krishna's words his spirit uphold. And we like Arjuna can choose this way, to serve the Lord in devotion each day. For in this verse a promise shines bright, Krishna's friendship awaits, a guiding light. To follow this path brings blessing untold, inner peace and wisdom to unfold. Like Arjuna, we too can find a friendship that transcends all mankind. So let us learn from Arjuna's choice, and in devotion raise our voice. For in Krishna's friendship we'll surely see the path to joy and eternity. Srila Prabhupada in a letter says, please go on chanting Hare Krishna, as you are doing now. And this very chanting will give you all peace and prosperity both in this life and the next. Never expect any good from the so-called society, friendship and love. Only Krishna is the genuine friend of all living beings, and it is He only who can give us all benedictions. The more you advance in Krishna consciousness, chanting Hare Krishna, the more you will become spiritually advanced and happy in all respects. So Krishna is there. He's waiting for us to develop a friendship with Him. And just like a friend, you reveal your heart to your friend, you speak to your friend, you tell him your problems. He's always there to guide you, to console you. Krishna is also there. We should speak to Krishna. We can share our realizations, we can share our problems, because Krishna is a person. And Krishna's friendship, like Arjuna being a friend of Krishna, that friendship again is eternal. It's not bound by the time factor that controls all the relationships in this world. In this world we may have strong friendships, but eventually either time will separate or time will destroy that relationship. But Krishna, He's eternally there. You as a spiritual being are eternally there, and therefore that relationship is eternal. We find a beautiful example of Gopakumar. Gopakumar ends up in this material world, and he's a friend to Krishna. And his journey is described from one position to another position, from one planet to another, from one situation to another, and finally after meeting his spiritual guide, perfecting his life, he reaches the spiritual world. Just like we all have an eternal relationship with Krishna, and somehow or other we have fallen into this material world, and we're moving from one situation to another, from one body to another, from one family to another, from one species to another, from one planet to another, from one universe to another. And no matter where we go, we are never ever satisfied. Why? Because we have not found Krishna. He is that person that everyone is looking for. And when you start finding Krishna and you start reviving, resuscitating that relationship, now you start becoming satisfied. And finally, when you perfect your spiritual journey, you return home, just like Gopakumar. And Gopakumar returned home in the spiritual world, and it was the sun was about to set, and he was coming into the forest, and he noticed all the residents of Vrindavan looking in one direction. He saw all the trees, all the birds, all the animals all looking in one direction. And he came there and he asked them, where am I? And none of them responded because they were simply absorbed and waiting for Krishna. And then at a distance, they saw the dust of Vrindavan. And they were getting excited. And Gopakumar was noticing. And then Krishna, who was coming, his eyes fell on Gopakumar. And in the spiritual world, Gopakumar's name is Sarupa. So when Krishna saw Sarupa, Krishna shouted, "Sarupa, is that you? Sarupa, is that you?" And then Sarup looked at Krishna and he said, "Krishna, is that you?" And they both ran towards each other. They ran towards each other and they embraced each other after a long separation. And as soon as they embraced each other, they both fainted in ecstasy to the ground, falling and bathing in their tears. The rest of the coward boys in the village is wondering, what happened here? So they all ran to the scene. Gopakumar or Sarup got up first. And he looked at Krishna and he saw Krishna is lying down. And then the coward boys, they came. And they said, "Who are you? What have you done to our Krishna?" You put a spell on Krishna or something. What have you done with? And Balram comes and he says, "Are you Sarupa?" "Yes." "Oh, wonderful." And Balram said, "Just see, Sarupa is back, Sarupa is back. Our friend's back." And then Balram tells Sarupa, "Please chant Krishna's name in Krishna's ears." So then he chants in Krishna's ears and Krishna awakens. And Krishna is very excited. He hugs Sarupa. He says, "Come, let's go. We're going to take lunch. We're going to take prasad together." So then they take prasad. Is your mic on? Switch it off. So then they take prasad. And Mother Yashoda is serving prasad. Srimati Radhavani, the coward girls are there. And Krishna, he eats prasad with Sarupa, and Sarupa is there. In fact, Sarupa is actually part of Srimati Radhavani's family, Sri Ram's family. So they related. So then Krishna sits him, they serve Krishna prasad, Krishna eats something, and he says, "This is not nice." And Radhavani cooked. So Krishna, when he says, "This is not nice," he's trying to tease Radhavani. Because obviously Radhavani is anxious and she's cooking and she was hoping to please Krishna. Now Krishna says, "This is not nice. Sarup, you take this." So in this way, Krishna, every time Krishna is eating, he says, "No, that is nice. You take this. You have this because it's your family. It's your lineage. They cooking. They don't cook nice. You have." So Sarup gets all the prasad, and then Sarup takes. He bites on the prasadam and he just goes into bliss because this is nectar cooked by Radhavani. And he says, "This is the most nectarian feast I've ever eaten." So when you go to the spiritual world, This is how Krishna becomes excited. Krishna faints when he sees you returning back home. It's not, impersonal. Krishna is very personal. Krishna is excited. Krishna is very happy. So this is the journey that we can look forward to, of also returning back in Krishna's arms. So if we make Krishna our friend, Krishna will always be there, waiting for us eternally. All right, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So now we will continue with our verse 3, the Emperor of Sweetness.
Hare Krishna. Slide change. So I'm depending on you to be good chorus. Adaram Maduram Vadanam Maduram Nayanam Maduram Hasidam Maduram. Hridayam Maduram Gamanam Maduram Maduradipate Akilam Maduram. Vachanam Maduram Charitam Maduram Vasanam Maduram Valitam Maduram. Chalitam Maduram Ramitam Maduram Maduradipate Akilam Maduram. Venur Madura Renur Madura Panir Madura Pado Madura. Nrityam Maduram Sakyam Maduram Maduradipate Akilam Maduram. His flute is sweet, his foot dust is sweet, his hands are sweet, his feet are sweet, his dancing is sweet, his friendship is sweet, everything is sweet about the Emperor of Sweetness. So one of the very, very fine gifts that Srila Prabhupada has given us in our lives is that every morning in temples around the world we chant a certain prayer. What is that prayer? That prayer is a glorification of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the flute player. Venam kvan vatam govindam adipurusham tamaham bhajami. Venam kvan vatam aravinda dalayataksham Barahavatam Sunam Sitam Buddha Sodaranga Kandarpakoti Kameniya Vishishashobham Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami. And it translates into, I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is adept in playing on his flute, with blooming eyes like lotus petals, with head bedecked with peacock feather, and a figure of beauty tinged with the hue of blue clouds, and his unique loveliness charming millions of cupids. What a beautiful picture to start our day. So every morning the devotees chant this at around 7 a.m. in every temple around the world. So Krishna, he has 3 things, according to the nectar of devotion. There are 3 things that are most dear to Lord Krishna. Any guesses from those that are present? These devotees? Yes, but the 3 things from the nectar of devotion: flute. Okay, but not in this time. Is Gunjamala. So he wears a necklace of Gunjamala. So here in KwaZulu-Natal, you would find, I know because I grew up here, there are little red and black beads that are called lucky beads. So your mother would have told you, don't put it in your mouth. So that is actually Krishna's favorite bead. It's called Gunjamala, right? So there's an art of making Gunja necklaces. You pluck it from the tree, and then there's an art of threading them. And then Krishna can wear ornaments on his ears, shark-shaped ornaments made out of Gunjamala. He wears decorations on his turban sometimes with Gunjamala. So, but he likes wearing one around his neck. So if you get those beads, you know what to do. It's a good offering for Lord Krishna. So Gunjamala, what was the first one? His flute, Gunjamala, and the third one? Peacock feather. Well done, Mataji. So, these 3 things are actually Krishna's dearmost and most favorite things: peacock feather, Gunjamala, and his flute. Now, as far as his flute is concerned, it is said that the vibration of this wonderful instrument is able to break the meditation of great sages. Krishna was thus challenging Cupid by advertising his transcendental glories all over the world. There are 3 kinds of flutes used by Krishna. One is called Venu, one is called Murali, and the third is called Vamsi. Venu is a very small flute, not more than 6 inches long, with 6 holes for whistling. Murali is about 18 inches long. That's 3 times the size of the first flute, right? And with holes at the end and 4 holes on the body of the flute. This kind of flute produces a very enchanting sound. So Krishna is not just any boring flute player. He knows the art of playing on different flutes. He also knows the melody that will enchant different people at different times. So he uses the flute sometimes to call the cows. He uses the flute, playing on the 5th note of the flute to attract the minds of certain gopis. And when Krishna sends a message via his flute playing, only those people or entities that are intended to hear that sound will hear the sound, and nobody else will hear it. So it's a very wondrous and mysterious personality, and so is his paraphernalia. The Vamsi flute is about 15 inches long with 9 holes on its body. Krishna used to play on these 3 flutes occasionally when they were needed. Krishna has a longer Vamsi which is called Mahananda or Samohini. It's explained on the Samohini flute there are jewels. When it is still longer, it's called Akarshani. When it is even longer, it's called Anandini. The Anandini flute is very pleasing to the cowherd boys and is technically named Vamsuli. These flutes were sometimes bedecked with jewels, and sometimes they were made from marble, and sometimes hollow bamboo. When the flute is made of jewels, it's called Samohini, and it's made of gold, it's called Akarshani. Jai Shri Shri Radharanath Shriman Mahaprabhu Shri Giri Govardhana Ki Jai Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai. So, so Krishna's flute is actually Manohar. Krishna's name is Manohar, but the sound of the flute is Manohar in itself. Why? Because it exercises the greatest thievery. When it enters into the holes of his devotees, the residents of Vrindavan, it steals their minds. So this is the greatest form of thievery, that it will steal their minds. The transcendental sound of the flute will steal their minds from all of their household duties, and they will not be able to focus on it, so they will run in the direction of that flute call. So Krishna uses the flute in many, many ways. The flute is said to be possessing so many contradictions. So in the Srila Krishnadas Kavi Karnapur explains that the flute is actually, although it is devoid of any defects, it has holes in it. Normally, if you have something and it has holes in it, it's defective. But the flute is completely perfect because with its holes. Okay? The flute is very hard. We heard just now that it's either made of marble or it's made of bamboo. It's very, very hard. But it's contradictory, because the sound of that flute has the ability to soften the most hardest heart. It's explained that even though the flute produces its melody or its sound as per Krishna's desire, it silences the other residents of the forest, like the deer, the birds, etc. Because even though the birds and the deer and all the other animals make beautiful sounds by their own natural, instinct, etc., when they hear the flute, they all become so stunned that they fall silent. The flute is said to come from a very good family of the bamboo, like a bamboo family. However, it infects chaste women to become attached to Krishna and give up their family duties. It is from one section parva of a tree, but it initiates hundreds of festivals, parvani. So even though this flute is hollow, it holds a stream of ragas. And each raga, as we said, has a different purpose to accomplish Krishna's mission in performing his pastimes with his devotees. By nature, Krishna's flute is simple and sweet, but according to the mood of the listener, it manifests as nectar to some and poison to others. It causes the river water to freeze solid and hard mountains to melt into rivers of ecstasy. Dead trees spring to life with fresh green leaves. When Krishna enters the forest, even though trees that are already wilting and drying get life from the sound of Krishna's melodious flute playing. Sages fixed in Brahman become restless and agitated among relishable objects, the best thing is the sound of Krishna's flute, which completely maddens one in bliss. It removes the anxiety of all people and stops the movements of birds and animals because they become stunned by the sound of Krishna's flute. Thus, the sound of Krishna's flute is a treasure house of wonders. All glories to the super excellent vibration of Krishna's flute. So, Prabhupada writes in the Bhagavatam, So that was what I was thinking about in terms of Krishna's flute. Then the verse explains Venur Madhuram, and then it Padur Madhuram. I pray that I may someday in some lifetime become just a blade of grass here in Vrindavan, for the grass here is regularly sprinkled with the dust of the gopis' feet. The gopis abandoned both their families and their religious principles, both of which are extremely difficult to give up in order to worship Mukunda, the ultimate objective of all Vedic literatures. So this is a prayer from Uddhava regarding the dust of Vrindavan. We have heard time and time again that the dust of Vrindavan is made of Chintamani gems or wish-fulfilling gems. Okay? Now, the dust of Vrindavan, there's a very popular Vrajabasi song, and in that song it is explained that Vraja Renu, or the dust particles of Vrindavan, are very special. You know for what reason? Because every particle of dust in Vrindavan is chanting the names of Radha. So therefore, we'll find that the Brajbasis, what do? They are always, every now and then, picking up some dust and putting it into their mouths, right? Because that dust is imbued with the Bhakti Shakti of Srimati Radharani, who is known different from her name. So whenever we go to Vrindavan, Srila Prabhupada advised that just like Akrura, we should just like Akrura did when he entered Vrindavan, he rolled in, you get off your chariot and you roll in the dust. That's the first thing you do to respect the Vraja Renu, or the dust of Vrindavan. So this dust of Vrindavan is very, very soft, very much like talcum powder. You know, baby powder that we find, that softness. If you have never been to Vrindavan, the sand or the dust has that soft quality of softness. And if you hold it like that in the sun, you'll see you'll see it sparkling, like, you know, fairy dust that we sprinkle on cakes when we decorate cakes. They have that little sparkle. So the dust of Vrindavan has that. The story goes like this. One day, little Krishna, he wanted to go to graze. So his mother Yasoda, looked at his lotus feet and the soft, delicate, butter-like feet of Lord Krishna that we are all aspiring to take shelter of. She said, Lala, today you'll put on sandals. So she gave him his first pair of sandals to protect his lotus feet, and she gave him a parasol, an umbrella, to protect him from the sunshine. And he said, Maya, if I am to wear sandals, I would like a pair of sandals for each one of my calves. How many hooves? 4 per calf. You know, and she's the queen of Vrindavan, and they have like 900,000 in their herd. And Krishna, he's now the prince of Vraj, little boy being trained to go out and herd the younger calves, and that is what he wants. So then Krishna refused to wear shoes because it was not possible to produce that amount of shoes for all of his dear calves. Am I doing something wrong? So what happens is that the cows, they hear about this. They hear that Krishna has rejected the protection of sandals on his soft lotus feet because of his love for them. Govinda did not want shoes on his feet because his dear cows didn't have. And they too will be pricked by thorns. So at night, they made an arrangement. These cows are no ordinary cows. They went through the entire land of Vrindavan and they smashed all the stones. So they smashed all, that's why the dust is now like talcum powder. That's the love of the cows that have now crushed all of the sand so that the sand will cushion Krishna's lotus feet whereupon he steps. So what happened was that one time the goddess of liberation, she went to Krishna and she said, "My dear Lord Mukunda," who is the ultimate source of liberation, Mukunda. So she said, "My dear Mukunda, I am giving liberation to everybody, but who will liberate me?" And Lord Krishna, he unhesitatingly responded to her. If by some chance even a tiny particle of Vrindavan dust falls upon your head, you will attain liberation also. So that's why, as Gaudiya Vaishnavas, when we go to Vrindavan or we come across Vrindavan dust, we bow to it and make sure that this high head that we hold in pride bows down to that dust of the sacred land. So one time Krishna pretended to have a headache. To glorify his devotees, everything Krishna does is actually to glorify his devotees. So one time he pretended to have a headache and he said that the only cure for his headache is the dust from the lotus feet of his devotees. But the injunction in scripture is that if somebody touches your feet, you can actually go to hell. So when they approached the Brahmanas and so many learned people telling them that Krishna has a headache and he needs this dust from your feet, they said, no, we're not going to do that because, the injunction is like this in scripture. But when Narad Muni went to the Brahmanas' wives, who were simple village women, they unhesitatingly agreed to give Krishna dust. They said, if Krishna wants dust, let's give him dust if that's the only thing he needs. Better Krishna gets cured and we suffer the results, whatever may come to us, but our prime concern is that Krishna becomes relieved of any distress that he is experiencing. So that was the great hearts of devotion of those simple women who Krishna valued as his topmost devotees. And hence we bear the tradition of using that dust as tilak markings on our foreheads. And much can be said in the glories of tilak. There's a verse in the Madhurastikam where tilak will be mentioned also, and then we'll maybe try to include some of that there. So Krishna's foot dust is very, very incredible. You know this pastime? Krishna eats dust of Vrindavan himself. So one time, some Brijbasi kids were doing a play for all of the pilgrims. They regularly do that in Vrindavan. The children get together and they enact some pastime of Krishna for all the people that are going on parikram around that holy land. And in the play, His Holiness Indradumna Maharaj recounts one time he heard the Brijbasi children, via a translator, say, Mother Yasoda, in the drama now, Mother Yasoda is talking to Krishna about his eating of dirt. And Krishna tells Mother Yasoda, Maya, this nectarian taste of Vrindavan dust is not found in butter or milk. because Yasoda Mai said, Lala, why are you eating this dust? I provide the best butter and the best quality of yogurt and milk for you with ardent labor. He says, Maya, this dust is not, the nectarian taste of the Vrindavan dust is not found in butter or milk, neither in the 56 types of food items. Why? Because Krishna values that dust because it's imbued with the dust from the feet of his very dear devotees. The sweetness of these footprints is astounding. When Krishna's footprints are embedded in that soft Vrindavan dust, this is what is said about it. The gopis say, the sweetness of these footprints is astounding. Being stupefied by it, even the bees are falling in the dust. They have rejected flower pollen, but they will not give up the dust of Krishna's feet. Just like great devotees, the bees have become very fortunate and attracted by this attachment. The dust has become blessed by the touch of Govinda's feet, which remove the agony of earth and break the meditations of sober sages. Brahma and Shiva, the goddess Lakshmi, and all the devatas worship these footprints. So bees go for nectar in the flower pollen, but that sweet nectar of the pollen of a flower becomes completely forgotten when they see the sweetness of Krishna's foot dust. Actually, great personalities like Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva have very intelligently planted themselves in Vrindavan to get the dust of Krishna and all his associates upon their heads. Lord Brahma has taken his position as a mountain in Varshana. And that hill is like whitish in color. You'll see that hill is Brahma Parvat. Okay? And then in Nandagam, the place of Lord Krishna's father's palace, Lord Shiva takes his position as a hill there. So all the Vrijbasis can walk on their heads because they understand the value of the dust of Krishna and his intimate associates. So one time, Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj, who you'll find on our first row on our temple altars, the second last photograph. Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj, you see his picture here also, he was a very, very learned personality of his time. And it was well known amidst the community that he had such a high stature as an advanced Vaishnava. However, one day he did something which others found to be quite unique, and it raised their eyebrows, so to speak. Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj asked a sweeper. You know, in Vrindavan you get these people who sweep the streets, physically sweep the streets. So all day that is what they do, that's their occupation. So you can well imagine they're full of dust, they're always dirt, their appearance is always dusty, okay? So he saw one of these sweepers had taken a break and was eating his chapatis at lunchtime. So the Babaji Maharaj approached the sweeper and said, Sahib, can you please give me some chapati? And the man said, Babaji Maharaj, why do you joke like this? I am but a low-class sweeper, and you are a great Vaishnava. You cannot take food from an untouchable like me. Babaji Maharaj begged him. He said, please, it's the only thing that I'm asking for you. Please, can I have a little bit of your chapati? So anyway, the sweeper, didn't want to entertain more begging from this exalted person, so he just gave him some chapati. So Babaji Maharaj took it and he ate it with great relish immediately. So the word got around that he accepted grains from a low sweeper, and hence all of the top people in the society approached Babaji Maharaj and said, Babaji Maharaj, what standard are you setting for the rest of the world to follow that you have accepted the grains from a low-born sweeper? Babaji Maharaj looked at all of these leading intellectuals who were questioning him, and he said, I am sure that you are well versed in the scriptures, and you are well aware that all of the scriptures they ascertain that Vraj Renu, or the dust of Vrindavan, is said to be the highest thing. What to speak of a person who spends his entire day immersed in this dust? He's sweeping the dust, he's breathing this dust, it's going into his body, his whole body is covered in this dust. Is he not living the most auspicious existence? He's constantly rolling in this dust, touching the dust. Every part of his body is but saturated with this fine dust of Vrindavan. Hence, he's the highest of the high. They all bowed their heads down into the dust of Vrindavan after being silenced by that argument. Vrindavan dust ki jai. So, Krishna's feet and hand. Krishna's feet have got a lot of symbols underneath it. Actually, when Krishna was born, you'll find that his hands were constantly closed. He would try to hide the auspicious symbols in his hand so that his mothers and the maids, etc., don't recognize the speciality of his hands. So his hands would always try to, like babies, they keep their hands like closed like that. So Krishna would try to keep his hands hidden like that for a long time. But you can't really hide it because he's Krishna, So on his feet, he has all of these symbols. So what really are these symbols, and how are they applicable to us as aspiring devotees? So one thing that Krishna so I just listed the things that are on his lotus feet. That is the right foot, and that's the left foot. So on the right, so the barley corn in nutritional circles, I should know better. In nutritional circles, it is explained that barley is very, very good source of nutrition for the body. People drink barley water, etc. So barley on the feet of the Lord, it signifies prosperity and the insignificance of our past lives. When you surrender to Krishna, all in history remains history. Krishna is interested in the present and how you progress forth. And the barley corn also is symbolic of spiritual nourishment that comes to an aspirant Vaishnav who takes shelter of the feet of the Lord. Then the disc. Krishna destroys 6 enemies of the devotee and represents the principle of spiritual brilliance. So when there's nothing bothering you, everything is destroyed because you've taken shelter of Krishna, then spiritual brilliance is but available. Upward curving line on Krishna's feet indicates spiritual ascension and the direct path to Krishna. The lotus symbolizes divine love, purity, and the residence of the devotees' minds. Then you get the goad, or the elephant goad. A goad is actually that thing that's used to hook an elephant. When they want it to behave or something, there's a goad that is used to train an elephant. So devotees pray that may the elephant-like mind, my elephant-like mind come under the control of Krishna's lotus feet. It represents control over the mind and spiritual elevation. Flag. The flag on Krishna's lotus feet offers protection and security to the devotees. Thunderbolts. destroys karmic reactions and elevates devotees. Umbrella shields the devotees from material miseries and represents divine protection. So when we say we want to take shelter of Krishna's lotus feet, we can meditate on these things and understand how to apply our prayers to get shelter of Krishna's lotus feet. Octagon. The octagon signifies protection in all directions and access to mystic perfections. The swastika represents auspiciousness and well-being for devotees. Rose apple is that the same as Dutch apple? Okay, the rose apple is on Krishna's feet. It indicates Krishna's feet as the sole object of worship in the cosmic region. The conch shell symbolizes rescue from distress and victory for the devotees. The sky represents Krishna's all-pervading yet unattached nature. The bow signifies freedom from worries and the permanence of devotional service. The calf's hoofprint demonstrates the insignificance of existence for the devotee. The Bhagavatam elaborates on this point, that the material existence, no matter how vast it is, like an ocean, for one who surrenders to Krishna, becomes reduced to the water contained in the hoofprint of a calf, not even a cow. So all the troubles that seem insurmountable become that insignificant when one has Krishna on your side. The glory of surrender. Triangle on Krishna's feet represents freedom from the material modes and Krishna's supreme position. Picture a water pot symbolizes the inexhaustible nectar of devotional service. The half moons signifies his nutrition. I'm just joking. Signifies the fulfillment of devotees' desires and Krishna's superiority. The fish represents devotees' dependence on Krishna and the fulfillment of all their desires. So you don't want to be a fish out of water. You want to stay within the shelter of Krishna's lotus feet in our natural constitutional position. Jivera Swarapoi, Krishnera Natya Das. So this foot dust of Krishna's lotus feet is also glorified. Sorry, this was from the other section. Today, that remembrance of you. Prabhupada wrote this poem, and it's entitled Prayers unto the Lotus Feet of Lord Krishna. So it's a very beautiful song that's actually sung very nicely in our movement by Agnidev Prabhu and Indradumna Maharaj. They sing it in such beautiful tunes. Today, the English translation to it is, today that remembrance of you came to me in a very nice way, because I have great longing, I called to you. I am your eternal servant, and therefore I desire your association so much. O Lord Krishna, except for you, there is no other means of success. So Prabhupada wrote this song while he was on the Jaladuta. And he was praying to Lord Krishna like this. So I thought, how can we have a discussion about Krishna's lotus feet and leave out Prabhupada's prayer that he personally wrote to address to Krishna's lotus feet. So I've just quoted one stanza from it. You can go and read the rest of it. It's such a wonderful meditation. Then Nrityam Maduram. Krishna's dancing is very, very sweet, but Krishna's dancing is also very liberating. Why is it liberating? To curb the pride and arrogance of the Kaliya serpent, Krishna started to dance on his hoods. He first gave a very nice sidelong glance at his devotees and encouraged them with a smile and a sidelong glance, because they were all in anxiety for Krishna's protection. And then he started to dance, and when Krishna started to dance on the 1,000 hoods of the Kaliya serpent, I didn't want to frighten you and give you bad dreams. That's why I didn't put a picture of the serpent. So we'll just remember his beautiful face, okay? But you can hear the pastime. So what happened was that when Krishna was dancing on the Kaliya serpent, on the Kaliya serpent's many hoods, the Kinnaras, the Gandharas, all of the heavenly beings, the demigods, they all came to be part of the whole scene, and they were expert in playing musical instruments. And if Krishna is dancing, we're going to provide the music. So they started to play the best of music, and Krishna, Vanamali Krishna, started to do the Tandava dance on the hoods of the Kaliya serpent. You heard of the Tandava dance? It's the dance Lord Shiva does at the time of destruction. So this was going to be the destruction of the venomous Kaliya serpent, who had committed the offense of poisoning the river Yamuna and affecting the calves and the different residents of Vrindavan that are so dear to Lord Krishna. So Krishna was doing this Tandava dance, and this Tandava dance was so intense that the eyes of the Kaliya serpent started to pop out, and blood started to emanate from different parts of his body. And seeing this, the Kaliya on his own, he could not maintain the fight. He had to, he was dying. But his wives, the Nagapatnis, they approached Krishna with such beautiful prayers, and Krishna, being the gentleman, of course, obliged them. And he spared Kaliya. So Kaliya was not killed but subdued and sent away from Vrindavan. So Krishna's dance is liberating. It liberated his dance, his Tandava dance on the head of the Kaliya serpent liberated him. Then one time Krishna, it was the rainy season, and when it's rainy season, everything nice starts to happen. The flowers that were once dry start to produce new buds, and the trees start to give fruits and flowers, and the peacocks just love it. Because that is the season you'll find them opening up their majestic tails, and they do these beautiful dances with their lovely, heartfelt cries. So when Radharani saw the peacocks like this on the rainy season, she had a desire to dance like a peacock, because she was watching all these beautiful peacocks dancing, and the mood rubbed on. So Radharani had this heart's desire. So Krishna, he knows the heart of Srimati Radharani. So they did a dance, but Krishna told Radharani, "You are the best of singers. You sing better than any cuckoo bird in the whole of Vrindavan. Thousands of cuckoo birds are put to shame by the utterance of your song. So I would like to surrender to you to learn music." So Radharani said, "Okay, tatastu, I shall be your teacher." So then Radharani starts to teach Krishna how to sing musical notes. Now Krishna has a problem, a new problem. He's enjoying the lesson so much. He has the topmost teacher. The season is at his best, and he is so elated by everything. But he has a problem at heart. He's thinking, if I learn quickly, the lesson will end. So he starts to make mistakes just to prolong the lesson. But Radharani caught up with him, and she became very angry. That I'm teaching you something and you're not learning. You're doing it wrong. How many times am I teaching you? You're doing it wrong. So she gets into man, which is anger, feigned anger. So she goes up on one hill, which is known as Man Mandir, and she sulks there. She will not look at Krishna, she will not talk to him. And Krishna is very expert in his intelligence, in breaking her man. So he goes to the opposite hill, and he starts to dance like the peacocks. And he's dancing, and he's dancing, and his dancing is better than the peacocks. And Radharani, the corner of her eye, is watching. And this dance is so beautiful. Krishna's dance is so beautiful that Radharani becomes so enraptured by the beauty of Krishna's dance like a peacock that she gives up her man and she goes and joins the dance. So this pastime of Radha and Krishna dancing like peacocks is actually painted by a blind devotee. This devotee was blind and he heard this pastime. And by hearing this pastime, he saw it in his mind's eye. And Radharani he had this desire to express this to the world. And Radharani appeared in his dream and said to him, I will restore your... I would want you to paint this pastime of Krishna and I dancing as peacocks and give it to the world. So he said, but I am blind materially. She said, if you endeavor sincerely, I will provide everything for you. Imagine you're blind. You never know what the color red ever was. You never know what blue is. You don't know that if you mix red and blue together, you're going to get purple. So he was blind. So Radharani gave him that benediction, and having faith, he went and he started digging the earth, and he found minerals that were the different colors that he could mix up and crush, etc., and make the paints. And he made the painting exactly like Radha and Krishna were dancing, because he was empowered to do so by Radharani. And if you go in Vrindavan up until today to this place called Mor Kutir, you'll see on the wall the picture of that dance of Radharani and Krishna dancing as peacocks. So that dancing is actually quite an incredible thing. So Nrityam Maduram, Sakyam Maduram. Sakyam Maduram is the last one in this verse. Sakyam is friendship. So Krishna's friendship is very sweet to have. The relationship of Sakyam is so sweet. Can you imagine the Pandavas? They're in that relationship with Krishna. You know what happens? When Krishna goes to their palace, Yudhishthir comes out to smell Krishna's hair. So Krishna's hair is scented with a substance called aguru. So in the mornings, Vishal and other cowherd boys, they come to help Mother Yasoda dress Krishna and applies ornaments, makeup, etc. So they burn some smoke with aguru scented oil, and that scents Krishna's hair. So if you ever go to Vrindavan, you should try to buy aguru perfume for your deities or aguru incense, so you get some idea of how Krishna's hair smells. Right? So the aguru, so Yudhishthir does that in his friendship. Then some of his friends, they very playfully, in the mood of friendship, will come from behind and close Krishna's eyes or close his mouth with their hands, etc. And Krishna doesn't think, oh, I'm the Supreme Personality of Godhead. How can you put your dirty hands on my eyes, etc. No, he loves it. He loves the relationship he has in Sakyam with his friends. I'll tell you a quick story, a funny story. There was in Jagannath Puri a friend of Krishna and Balaram, Lord Jagannath and Baladev. Their friend, this devotee's name, is very commonly known in Orissa. His name is Madhav Das. So Madhav Das is a very simple-hearted, innocent-hearted friend of Lord Krishna. So one day, Krishna appeared to him and said, Madhav, come with us. We're going to eat ripe jackfruit. We want to eat ripe jackfruit. Can you help get ripe jackfruit? So here, you're very fortunate you get ripe jackfruit here, right? And that smell is very overwhelming. The taste of it is very sweet. So what happened was that they went, Madhav in his innocence went. Then the farmer heard the commotion of these thieves stealing jackfruit from his tree, and he came out, and Krishna and Baladev ran away, and Madhav got caught. So that's part of friendship, right? So it was his test. He got caught, and when Madhav Das got caught, then he was convicted of thievery, and he told the king, he told them in court, it wasn't my desire to steal jackfruit. It was Krishna and Baladev, and they wanted the jackfruit. And they did some investigation. They found the torn cloth of the deities on the fence there. And then the landowner, he was so taken aback by Madhav Das risking his reputation as an honest Brahmin for Krishna's pleasure and coming to steal jackfruit from his farm. He gave that whole orchard of jackfruit to the deities Jagannath, Baladev and Subhadra. So they like jackfruit, by the way, if you cook for them or if you offer them ripened jackfruit. So a friendship is like that. I think we've come to the time that I have to conclude for today, unfortunately, but there are such lovely and endearing stories about every aspect of Krishna. And like it says at the end, in the refrain of this mantra, that everything is sweet about the Emperor of Sweetness. So the more we try to hear about it, the more we try to keep it in the deepened cause of our very being and constantly remember this personality, will become enchanted and endeared, and nothing else will matter in the world, and we will reach the success of our existence here. So I thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Over to you, Prabhu.
All right, let's do a quick summary. So, first chapter. First chapter, we want to make Krishna our charioteer. Second chapter, we want to surrender to Krishna. Third chapter, we want to offer everything to Krishna as Yagneshwar. Fourth chapter, we want to cultivate knowledge of Krishna. Fifth chapter, stop enjoying, give all enjoyment to Krishna because he's the enjoyer. And by him enjoying, we enjoy. And chapter 6, put him in the center. Right, chapter 7. Scales are generally used by the lawyers. Right, Krishna is the ultimate truth. Just think of law, truth. Okay? Then this one. Right, object of meditation. And that one. Krishna is our best friend. Good. And it's interesting. These verses that we're covering, Krishna is the emperor of all sweetness. It is not just poetic. It's not, like sometimes poets, they create a poem to glorify something that may not be true, because it's a poem. There's some freedom in poetry in creating a poem like that. Krishna does not fall in that category. Everything is sweet about Krishna. There are many, many verses in scripture that says the holy name is the sweetest of all things. Now when we chant the holy name and we eat sugar, which is sweeter? Holy name? When I eat sugar and I chant Hare Krishna, trust me, for me, sugar is definitely sweeter. I can bet my life on that. And why? Because scripture says sugar, the holy name is the sweetest, so it should be sweeter than the sugar. Now, the reason I experience it like that is because I'm afflicted with jaundice. Scripture says, when you are inflicted with the jaundice of ignorance, jaundice of avidya, jaundice of impurity, then when you take sugar, somebody had, I had jaundice in India. It's a very interesting, just quickly tell you, I had jaundice in India, and met one devotee, and she said, your eyes are yellow, looks like you got jaundice, which is a disease of the liver, and bile goes into your blood, and everything becomes yellow. So she said, you need to go see, and we didn't want to go to I don't want to go to the hospital, and, they purify your blood because of the bile, etc. So they said there's actually a Ayurvedic mantra doctor called Shamsaki. If you go to him, he'll extract the bile. So I won't tell you the details, but went there early in the morning. He finished his deity's worship, and in the courtyard, after finishing his puja, he told me to sit in the center. I had my gamsha around, and then he took some water from the tap in a jug, stainless steel jug, gave me a mango bark, and he then asked me to rub the mango bark on my body, and then he threw the water on my head, and as he threw the clean water on my head, the water on the ground was yellow. So my wife was sitting and looking, and I was looking and saying, interesting. And we had to do this few times. So the next day, he was doing his puja behind the screen, behind the curtain, and we had to come for like 2 weeks. So the next day we came, we said, okay, we have to check this out. So I'll open the tap, check the tap, clean water, check the jug, no yellow dye or anything. Looked at a mango bark, all kosher. All right. Second day, all the yellow. Wow. So then after a few days, he says, okay, can you explain what you're doing? Well, he said, very simple. I'm chanting a mantra, and with the mantra, I'm pulling the bile out of your body via your pores, and then I rinse the bile. And the mango bark is just to, like roughage, just to scrub your skin so that the bile doesn't get stuck into your pores because it itches. So that's it. I'm just rinsing and extracting the bile, and with mantra and rinsing. So then we asked him, can you teach us that? Yes, we can teach you. We got mantra for cholera and different other diseases, no problem. So then we arranged a ceremony that I had to go attend to get initiated to learn the mantra. And that day that I had to go to learn the mantra to extract bile, my spiritual master came to Vrindavan. So he was giving the class. The same time I was meant to get initiated into this mantra. So then I couldn't go. And in that class I realized that what to talk about extracting bile. Srila Prabhupada has given us the mantra coming in disciplic succession to extract everything out of your body. All the impurities. And ultimately to give you pure love of Krishna. The Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So I wasn't too bothered that I didn't get mantra to remove bile. Because you can remove bile, but you're still going to have all the other impurities. And you get one disease, then you get another disease. So the solution to all cures is chanting Hare Krishna. So the point was, if you get jaundice and you eat sugar candy, it's very bitter. The sugar candy is sweet, but it's tasting bitter because of the disease. But the only cure is sugar candy. So you keep taking the sugar candy, and slowly the bitterness will reduce because the sugar candy is curing the illness. Similarly, when we hear all of Krishna's instructions, pastimes, etc., it may be bitter. Or it may not, we may not experience it as sweet as it originally is. No problem. Just by hearing, slowly the bitterness, our impurities will get purified more and more. And as we keep hearing and purifying our life, one day when we're completely pure in heart, then we'll really be able to relish the sweetness. And in fact, when we hear these things, we'll faint in ecstasy. So we pray for that opportune moment. For now, we simply try to hear and continue hearing the instructions and glories. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So tomorrow we'll continue with session 4 and same time, and then Saturday, Sunday obviously we'll start at 4 o'clock and we'll do 2 sessions on Saturday, 2 sessions on Sunday. That way we'll complete the verses of the Madhurastikam as well as the Bhagavad Gita. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Jaya Radha Radha Nata Radha Radha Nata Radhe. Jaya Gaura Hare Gaura Hare Gaura Hare Jaya Gaura Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hariba, 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 Nitai Gaura Hariba. Yom Vishwa Paramhamsa Parivachakacharya Stotra Sadashindavange Sabhachan Bhaktina Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. ISKCON Founder Chadavange Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Yom Vishwa Paramhamsa Parivachakacharya Stotra Sadashindavange Srila Bhakti Goswami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavan Ki Jai. Namacha Srila Rastakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Koshi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopikan Sham Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Navadev Dham Ki Jai. Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Ganga Maya Ki Jai. Yamuna Maya Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Tulsi Devi Ki Jai. Samaveta Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. Nitai Gopamanande. All glorious assembled devotees. All glorious assembled devotees. All glorious assembled devotees, all glories, Shri Guru and Shri Guranga, all glories, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Hare Krishna. So welcome to session 4. Let us do the invocation. Om Jnanatmi Vandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Tapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagarjatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitamscha. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute. Tapta Kanchana Gourangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priya. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhuvevacha patitanam pavinebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamiti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesa Sunyavadi Pastatadi Satarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Right, chapter 1 taught us accept Krishna as our charioteer. Chapter 2, surrender to Shri Krishna. Chapter 3, accept Krishna as Yagneshwar. Chapter 4, transcendental knowledge, so cultivate knowledge of Krishna. Chapter 5, Krishna, the supreme enjoyer. Maybe I can put a flute there. Chapter 6, keep Krishna in the center. Right. Chapter 7, accept Krishna as the ultimate truth. Nothing beyond Krishna. It's very soothing to know that Krishna is the end. And that end then just keeps expanding. But at least we know He's the ultimate truth. All truths rest in Him. Oh, chapter 8. Right, object of meditation, ultimate object of meditation. And chapter 9. Shri Krishna is our best friend. Right. So chapter 10, knowledge of the Absolute. In the 10th discourse of the holy verse, Krishna's divine manifestation does he converse. To Arjuna, his friend, he speaks with love of his divine forms in heavens above. I am the sun, says the Lord with grace, and the moonlight and the lights and the moon and the moon's light that lights up space. I am the wind that blows so free, and the water's taste in the endless sea. I am the life in all that lives, and the strength in the strong that selflessly gives. I am the silence in solitude, and the wisdom in the learned multitude. I am the origin, the middle, the end, the eternal seed that the heavens send. I am the heat in fire, the lion's roar, the timeless truth forevermore. Arjuna listens with rapt attention to the Lord's divine revelation. In these words, the truth unfolds of the divine manifestations manifold. Chapter 10, a discourse of divine revelation, unveils the Lord's glory, the source of all creation. In it we find the truth, the eternal key to perceive the divine in all that we see. So in this chapter, Krishna clearly instructs that He is the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from Him. He is the source. In chapter 10, a truth profound unfolds as Krishna to Arjuna, his essence holds. I am the source, the Lord declares with might, of all that exists, both dark and light. Fortunate Arjuna, with wisdom blessed, accepts this truth and puts it to the test. He sees in Krishna the origin divine, of worlds material and spiritual intertwined. In this acceptance, Arjuna finds his way to devotion pure, both night and day. He worships Krishna with all his heart, knowing the Lord as creation start. And we, like Arjuna, can choose this path to see the divine in joy and wrath. For in this verse, a promise clear, wisdom comes to those who hold Krishna dear. To follow his teachings, bring blessings untold, inner peace and purpose to unfold. Like Arjuna, we too can find the source of all within our mind. In seeing Krishna as the root of all, we rise above the worldly thrall. Our hearts engage in service true. Our spirit soars as if anew. So let us learn from Arjuna's choice, and in devotion raise our voice. For in accepting Krishna as the source supreme, we awaken from life's fleeting dream. And in the 8th verse, in Bhagavad Gita, in this chapter, Krishna speaks Bhagavad Gita in 4 verses, Chaturusloki Bhagavad Gita, from 8, 9, 10 and 11. 8, 9, 10, 11, yes. So, Aham sarvasya prabhavo matta sarvam parvartate iti matva bhajante mam buddha bhava samanvita. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who perfectly know this engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. So, what can you tell me about this piece of cake in relation to the source? It's not offered, it doesn't have tools here, okay? What can you tell me about the piece of cake which came from the source, the original cake, the whole cake? It's part of the cake? Okay, good. It's part of the main cake. Anything else? The taste will be the same? Good. Anything? Same ingredients were used? Good. Both have the same decoration? Yes. Both have the same sweet and? Madhurika, you said? The piece is small and obviously the whole is complete. Good. So naturally, if this is the part and you part of the whole cake, then the ingredients, the taste is exactly the same. You can't be different. It's like, let's say this is an orange cake. You can't have lemon taste here. It's not going to work. This will also be orange flavor. So the taste is exactly the same. Why? Because this is part of the whole. It has the same nature. So we also are part of Krishna, because Krishna already made it very clear that he is the source of all the spiritual and material worlds. He also explains that all the energies come from him. So the spiritual energy comes from Krishna. The material energy comes from Krishna. You are also an energy. But you are a spiritual energy that Krishna already explained in Bhagavad Gita. And that means we also come from Krishna. So if we are coming from Krishna as parts of Krishna, it's clear that this is not the whole cake. Because this is a piece of the cake. That means if I'm part of Krishna, I'm part of the whole, it's clear that you're not the whole. Yet there will be people that will claim I'm God. Well, you can't be God if you're part of the energy of God. Krishna says, Mame vamso jiva loke. You are a fragmental part of Krishna's energy. So, if you're a fragmental part, it's clear you're not the whole. Prabhupada very often uses this example, that a part is meant to serve the whole. A part of a machine is meant to serve the whole machine. Your finger is meant to serve the hand. Your hand is meant to serve your arm. Your arm is meant to serve the body. Your body is meant to serve the soul. And the soul is meant to serve Krishna. And just consider, and gave that example, if you find somebody's finger cut off and left on the ground, and you're walking by, naturally, you're not going to pick that finger up and use it as spare parts for your, because you got your fingers. But that finger that is dislocated from the person's hand is useless. It has absolutely no purpose. It can be used as food for the insects. If that person takes a finger and puts it in his pocket, it's no use. That's why when the doctor tells you, if you cut your finger or dislocate your finger, you need to very quickly either freeze it and take yourself with the hand and the finger to the doctor so that they can attach it very quickly. So a dislocated finger has no purpose. A dislocated hand has no purpose. A dislocated body has no purpose. And you, being dislocated from Krishna, have no purpose. So we have purpose as a piece of a cake or a part of the whole in relation to the whole. We are meant to serve the whole. And therefore Krishna makes it very clear in this verse that when you understand that He is the source of everything, what happens? The wise who perfectly know this, they engage in my devotional service and worship me all their hearts. Because the parts are meant to serve the whole. Then chapter 11. Lord Krishna in chapter 10 revealed his opulences, and Arjuna then wants to see those opulences, and Krishna shows the universal form. In the holy verse of the Bhagavad Gita's tale, chapter 11, a vision universal does unveil. In this discourse, Krishna the divine reveals his form universal to Arjuna benign. Arjuna the warrior, with humble plea, asks Krishna to reveal his cosmic entity. Krishna, the compassionate, grants this boon and displays his universal form, a sight none immune. Infinite faces, eyes, and mouths does he possess, a form so vast no words can express. 1,000 suns rising in the sky, such was the splendor of a form high, All beings, their actions, past, present, and future, in his form Arjuna could capture. The cycle of life and death, the cosmic play, in Krishna's form was on display. Overwhelmed Arjuna with awe and fear realizes Krishna's divinity clear, bows in reverence, asks for grace to see Krishna in his original place. Krishna the merciful once again appears in his two-armed form, easing Arjuna's fears. This vision, he says, is granted to the devoted, the ones in bhakti, their hearts devoted. Chapter 11, a testament to Krishna's might, reveals divine secrets, bring them to light. In it we find the truth so grand, the Lord is everything in sea, air, and land. So this chapter is directing us to be absorbed in Krishna's two-armed form. In the Bible it says, God is made in the image of man. Or man is made in the image of God. Yes, man is made in the image of God. So that means we have two arms because Krishna has two arms in his original form. Chapter 11 of the sacred text reveals a vision that leaves all waxed. Krishna unveils his cosmic form, a sight so grand, far from the norm. Yet Arjuna, in his wisdom pure, finds solace in the sight more demure. For in the two-armed form of Krishna dear, he finds peace and casts away his fear. O Janardhan, he breathes with relief. Your human-like form brings me grief's thief. In this sight, so beautiful and kind, I find tranquility of the mind. Fortunate Arjuna is blessed in his sight, for he beholds Krishna in his original light. Absorbed in this divine manifestation, Arjuna finds his true salvation. And what of us in our mortal coil? Can we too find peace in our toil? Yes, echoes the verse, in wisdom clear, in Krishna's form we have nothing to fear. By following Arjuna's enlightened path, absorbing Krishna's love, not his wrath, we too can restore our original essence, find peace in his divine presence. In the two-armed form of Krishna's divine, a lesson profound, a truth benign. To behold Krishna in his original state is to unlock life's most sacred gate. And in text 51, Lord Krishna himself says, Arjuna says, Arjuna uvacha drishtvedam manusham rupam tava soyam janardana idanim asmi samvrita sacheta prakriti katha. When Arjuna thus saw Krishna in his original form, he said, O Janardhan, seeing this human-like form so very beautiful, I am now composed in mind and I am restored to my original nature. Krishna's two-armed form is the original form, and from this form all other forms expand, all other forms manifest. Now we, as conditioned souls, we also have a form. We have a material form. And we cannot expand, just like Jai Shri Shiva Ranath Ki, Jai Shri Mahaprabhu Ki, Jai. Just like many people have different activities that they enjoy. They have different recreation, they have different gatherings. So let's say somebody is a school teacher. If somebody is a school teacher, then they have to go to work. So when they go to work, to school, as a school teacher, they dress with, or they dress in the attire of a school teacher. Let's say they're also going to a family gathering like a birthday party. Then they'll dress with a birthday costume or attire suitable for that occasion. And then at home, they have a certain dress. And let's say if they're going to rest, they may be putting themselves in a night outfit. So wherever they are in terms of their activities, they would dress appropriately. But they cannot be in more than two places at the same time. Let's say they love to be, they love to be at school and teach, but at the same time they also love to be at home, and they also want to be with their friends. They can't be at those three places at the same time. It's one at a time. But Krishna, he's not limited. So if Krishna wants to be at home, he's eternally there in Vrindavan at home. Then he wants to go to work and create the material world. He expands himself as Vishnu, completely in a unique, different form. And he can be at the same time at home as Krishna, and he's gone to work as Vishnu to maintain creation. If he wants to destroy the creation, he can expand himself as Lord Shiva and destroy. If he wants to maintain the universe, he can get his energies to expand as all the demigods, and he can maintain like that. There are unlimited universes, and depending on the occasion, Krishna may need to expand himself as the different incarnations. Lord Nrsimhananda, Varahadev, Kurmadev, all the different incarnations, Krishna can expand himself. And all these forms are eternal and they have their own spiritual abode. And Krishna can expand himself unlimitedly. This is Krishna's potency. Therefore we say Krishna is omnipotent. And he has inconceivable energies where he does this. But Krishna's original form, Swayam Rupa, is his two-arm form. That's the original form. And that form also has a unique set of characteristics that the Vishnu forms don't have. Because it's the original form, it has certain special features. One is, if you had to look at this form and this form, Jiva Goswami describes, one of the acharyas described, that we can relate to this form more than the Vishnu form. And why are we able to relate to that form more than the Vishnu form? Is because we got two arms. So it's easier to relate with two arms than with four arms. Then, Krishna's original form can experience greater intimacy than the Vishnu forms. The Vishnu forms, they predominantly experience the mellow of master and servant. In Vaikuntha, everyone accepts Lord Vishnu as God, as Ishwar, as the Supreme, and everyone is a servant. But in Krishna's personal abode, Goloka Vrindavan, there nobody accepts Krishna as God. They all have a more intimate relationship. Even all the cows, they are in love with Krishna. The friends of Krishna, they don't accept Krishna as God. If you had to go tell the friends of Krishna, the Gopas and the Gopis, you know Krishna is God, or they'll say, oh, it's nice. My friend is God. Okay, good. See, they don't say, oh, God is my friend. They say, oh, Krishna, who's my friend, he's God. That means, by the way, he's God. But he's actually my friend. So the relationship of friendship supersedes the awe and reverence, supersedes that he's God. Same thing with Mother Yashoda, Krishna's mother. She loves Krishna as her son. And then the gopis, they accept Krishna in a conjugal relationship. So in this way, there's far more intimacy with Krishna's form. It's also explained, another reason why Krishna's form is said to be more glorious is the acharyas compare Krishna's name with Lord Vishnu's name. If you chant 3,000 names of Vishnu, you get the same benefit if you simply chant one name of Krishna. So in this way, from a potency perspective of the holy name, even though they're both God, they're both in the category of Bhagavan, but in terms of intimacy, in terms of mellows and exchanges and rasa, they're different. So when Krishna is showing Arjuna the universal form, he sees the universal form with so many hands, so many legs, faces, eyes, etc. And that form is very bewildering. And then Krishna transforms himself into the four-arm form, and then finally as the two-arm form. So we're fortunate that we have a lot of knowledge of the two-arm form. Why? Because this time period that we're in is also very, very unique. This is the 28th cycle or 28th day of Lord Brahma. And it's explained in this specific time period, Krishna from the highest realm, the spiritual world, appears in this world. Normally, it's a Vishnu expansion that comes and appears during the Dwapara Yuga and even during Kali Yuga. But because of this uniqueness of this 28th day of Brahma, then Swayam Bhagavan Krishna and Lord Chaitanya both appear. And because they're coming from the highest realm, they're able to give access to that highest realm. Vishnu, when he comes in all the other Kali Yugas, for example, one day of Brahma is 1,000 cycles of the 4 yugas. Satya Yuga, Tetra Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, Kali Yuga. It's like 4 seasons. That's 1,000 of that makes one day of Brahma. Another 1,000 makes a night of Brahma. So one day and night, 24 hours of Lord Brahma is 2,000 cycles of the yugas. And in each yuga, the Lord appears. So generally in all the other yugas, a form of Vishnu, expansion of Vishnu appears. And therefore, Vishnu can only give knowledge and access up to Vaikuntha, not beyond. Whereas on the 28th cycle, 28th day, that's unique, and therefore Lord Chaitanya, Lord Krishna can give access to the highest realm, Goloka Vrindavan. And therefore we find that in this current period that we're in, our focus, our good fortune is that we can focus on Krishna's two-arm form and develop a relationship with Krishna in a two-arm form. Chapter 12, Devotional Service. In the sacred text, the 12th chapter unfolds. A path of devotion Krishna beholds. Krishna asks, with a thirst for learning, between worship forms, which is more discerning? Krishna replies, with wisdom pure, that love for the divine will forever endure. To worship God in form unseen is difficult for those in human sheen. Better it is to devote one's heart to Krishna's form to make a start. To see him as the deity in the temple, in every breath, in you and me. He who is friendly, compassionate and kind, steady in mind, leaving envy behind. Content and mentally steady, self-controlled, bears pleasure and pain, is dear to Lord, behold. Such is the devotee, Krishna's whole dear, whose worship is founded on love, not fear. This part of devotion, so simple and clear, brings us closer to the divine, near and dear. Chapter 12, a guiding star, teaches us to love as we are, with devotion pure, free from doubt. We find the divine both within and without. So in this chapter, Krishna basically says he is the supreme goal. Chapter 12 of the Holy Scriptures narration unveils a path of divine adoration. Arjuna, blessed with a question to pose, seeks the wisdom that Krishna bestows. Krishna speaks of the path most rewarding, a path of love, not of hoarding. Arjuna, fortunate, absorbs this teaching. Krishna as the supreme goal, his heart reaching. Those who follow this path, Krishna assures, and see me as the goal, their faith endures. And very, very dear to me, Arjuna in this finds his spiritual key. Blessed is Arjuna, for he accepts this truth. Krishna as the supreme goal, his eternal pursuit. With Krishna as his North Star, his guiding light, he navigates life's journey with divine insight. For what of us as seekers in this endless quest can we too find this spiritual rest? Yes, echoes the verse with a promise so kind. In Krishna as the supreme goal, peace we'll find. In devotion to Krishna, the benefits abound. Peace, love and joy in this are found. Just as Arjuna with Krishna as his aim, we too can ignite our inner spiritual flame. So in text 20, Krishna says himself, those who follow this imperishable path of devotional service and who completely engage themselves with faith, making me the supreme goal, are very, very dear to me. So Krishna doesn't take our steps towards him very lightly. He takes it very, very seriously. Prabhupada says, you take one step to Krishna, he takes 10 towards you. Because he's more eager for you to come to him than we are eager to see him. So Krishna gets excited. Krishna gets very happy when the soul comes closer to him. So we have many, many goals in life, in different areas. And all these goals, we may have a business goal, we may have a family goal, we may have a holiday goal, we may have recreation, we want hobbies. So many goals we have, so many activities and desires to reach different heights. But all these goals, they basically are all zeros until you put Krishna there. When you put Krishna there like the one, then it becomes a valuable number. Then it becomes a large number. Otherwise, without Krishna, then no matter what goals you pursue, it's really, scripture says, a waste of time. Because it's like when Srila Prabhupada, he went to America and they were driving past a circus and there was a big wheel. Now this is the first time Srila Prabhupada is looking at this big wheel, where people go in and things go. So Prabhupada asked, what's that? Because in India these things didn't exist during that time. So then they told Prabhupada, oh Prabhupada, it's a big wheel. People will go at the bottom, they sit into this seat-like structure, and then it takes them up. Then they go right on top, they feel very happy, they're right on top, and then it comes down. And Prabhupada said, just see. They go up, they feel very happy, they come down, they feel sad. They go up, they feel very happy, they come down to the same place, they feel sad. So that's like all the goals we have in this material world. No matter how amazing goals and what amazing goals you achieve, you could be the most famous person in creation, and you go up, you're going to lose everything. You could go to heaven, you go up, and you're going to come back. You could be the most wealthiest, you go up, and you come back. It's practically a waste of time. But once you find Krishna, now your journey goes beyond this material realm. Now you're destined to return back to the spiritual world, where we originally belong. So therefore, bringing Krishna in one's life means now our life has value, now our life has purpose. Now we can endeavor on goals because Krishna is the main goal. He's the supreme goal. And generally when you have a main goal and you want to achieve that, then you can have smaller goals to achieve that. Just like if somebody wants to become a millionaire, then the first step is at least to make 1,000 rands. And then make 100,000, and then 500,000, and then 1,000,000. So you have small goals. So like that, Krishna is the supreme goal. And therefore all other goals in life, all other purposes in life should assist to culminate that goal of Krishna. Otherwise, we simply, it's like saying we shoot blank bullets. You have a gun that has no gunpowder in the bullets, and you shoot, makes a noise, but doesn't achieve anything. So in life, if we don't focus on Krishna, and many people in this world, they're not really interested in Krishna. If you had to go to work and ask people, let's speak about God, it's the last subject they want to talk about. They'll speak about everything else, the politics, the politicians, everything else. But as soon as you say, let's speak about God, it's like, something wrong with you? Are you okay? Do you have a flu or fever? But Bhagavad Gita is encouraging us. That should be the subject matter of discussion. Why? Because we have an intimate relationship with Krishna. So therefore, we need to cultivate a relationship and make Krishna the supreme goal of a life. If he is the supreme goal, the highest goal, then he should be given the highest priority. And especially early in the morning, we should give him priority. And we can give Krishna the highest priority, or we can inform Krishna that we want to bring him on the highest priority when we start chanting his names first thing in the morning. So this should be the practice, where we chant Krishna's names first thing in the morning. It's the best time to practice spiritual life, but more so when we prioritize that activity of chanting Krishna's name, Krishna also becomes happy, because now he can see, yes, you're placing me on the top. Right? And then all the other activities can follow. All right, so now we'll continue with verse 4 of the Emperor of Sweetness.
Hare Krishna. So you have sung very nicely, and we've arrived at the 4th verse. So let's do this together. Adaram maduram, vadanam maduram, nayanam maduram, hasitam maduram. Hridayam maduram, gamanam maduram, maduradipate, akilam maduram. Vachanam maduram, sharidam maduram, vasanam maduram, palitam maduram. Chalitam maduram, brahmitam maduram, maduradipate, akilam maduram. Venur madura, renur madura, panir madura, pado madura. Nrityam maduram, sakyam maduram, maduradipate, akilam maduram. Gita maduram, pita maduram, bhoktam maduram, yuktam suktam maduram. Rupam maduram, tilakam maduram, maduradipate, akilam maduram. His singing is sweet, his yellow cloth is sweet, his eating eating is sweet. His sleeping is sweet. His beauty is sweet. His tilak is sweet. Everything about the emperor, everything is sweet about the emperor of sweetness. His singing is sweet. So it is explained in the spiritual world, every step is a dance and every word is a song. So one can well imagine that Krishna, with his very deep and melodious voice, doesn't really speak, but he sings. What is the famous song that Krishna sung? Starts with B. The Sanskrit word for song is Gita, and Bhagavad Gita is the song of God. So, the Bhagavad Gita is the song of God. It is the words of Krishna, and hence it is very melodious, and simultaneously it conveys the deepest of messages. In actual fact, the song of Krishna, I'm not going to forget this, that you were quiet. So what happens is that this particular song has got such great potency that from time immemorial, the glories of the song has been conversed about by Lord Vishnu to Lakshmi Devi, by Lord Shiva to Parvati, and it's recorded. Those conversations that they've had is recorded in a great work within the Padma Purana known as the Gita Mahatmya. In the Gita Mahatmya, this song is categorized in chapters, and each chapter has got its own set of glories. For example, in the first chapter of Bhagavad Gita's glorification, there was a prostitute who had a parrot that once lived in a Gurukul. The parrot in the Gurukul picked up all of the recitations of the Bhagavad Gita by the Gurukulis. So every morning, day after day, the Gurukul children will recite the verses of the first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. Dharma Kshetra Kurukshetra Samaveta Yuyutsavaha Mamaka Pandavaschaiva Kimma Krurvata Sanjaya. So the parrot would pick that up. And then what happened was the parrot got stolen by a thief from the Gurukul. Went preaching, perhaps. So then the parrot then got rescued or purchased and lived in the house of a prostitute who had no spiritual credits due to her livelihood. However, the parrot, out of habit, continued its daily recitation of the first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. And the lady was hearing this. One day, she was passing a dying bull. The bull is known as the father of the land because it tills the land. And the cow is known as the mother of the nation because she produces milk that nourishes the finer brain tissues so that spiritual understanding is easily assimilated by the human brain. So what happened was the bull, Shusharma, was dying, and the townsfolk were really compassionate towards this bull. Everybody that passed by stopped and offered their respects to this bull. And out of the goodness of their heart, they said, if there's any good credits I have, I give it to this bull to reduce its suffering so that its death could be a peaceful one. Now what happened was the prostitute came by and saw what was happening. And she saw that everybody was offering their good credits to the bull. So she too was afflicted by the compassion of the society towards the bull. And she said, Jai Shri Shri Radharanath, Sriman Mahaprabhu, Shri Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Jai Srila Prabhupada. So what happened was that when she said that, the bull got instant liberation. And much to the surprise of the people, you see what happened? The spiritual effect of the recitation of the first chapter of Krishna's song, the Bhagavad Gita, reverberated in her, creating spiritual credits. And those spiritual credits that she shared with the bull was courtesy the chanting of the first chapter of Bhagavad Gita by the parrot. So, the second, it doesn't stop there. The second chapter, there was a person called Deva Sharma, and Deva Sharma was in search of peace and prosperity and advancement in spiritual understanding, just like most of us here. So Deva Sharma, he was directed by a great saint that if this is what your goal is and this is what you want to pursue, you should go to a certain forest known as Mitravan. And in that forest, you will see a goat herder. And that man who's herding goats, his goats there, will be able to impart spiritual understanding to you that you are in search of. So when he went there, sure enough, the goat herder had a very nice story to tell him. The goat herder said to him, Dev Sharma, Dev Sharma noticed that all of his goats were very, very peaceful. They weren't running hither and thither like regular goats. They seemed to have peace of mind that he was in search of too. So then Deva Sharma, he asked the goat herder, how is this possible? Was this always like that? And the goat herder said to him, you see, Dev Sharma, one day a tiger entered this land, and the tiger, he created great fear in my goats. He even captured one, and just at the spot where he captured the goat, a strange thing happened. The tiger became besieged with the feeling of great inner peace, so much so that he felt self-satisfaction and did not want to harm the next living entity. And the goat that was within the grips of this dangerous tiger, also started to exhibit a lot of peace and calm and was devoid of any fear. So they were quite puzzled. So the goat said to the tiger, how is it that you are not eating me? You endeavored so much and you have captured me. How come you are not harming me? The tiger said, I don't know. I feel great inner peace. And then there was an elderly monkey sitting on a tall tree, and the monkey imparted the secret to them. Said, look over there. There's a temple of Lord Shiva, and that pujari there is a very peaceful man, because his spiritual mentor gave him an instruction and imparted to him the recitation of the second chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. And this second chapter of the Bhagavad Gita was written on a big rock. They wrote all the verses, and every day this learned pujari would go and would recite the shloks from the second chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. And simply by him reciting this, the reverberation of peace and tranquility affected everybody, every living entity in the vicinity of that place. Hence, even the animal of prey felt inner peace, so much so that it didn't want to harm its prey. So, in today's day and age, our society is manda sumanda matayo manda bhagya upadritaha. The Bhagavatam explains we are lazy, misguided, we are always in search of some type of happiness, we are misguided, and the age is governed by quarrel. Everyone looks for the easiest reason to quarrel with the next person. So, what is the solution? The solution is given to us as a gift by Srila Prabhupada, where he advocated that a sincere follower of Krishna will read the Bhagavad Gita in the evening. Bhagavatam in the morning, service during the day, and Bhagavad Gita in the evening, the sandwich program, it is commonly termed within the Hare Krishna movement. If we do this on a regular basis, following in the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada, the vibration we give off will help ourselves, will help the planet around us, will create such a reverberation that it is unmatched, because the potency of the words, of the song, of this great speaker of Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna, has got that ability to bring about peace and change in this material world. The ball is in our court. In this regard, I'll tell you a small story that's slightly off on a tangent but conveys the same message. Srila Prabhupada has a disciple called Guru Kripa, who helped him immensely in establishing many a temple, including ISKCON Vrindavan, which is a sacred place of pilgrimage I'm sure many of you have been to. So this devotee was preaching in Japan, in Japan, and he was not receiving too much of support, so much so that he closed the temple, the preaching center down, and he went to India, where Srila Prabhupada was. Prabhupada asked him, what happened, Guru Kripa? Then he said, well, Prabhupada, that center was not successful, so I closed it down. Prabhupada told him, go back, rent an office, sit in that office, and you chant Hare Krishna. Why? If one person in any vicinity creates the vibration, the transcendental vibration of repeating the words of the Supreme Personality of Godhead's name in the Maha Mantra, or in the words of his divine conversation with Arjuna in the form of Bhagavad Gita, what happens? It creates an effect for everyone in that vicinity, every living entity in that vicinity. Such is the potency of a song sung by Krishna. I can tell you about all 18 chapters and how incredible it is. I'll just tell you one more. The third chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, the glories of the third chapter, a person fell from the spiritual path and embraced sinful activities, and he left his body. His son found out that his father died, so he decided that the right thing to do, because he was very saintly, the son. So the son thought, I have to liberate my father, I have to do the Pinda ceremony, etc. And I have to go to the holy place of Gaya, where people do the last rites for their loved ones. So on the 9th day of his traversing towards the distant place of Gaya, he saw a tree which could be his place of resting for the night. And sure enough, he took his residence there for the night. Coincidentally, it happened to be the same tree under which his father died. This boy began the recitation of the 3rd chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which was part of his daily sadhana. And as he completed the recitation of the verses of Bhagavad Gita's 3rd chapter aloud, an incredible thing happened. A beautiful 4-armed bluish form, his father appeared in the sky, and he saw with his very eyes. His father then accepted the body of a Vaikuntha form. That means the recitation of the Bhagavad Gita liberated the sinful soul of his father by his son doing this incredible recitation. So the words have got such potency because it's imbued with the compassion of Lord Krishna. It is not simply a book that we keep far away from us and consider it a burden to read. The old folks, they had a very good practice. They never had cell phones, they never had the distraction of televisions, etc. I had the good fortune of meeting many an old person who had the habit ingrained in them that every evening after the 7 o'clock arati, they would open the Bhagavad Gita and recite it. I met one lady in my preaching, and she would do this every single night, and her Bhagavad Gita was so old and withered. So I felt sorry for her, and I wanted to give her one of Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gitas as it is. So when we went to India, we managed to secure Gujarati hardbound Bhagavad Gita, and it looks so classy by Prabhupada's mercy. So I gave it to her, and every night she continued reading from that book, because we explained to her why Bhagavad Gita as it is has got such incredible potency as opposed to any other version of the Bhagavad Gita. This lady continued her good habit, but was reading from the Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita, and her death was the most auspicious death worth celebrating, because she left this world in such a glorious manner, and so did her husband, who later followed in her footsteps. So there is no loss or diminution on this path, as Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, quote unquote. So Krishna's singing is very, very sweet in the form of Bhagavad Gita. When child Krishna was dancing, yesterday we did Nrsimhananda Madhuram. When child Krishna was dancing in response to the singing of the old maidservant Jarati, Narad was astonished. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who controls all movements of great demigods like Brahma, was now dancing to the indications of an old maidservant. Seeing this fun, Narada also began to dance, and his shoulders trembled, his eyes moved, and due to his smiling, his teeth also became visible. An account of the glaring effulgence from his teeth, the clouds in the sky turned silver. This is the effect, can you believe, of seeing Krishna dancing. So it can transform the heart to such an extent. Krishna's dress, Pita Madhuram. Wearing a peacock feather ornament upon his head, blue karnikara flowers on his ears, a yellow garment as brilliant as gold, and a Vaijayantimala garland, Lord Krishna exhibited his transcendental form as the greatest of dancers, as he entered the forest of Vrindavan, beautifying it with the marks of his footprints. He filled the holes of his flute with the nectar of his lips, and the cowherd boys sang his glories. So Krishna dresses up so enchantingly beautiful. But everything he does has got a purpose. When he uses blue Karnikara flowers on, this thing is shorting. It's giving a bit of a shock. I think I'll survive it. So what happens is when Krishna puts a flower on his ear, it is for a certain message to a certain gopi. So what happens if he needs to meet a certain group of gopis at the banks of the Yamuna at 12 o'clock? Krishna has a way of conveying a message without speaking. He would perhaps put a pink lotus on his right ear and a blue one on his left ear. And when he's taking prasadam, his fingers may be positioned at 3 o'clock. So the message of the servers will be picked up by the servers and conveyed to the appropriate parties. Better than SMSs. So Rasik is Rasaraj Krishna. And then we find that Krishna's dress is said to be more brilliant than lightning. Krishna's blue body is like a monsoon cloud, and within the yellow garments, it appears absolutely beautiful and attractive. Everyone who beholds this beautiful form of Krishna becomes affected by seeing his beauty. Dressed in a charming variety of garments upon which their garlands rest, and decorating themselves with peacock feathers, lotuses, lilies, new-grown mango sprouts. You know, the mango tree flowers, it's fine, it's very delicate. So they use that to decorate themselves. They use this is the land of mangoes and bananas, so very easy for you to know what's being spoken about here. Mango sprouts. And clusters of flower buds. Krishna and Balaram shine forth magnificently among the assembly of cowherd boys. They look just like the best of dancers appearing on a dramatic stage, and sometimes they sing. So Krishna, when he's in Vrindavan, before the age of passing around 11, before he leaves to Mathura at the behest of King Kamsa, he dresses in the ornamentation of flowers, different types of flowers and fruit. Because he's a forest dweller. He doesn't want to appear superior to everybody else. He dresses up just like everybody else. When he goes to Mathura, then you may have read in the Krishna book that he then encounters who? He encounters the washerman, he encounters Kubja, he encounters different people. One of the people he encounters is a man who makes jewelry. And this person makes amulets for Krishna and Balaram. He gives them, he's so enraptured by their beauty that he gives them these ornaments, and they are very soft. So in Dwarika and when he's going to war, Krishna will wear amulets made of metal. In Mathura, when he goes before the wrestling match, he accepts this ornamentation from the jeweler guy. It is soft, so that while Krishna is wrestling, it doesn't cause him any injury or harm. So it's very soft. So Krishna's jewelry and his attire is very, very thoughtfully done. You know, when you wear dhoti, then there's no pockets. So you'll find Krishna wears a sash, like you see in this picture on the ceiling of this beautiful temple here, this sash. So they will fold the cloth in such a manner, in double, and then tie it as a sash. So then you have a pocket, right? Then Madhu Mangal, he also uses the sash in the same manner, and he stores ladus in that sash. So when you don't have pockets, Krishna is so intelligent, he makes a plan like that in his dressing. He's the supreme source of intelligence and beauty, and everything is sweet about the emperor of sweetness, including his eating. So every day, Krishna goes to the forest together with his cowherd boyfriends. And one time they asked Prabhupada if he has any anxiety, and he said his only anxiety is what is in Krishna's tiffin. So what happens is that Krishna likes to eat yogurt and rice. So in his hand he keeps yogurt and rice and chilies. Yeah. So it's good for digestion in moderation. For everyone besides Prabhu and I. So what happens is that he likes to hold in his hand some yogurt and rice mixture. Krishna likes that. He also likes that flat rice that Sudama gave to him because it was imbued with so much of love. So he is not interested in the gift of the giver, but in the love of the giver. So what happens is that he opens up his tiffin. The cowherd boys, they are a bit rough. So they steal each other's lunch, and then they'll make you work for it, and then your lunch will end up in the next person's hand, and like that. So they share their lunches very, very heartily amidst themselves. What is part of the menu in Krishna's cuisine is very nicely described in the song that we meant to sing for the 12 o'clock arti. Bhaja Bhagata Vatsala Shri Gaurahari, Shri Gaurahari Sohi Gausta Bihari, Shri Gaurahari Sohi Gausta Bihari, Nanda Yashodamati Sita Hari. So there in that song, it is a long song that beautifully describes how Krishna likes pumpkin, how he likes lentil cakes floating in yogurt, which is like dai vada, what we would call dai vada. How Radharani is expert in making different salads for him. How there is a variety of fruit. Actually, when Krishna and Balaram are coming to sit for breakfast, Rohini directs the kitchen operations on behalf of Mother Yasoda sometimes. And she will tell the gopis, look, you, Saki, you make those gulab jamans that Krishna likes very much. Don't forget to make the Manohar Laddu. Radharani makes a laddu called the Manohar Laddu, that when you eat it, your mind is totally captivated. It is flavored by special spices like cardamom and a pinch of camphor, etc. Then there are certain chutneys that is made for Krishna. There is a variety of all different types of 56 types of food prepared in different recipes, and it brings immense pleasure to the darling of Mother Yasoda. So, at the mention of Srimati Radharani, her benediction from Durvasa Muni was that anything she cooks, if eaten by any individual, will afford that person longevity and good health. So Mother Yasoda, who wants only the best for her Lala, gets the best chef So thereby, Radharani comes every day and she cooks for Krishna at Mother Yasoda's behest. And she cooks the most nectarian foodstuffs. So the cowherd boys, they are very, very informal in the Sakya Ras. They will bite something and say, Krishna, you got to taste this, and push it in his mouth. And he does the same. One time Madhu Mangal decided that Krishna, everyone was sharing their lunch with Krishna. But Madhu Mangal, he had that day, because he's a poor Brahmin boy, so he had some buttermilk only. But the buttermilk, I think because of the heat, no cooler bag, so it was not in its in its prime condition, so to speak. So Madhu Mangal, Krishna said, Madhu, what do you have there? And Madhu quickly drank it because he didn't want to give Krishna something that was inferior. So his mouth was full with it, and Krishna went in, and it shot out. And when it shot out, Krishna opened his mouth and he drank that. Such is the loving exchange in Sakya Ras with Krishna and his friends. We heard that Krishna's words are very sweet and captivating. So Kavi Karnapur explains that one day Krishna, he started to cry, and he said to the gopis that were in attendance to him, he said, they asked him, what do you want, Lala? And he said, I want that condensed butter. Have you ever heard of a thing called condensed butter? They didn't. There's condensed milk, but condensed butter, where did this boy come up with the term? He's crying, he's pointing, he's saying, I want that condensed butter, I want condensed butter. So the gopi said, Hare Lala, that is not condensed butter. That is Rajahamsa that is moving in the blue lake. Meaning, the moon is the king of swans that is gliding on very gracefully on the waves of the sky, in the wind. So the moon is traversing through the sky, and that's how the night passes. So he said, I want Rajahamsa, I want the Rajahamsa now, please bring it for me, bring it for me. So Mother Yasoda heard all this commotion and she said, Lala, what do you want? He said, I want the Rajahamsa. She said, that is not Rajahamsa, they are bluffing you. That is Chandra. He said, I want Chandra, bring Chandra now to me. I want to eat his condensed butter. Mother Yasoda said, Lala, that is not condensed butter. That is a product of the churning of the milk ocean. And you see the black spots on it? The black spots is poison. And he said, what was churning? Mother Yasoda said, the ocean of milk. The demigods churned from one side and the demons churned from the other side, and many things came out of that churning of the ocean, and one of the things was the moon. So she said, nobody in the whole of creation wants to eat that moon because it has drops of poison. So he said, wait, Maya, the first thing is the ocean of milk. How many milk cows do they have to make a whole ocean of milk? Sounds fun, right? To have an ocean of milk. Mother Yasoda said, Lala, it didn't take the cows to make the ocean of milk. He said, then how was the ocean of milk made? Because milk only comes from the cows. He loves the cows. He loves the milk. So then Mother Yasoda said, you see, Lala, he who has given the cows the ability to produce milk can produce that milk without the cows also. And he has produced the Swetadweep ocean of milk. His name is Narayan. She's telling Krishna this, baby Krishna. So he said, oh, okay. And then she told him, no, yeah, the moon is poisonous. Lord Shiva was drinking the poison. Some drops fell on and the serpents consumed it. The scorpions, they consumed it. That's why they have venom. And they have little venom compared to what was was available. And Lord Shiva saved us from that. So then Lala said, oh, okay. And then he went to sleep. The next morning he woke up. He said, Maya, I think you lied to me last night and I went to sleep hungry. She said, oh, you went to sleep hungry? Then who was it that stole the butter during the course of the night that was freshly churned? He said, I didn't steal it, you are lying. So that means he is lying. There's a Hindi song about that, but I'm not good in Hindi, so I won't even attempt it. You want to tell them? Maya Mori May
Maya me makhan nahi khaya. That means, Mother, I did not eat the yogurt. But in Sanskrit, when Krishna is saying like that, you can interchange the Sanskrit words, and Mother Yashoda is hearing it that I didn't eat the yogurt. But from Krishna's perspective, he's actually implying, or it means, I did eat the yogurt. So Krishna is very expert. He can say the right thing for the listener, and the listener gets a message that Mother Yashoda gets a message, I didn't eat it, but actually the actual meaning is he did eat it.
Tilakam Maduram. Thank you, Prabhu. Tilakam Maduram. His tilak is very sweet. You see, Srila Jiva Goswami has documented the songs that Mother Yasoda composes and sings when she is doing her work and Krishna is playing somewhere else. So to keep the connection with Krishna, she sings these songs that she composes about Krishna's daily activities. And in the song 4, that Jiva Goswami gives the lyrics to, that she sings, it is mentioned that Krishna is the tilak of his father's dynasty. So in a dynasty, they have an emblem for any royal dynasty. Comes with like a, you call it an emblem, right? A royal motif or an emblem. So she says that the tilak, you are the tilak of our entire dynasty. You bring glory to our dynasty by your words, actions, and your sweetness. So Krishna is glorified in such a manner by Mother Yasoda. So every morning, Mother Yasoda, out of her maternal affection, she touches Krishna's head with dhruva grass. You know dhruva grass that's used for auspiciousness in a yagya. So she takes dhruva grass, she touches Kana's head, then she applies tilak on his forehead and is the upper part of his body. Then she takes some spit and rub it so that no bad, she takes her spit and she rubs it on his forehead also, so no evil eye will affect her lala. That's like the folklore of the place there. So that's what she does. And of course it's her maternal love that protects Kana from anything evil. Krishna wears different colors of tilak, and they symbolize different things. His Holiness Indradumna Maharaj has done extensive research on this and has kindly conveyed it on his YouTube channel. You can find it there. The explanation from his research on why Krishna wears the most attractive tilak that he wears is red in color. This red tilak comes from the red kumkum powder that the gopis decorate the soles of Radharani's feet with. So it beautifies Krishna's beautiful, already beautiful face being imbued by such bhakti shakti. And his sleeping is very sweet, is the last one in the song, for the stanza that we did for today, stanza 4. His sleeping is so sweet that when Mother Yasoda sees newborn Krishna sleeping next to her, she looks at him and she thinks, who put this beautiful blue lotus at my side? Krishna, when he sleeps, he does not go into any mode of ignorance like we may perhaps do. Krishna utters in his sleep in Dwarka the divine names of Radha and the other residents of Vrindavan, because his whole absorption is the reciprocal nature of their love for him that is so unconditional that he cannot forget them for a moment. And because they say whatever plays in your consciousness during the day will come out at night in your dreams. So Krishna is so absorbed in the mood of love of the Vrajavasis that at night he cannot contain himself, that even though he is sleeping in such beautiful palaces in Dwarika, surrounded by other attendants and so much of opulence, he cannot but forget the beautiful association, endearing association of the Vrajavasis' unconditional love. So we'll stop there and we'll ask you to please make a note of that famous song of Lord Krishna known as the Bhagavad Gita, and the potency of each chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, and the ability that you have as an individual to make a difference to the world, to the people around you, to your own life, if you simply take it and read a chapter aloud every day. When I joined, some senior devotees told me, if you have no service, go to the temple room, take one of Prabhupada's books, sit by him or in front of the deities and softly read it aloud, and they will be very happy to have your association. So I believed them, and that's what we used to do. So if you had any spare time, you should control your mind. Don't let yourself get into any mischief or your mind to cause a disturbance to your existence. You take shelter of Prabhupada's books. You go to the deity, which is non-different from the great personalities, and that's a service that you can offer. So take that as a chance. And Krishna is not confined to the four walls of the temple. He's within your house, your heart as well. So wherever you are, try to make it a habit for you to take shelter of the divine song of the Bhagavad Gita. So I thank you very much for your kind oral reception. Hare Krishna.
All right, let's do a quick summary. Many people, when they're in difficulty, they want God to speak to them and give them direction. There's a nice cartoon. On the top, the person is saying, God, please speak to me. And then from the clouds, a hand comes with the Bhagavad Gita. God has already spoken. We just need to open the book and read. So and as we said, if you register on the Chaitanya Life Academy in the community, the full Bhagavad Gita course is there. In that course, we obviously cover far more information systematically, including what we also covered last year. So, the format, obviously, we can't do, let's say, justice to the Bhagavad Gita. So we're basically just sharing a little information to whet your appetite so that you can now go and during your spare time put some effort in studying Bhagavad Gita. It is a wonderful gift by Krishna, and don't waste the opportunity. All right, so let's see. Chapter 1, teaching us Make Krishna your charioteer. Chapter 2, surrender to Shri Krishna. Chapter 3, offer all sacrifices to Krishna, Yajneshwar. Chapter 4, we must cultivate knowledge of Krishna. And where do we find that knowledge? In the Bhagavad Gita. Then chapter 5, he is the supreme enjoyer. Chapter 6, put Krishna in the center. Chapter 7, he is the judge, ultimate truth. Chapter 8, meditation, ultimate form of meditation. Chapter 9, he is our Surit, best friend. Chapter 10, he is the source of both material and spiritual worlds. Chapter 11, two-arm form, absorption in the two-arm form of Krishna. And chapter 12, Krishna is the ultimate goal. Right, good. There was one time a thief. The thief climbed up a building, got into one of the rooms. Nobody was there, and it was very dark, and he was now trying to steal. And his timing was bad because the owner just came and was opening the door, returning and opening the door. So he thought, damn, timing was bad, couldn't get to steal anything. So he had to leave. So before he jumped down the building, it was dark, so he just tried to touch the table and see if there's anything he could grab. And he grabbed something, put it in his bag, and it was a close encounter, got through the window, came down, and came home. So when he came home, he wanted to figure out and see what did he grab that he put in the bag. So he opened his bag and he saw it was a book. So he pulled it out, and it was the Bhagavad Gita. So now he was thinking, I went all the way up, climbed in, all the effort, and didn't get anything besides the book. I have to read it, otherwise it will be a waste of all my effort and time. So he read the Bhagavad Gita and he became a devotee. So don't waste this valuable gift. Srila Prabhupada has given us this gift. Krishna has spoken this Bhagavad Gita, and this Bhagavad Gita is the knowledge that we all need to direct our life. All your answers are in the Bhagavad Gita. All your suffering can be cured just by Bhagavad Gita. If we don't read and study and apply Bhagavad Gita and we suffer, it's no one's fault but ours, because the solution is given. And it's our fault, or it's our lack if we don't take shelter of Bhagavad Gita. I remember in 1984, the temple opening was there, and 1985, our family, we had about 30 of us, we created, a family member created a play, like a live play, and I was the light man. So we were from Joburg, we came to Durban, and we stayed at the Aryan and Benevolent Home, and we were going to present the drama. The title of the drama was Fate or Destiny. It's like a 2-hour drama, live stage drama. So we were going to present it at University of Westville, and that day we decided, let's go, think the temple's opening. So we happened to come to the temple. And I came into the temple. The temple room was packed. I couldn't even see the deities. The temple was packed. Could only see saffron, yellow, orange. And we stood there for a few minutes. The kirtan was there, and then I turned. We were just there for a few minutes, and I was going out, and somebody from the book table sold me a Bhagavad Gita. So that's when I got my first Bhagavad Gita from this temple. And I took the Bhagavad Gita, Prabhupada's hardbound Bhagavad Gita, and I went home, and the first thing I started doing is reading the Bhagavad Gita. When I came to the second chapter, Srila Prabhupada makes it very clear that you're not this body, you're a spirit soul, you're meant to serve Krishna. So I told my father, I was waiting for the opportune moment to tell my father, I want to join the Hare Krishnas. Why? Because I'm not this body, I'm spirit soul, I'm meant to serve Krishna. Naturally, it was a shock on his system. And he said, no, you mustn't join. Don't shave your hair, don't join. He didn't like that idea. So then he gave me, he had a stack of audio of cassettes. I don't know, the youngsters don't know what cassette is. In those days we had a cassette player. And audio tapes. And the audio tapes, his idea was that I should learn more, and hopefully these audio tapes would convince me not to join, but stay at home. So then he gave me the audio tapes, and I was reading Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita, and I was listening to the audio tapes. Now the audio tapes were a commentary of Bhagavad Gita from the Mayavad perspective, from an impersonal perspective. The perspective that Prabhupada says where you minus Krishna, well, that was the perspective. But when I was hearing the audios and then reading Prabhupada's books, I could clearly understand the distinction. And instead of the audio tapes convincing me, Prabhupada's books were convincing me. Because I could understand and look at the variance or make a clear distinction between what the person was saying on the audio tapes and what Prabhupada is saying. And then when I finished reading Bhagavad Gita, I just thought, how profound is this wisdom that Krishna has given? And everyone should have an opportunity to read and expose themselves to this knowledge. And if we apply this knowledge, we will be blessed. All right, you want to tell them about a story? Okay, tomorrow. All right. Obviously we're not giving anyone opportunity to ask questions, but if you do have any questions, you're most welcome to ask. The format obviously is a little different from last year. But are there anyone that's obviously reading, or you have any questions currently? Anyone has any questions? No? All right. So if you do have any questions, you're most welcome to ask. We do love questions. We also love debating. So that's a nice way to obviously clear doubts, etc. So don't be shy to ask any questions that you may have. Thank you. So tomorrow we're starting at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, yeah? Yeah, we start at 4 o'clock, and we're going to be doing 2 sessions, or at least 2 of the verses. And one of the sessions, the rest of continue with the Bhagavad Gita. Okay, and then Sunday also will conclude the sessions. Thank you. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jayavada Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Giribharadhari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Giribharadhari Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tiva Vanachavi Yamuna Yamuna Tiva Vanachari Jayavada Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janna Vallabha Girivardhari Jaya Gopi Janna Vallabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tiva Vanachaviyam Yamuna Tiva Vanachari Jaya Adha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Adha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Jaya Radha Radha Nata Radha Radha Nata Radhe. Jaya Gaura Hare Gaura Hare Gaura Hare Jaya Gaura Hare. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaur Haribo. Om Vishnuva Paramhamsa Parivajikacharya Stotra Sutta Sindhuvange Subhochan Bhaktan Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. ISKCON Founder Charidavange Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Om Vishnuva Paramhamsa Parivajikacharya Stotra Sutta Sindhuvange Srila Bhaktan Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananda Koti Vaishnavanda Ki Jai. Namachar Srila Rastakur Ki Jai. Prem se Gochi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Gaura Bhaktan Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopika Sham Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Navadvip Dham Ki Jai. Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Ganga Mai Ki Jai. Yamuna Mai Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Tulsi Devi Ki Jai. Grantharaj Srimad Bhagavad Gita Ki Jai. Samaveta Bhaktavind Ki Jai. Nitai Go Pramanande. Oh glorious assembled devotees. Oh glorious assembled devotees. Oh glorious assembled devotees. Oh glorious Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Oh glorious Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Hare Krishna and welcome. Let us cover the invocation. Om Jnanatimivandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Utapada Kamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dina Bandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Tapta Kanchana Gourangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priya Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhuvevacha Patitanam Pavinebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesa Sunyavari Pastatya Desatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Right, let's recap all the chapters with Krishna as the focus. So, chapter 1, make Krishna your charioteer. Chapter 2, surrender to Krishna. Chapter 3, offer all sacrifices to Krishna because he is Yagneshwar. Chapter 4, cultivate transcendental knowledge of Krishna. Chapter 5, Krishna is the enjoyer, supreme enjoyer. Chapter 6, make Krishna the center of one's life. Chapter 7, Krishna is the absolute or the ultimate truth. Chapter 8, object of meditation. Krishna is the ultimate object of meditation. Chapter 9, Krishna is your best friend. Chapter 10, Krishna is the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Chapter 11, focus on Krishna's two-arm form, absorption in Krishna's two-arm form. Chapter 12, Krishna is the supreme goal. Okay. Yes, right. So today we're going to do 13, 14, and 15, and tomorrow we'll do the last 3 chapters. So chapter 13, nature, enjoyer, and consciousness. So we described that the middle 6 chapters of Bhagavad Gita, that's where Krishna was very eager to give knowledge, basically knowledge about devotional service, knowledge about himself. And the first 6 chapters is Krishna introducing the Bhagavad Gita, and then the last 6 chapters, Krishna is concluding. The knowledge is the same, but Krishna, in order to convince us, presents it from different angles of view, just so that we get it. Prabhupada also says in the 13th chapter of Bhagavad Gita that we should also learn to speculate. And we should learn to speculate in line with the Siddhanta, with the truth of Krishna consciousness. And we should learn to speculate from so many angles of view, but all in line with the truth. For example, if I say bird, can you speculate in relation to bird in line with the philosophy, with the conclusion, with the siddhanta, with the truth of Krishna consciousness? So what comes to your mind if I say bird? Karud. Yes. Good. Anything else? Sweet music. All right. Good. Like birds. Good. Part of Krishna's creation. Good. Sukadev was a parrot. Good. Freedom. Yes. Surrender to Krishna. You become free like a bird can fly. Vaikunta Airlines. Bird. Sparrow. Determination. Louder. Can soar to great heights. By Krishna consciousness we can perceive the world differently. So just one word bird, or one object bird, we can see that in many, many, many ways from a Krishna conscious perspective. So that way, Krishna also, he's giving different angles of the same philosophy, just so that we become totally, absolutely convinced. So in summary, 13th chapter. In the 13th chapter we learn of the field and the knower and the discern. Krishna speaks to Arjuna, his friend, a discourse of knowledge, wisdom to lend. The body is the field, Krishna says, a vessel the soul inhabits always. The knower of the field is supreme, the eternal soul knows not as it may seem. 24 elements the field does span, from the 5 senses to the ego of man. Desire and aversion, happiness and distress, these two in the field find their address. The knower, the soul, the divine observer, in every field the eternal server. Beyond the physical, beyond the mind, the true self, the soul we find. Krishna tells of knowledge pure that allows the soul to endure. Humility, truth and self-control, these are part of the whole. Non-violence, a mind serene, the spirit of devotion to be seen. These are virtues that one should hold in their journey to the soul unfold. Krishna speaks of the Supreme Being, the beginning and the end of everything. The light in the sun, the life in all, the consciousness that stands tall. Arjuna learns of the divine plan of the field, the knower, the eternal span. Thus ends the chapter, a wisdom spree in the sacred text, Bhagavad Gita for all to see. So in this chapter, Krishna is known or presented, Jai Shishwaranath Ki Jai, presented as the knower of everything. We, in this chapter, Krishna says, are knowers of this body. Even to some degree that's limited. We don't know everything. We know something about this body, but not everything. So we the knower of this field. This body is the field, and we the know of the field. But Krishna is the knower of every field, everyone's body. He knows everything about everyone, past, present, and future, of every living entity. And Krishna never forgets. So that is Krishna. He knows everything. Arjuna understood that, and therefore in the midst of the battlefield strife, Arjuna learns the essence of life. Chapter 13, a lesson profound. In the Bhagavad Gita, wisdom is found. Arjuna, fortunate Krishna he chose, as his guide, as the one who knows. The body is the field in Krishna's narration, but the soul, the knower, is the foundation. Krishna speaks of the field's attributes, its elements and senses, its many pursuits. But the knower, he says, rises above, an eternal soul born of divine love. Arjuna, blessed, as he understood that accepting the knower leads to good. He saw Krishna not just as a friend, but the supreme being without end. Krishna, the sun's light, life in all, the ultimate knower to whom we fall. Arjuna's fortunate lay in this acceptance, a path to peace and transcendence. The benefit of this wisdom so deep is a life of purpose, not just sleep. To see beyond the physical plane is to understand life, pleasure and pain. Like Arjuna, we too can embrace the wisdom of Krishna, the divine grace. Accept the knower, seek the truth, and life will offer its eternal fruit. In the 23rd verse of this chapter, Krishna says, "Yet in this body, there is another transcendental enjoyer who is the Lord, the supreme proprietor, who exists as the overseer and the permitter, and who is known as the supersoul." And as a supersoul also, Krishna knows everything. Now, it's interesting that Krishna knows everything. Did Krishna know that Draupadi is going to get disrobed? Did Krishna know that Draupadi is going to get disrobed in the Mahabharata, before the Mahabharata war? Yes. Did Krishna know that the Pandavas are going to possibly be burnt in the house of luck? Duryodhana arranged this house of luck. Yes. So if Krishna, who knows everything, knew that Draupadi is going to get disrobed, knew that the Pandavas are going to be burnt, why didn't he do anything? Yes. Mm-hmm. So Krishna, he is the overseer and permitter, and he will permit everything according to your situation, your individual situation. Yes. If we consider, Krishna will not firstly interfere with your independence. So, as you sow, so shall you reap, and he will not interfere with that. Secondly, Krishna knew Draupadi is going to get disrobed. Krishna knew the Pandavas are going to be in difficulty. But he did not interfere, not because he did not know or he didn't want to interfere, but he knew that they are completely surrendered to him. And therefore, he used them to teach us lessons. For the pure devotees like Draupadi, the Pandavas, they don't have any karma. They come in this world with Krishna as part of Krishna's eternal entourage. And therefore, they placed into difficulty for us as lessons. Because Draupadi's example is very, very instructive. When Dushashan was pulling her sari, she was holding on with both hands and looking at the Pandavas, they will help me. Looking at the Dhritarashtra, Bhishmadev, Dronacharya, all the warriors that were, they'll help me. And none of them could help. Then she realized, looks like no one's going to be able to help me here. Anyway, let me call Krishna. So then she had both hands holding her sari. She picked up one hand. And with the other hand she held on. Krishna, help. And Krishna still didn't come. Because she felt she'll hold on with one hand, she'll be able to protect herself and also call Krishna. And Krishna didn't come. Then she realized, looks like I'm losing this battle. All right, And she raises both hands and calls Krishna. And that's the only time Krishna appears. Manifests as a sari and protects her chastity. Later on, Draupadi asked Krishna, Krishna, why you took so long? I was in difficulty. You took so long to come. Krishna said, well, I was in Dwarka. What to do? Took a long time to come. He says, no. Why didn't you come on time? So I came on time. No. I was calling you for so long. Well, Jai Shishivaravanat ki Jai. Krishna said, well, the first time you didn't call me because you were looking at all the Pandavas and the warriors that were there, and you were thinking, well, they're going to help you. So I didn't come. Then you held the sari on your own and you raised one hand and you were thinking you can protect yourself, so I didn't come. But the moment you gave both hands in surrender, now you realize that now you need my help completely. I'm the only protector and shelter. Then I appeared. So Krishna also will test us. We will also be put to test, because we want to surrender to Krishna. We want to cultivate our loving relation with Krishna. So Krishna will test. And how Krishna will test is up to him. You may have a chronic illness. And can Krishna cure any illness? Just by him thinking he can cure any illness. There was one person in a village, and he had a chronic illness. So chronic, it practically, it allowed him not to do anything in his life. He became totally disabled to do anything and function. And his whole body was filled with so many sores that he decided, I can't live like this. This is too difficult to live. I might as well commit suicide. So he went to the bank of the Ganges and he tied a huge rock around himself, ready to throw the rock in the water and drown himself. And all the villagers, they were noticing this, and they were trying to figure out what to do to help this person. One saintly person, a great devotee of the Lord who had great attachment to the holy name, he happened to come past into the village. And when these villagers saw this great person, they knew that by his potency he'll be able to help. So they immediately went to him and they presented the scenario that this person is going to kill himself. Please, can you help? So he said, well, tell him he doesn't need to kill himself. He should untie the rock, go into the Ganges, bathe, cleanse himself, and chant the holy name of Krishna 3 times. And his disease will get cured. So they went and they told this ill person, that's what you must do. So he untied the rock. He said, well, I got nothing to lose. Let me test and let me try this. So he went, bathed, cleansed himself, chanted the holy name 3 times, and for sure his illness was cured. And the whole village was so ecstatic. So this devotee, he carried on his journey and went back to the ashram of his spiritual master. When he came to his ashram, he presented what had happened to his spiritual master. And he told his spiritual master that I told him to chant 3 times the names of Lord Ram, Lord of Krishna, and he was cured. And his spiritual master responded, you have no faith in the holy name, because you told him to chant 3 times. Just one name of Krishna can remove all sins. So, Krishna can cure anything. Krishna's holy name can cure anything. Yet, if you taking shelter of Krishna and you have a chronic illness and you pray to Krishna and you may even chant Hare Krishna, nothing happens. In fact, your disease may become even worse. And how are you going to respond to that situation? Krishna is going to test. Are you going to say, well, Krishna, just see you don't like me, you're not kind, you're not listening to me, I don't think you exist, they were just lying. Why me? I've been chanting for 40 years Hare Krishna mantra for 16 rounds every single day. Every 7 o'clock, every after evening I came to take your darshan. Is this how you reciprocate? So Krishna will test. And when we understand that ultimately Krishna is totally independent, he's the supreme, he can decide, I'm simply a servant. The servant will do whatever the master desires. I'm surrendered. The second chapter taught Arjuna surrendering. So when you surrender to someone, or however they decide to deal with you, you accept, because that's surrender. So it's not that Krishna wants us to suffer. No, Krishna doesn't want us to suffer, otherwise he wouldn't come to this world to attract us back. Krishna wants us to surrender to him, but he will test that surrender. And we should always remember that Krishna will always do what's good for us. Chapter 14, 3 modes of material nature. Chapter 14, a discourse so bright in the sacred Bhagavad Gita's light. Krishna speaks of the 3 modes that govern life's many roads. Goodness, passion, and ignorance, the 3, in every life form they always be. Krishna explains how they bind the eternal soul to the body confined. Goodness, passion, goodness, pure, bring light and knowledge. In its presence, wisdom finds lodgment. Passion, driven by desires and actions, leads to attachment and earthly attractions. Ignorance, the darkest mode indeed, misunderstands truth, plants confusion seeds. It binds the soul in a sleep profound. In the illusion of life we are bound. The soul, however, Krishna reveals, transcends these modes. In truth it deals. Beyond goodness, passion, ignorance it rests. In a state of pure consciousness it invests. Krishna counsels Arjuna with affection to rise above, seek this pure perfection. To reach the state supreme and high, devotion to Krishna one must apply. In this chapter the message is clear. Rise above the modes, let the soul steer. The Bhagavad Gita, a guide, a friend on the journey of life to the very end. So this chapter is teaching us Sri Krishna is beyond the 3 modes of material nature. He is not bound by the 3 modes and is completely aloof of the 3 modes. Krishna is in the mode of Sudasattva, pure transcendental mode, completely free from any tinge of the 3 modes of material nature, which the living entity is plagued with. Arjuna understood this. Chapter 14 is the sacred verse. Arjuna's understanding begins to immerse. Krishna speaks of the modes, a trio, they'll be, but transcends them all. Arjuna is fortunate to see. Goodness, passion, ignorance they bind, but Krishna's wisdom is of another kind. Arjuna, blessed, for he sees clear. Krishna's position beyond modes is near. Krishna, beyond the physical, the mental maze, in pure consciousness he spends his days. His action transcendental, his wisdom pure. Arjuna, fortunate, finds in him a cure. Understanding Krishna's state so high, Arjuna learns how to reply to life's challenges, its pains and strife. Understanding Krishna, he finds a new life. Arjuna's fortune in acceptance lies, seeing Krishna beyond the earthly skies. In his transcendence, Arjuna finds peace. His worries, his doubts begin to cease. The benefit of this wisdom, eternal and pure, in a life of consciousness, of love, that's sure. We too can learn from the sacred verse to see beyond modes the universe. Like Arjuna, we can understand Krishna's position, he command. Transcend the modes, seek the divine, and life's true purpose will surely shine. In Srimad Bhagavatam 4:22-21, it is said, It has been conclusively decided in the scriptures, after due consideration, that the ultimate goal for the welfare of human society is detachment from the bodily concept of life, an increased and steadfast attachment for the Supreme Lord, who is transcendental beyond the modes of material nature. So Krishna, he is beyond the modes of material nature. But we find that those who are influenced by the modes, they will engage in activities which are not glorious. For example, somebody in the mode of ignorance or passion will steal. Somebody in a mode of passion will become angry. Somebody in the mode of ignorance and passion will be greedy. Somebody in the mode of ignorance and passion will create a situation that's impure. Was Krishna stealing? Did Krishna ever steal when he was here 5,000 years ago? Most definitely. In fact, he even get names after doing those activities. Makanchor. So he stole. Did he lie? Yeah. Mother should ask him, did you eat mud? He said no. Did you steal yogurt? No. Did you break the yogurt pot? No. So he even lied. Did he get angry? Yes. When Mother should have put baby Krishna down and she went to go tend to the milk, what did he do? He broke the butter pot. He got angry. So he got angry. He lied. In fact, he would go to the gopis' homes, steal the butter, and then he would distribute the butter to the monkeys, and he would feed the monkeys so much butter that they would be totally full, and then they don't want any more butter, and he says this butter is so useless, even the monkeys don't want it. And then sometimes when he goes into a gopi's house and he doesn't find butter, then he'll go and find the baby that's in the house, the gopi's small baby, son or daughter, and go pinch the baby. Or he will, as a child, he would even urinate and dirty the place. So this was Krishna, as a small baby. It seems like he's under the modes, because that's what people who are influenced by the modes do. But Krishna, he is totally transcendental to the modes. And those living entities who do not know Krishna's position, when they read about this in scripture, they get confused. Is this God? That's why Srila Prabhupada emphasizes Krishna's pastimes are in the 10th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. One needs to study Bhagavad Gita. Then one needs to go systematically from Canto 1 to Canto 9. Prabhupada says systematically study those cantos. And then when you enter into the 10th canto, you may understand Krishna. Otherwise, you will completely misunderstand Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, did I quote? I think, okay, that's quoted for tomorrow. We'll share that tomorrow. I won't talk about that. So, yes, Krishna, he performs these pastimes, and they look like ordinary pastimes, but they're totally transcendental on the spiritual platform. In the 15th chapter, Lord Krishna already told us that the material world and the spiritual world, the material world is diametrically opposite to the spiritual world. So whatever is happening here is actually happening in the spiritual world, but it's in pure form. Do people in this material world enjoy stealing? Do people enjoy stealing? Yeah. Some will steal out of necessity, but there are those who enjoy stealing. They get a pleasure, they get a kick out of stealing. Srimad Bhagavatam says in the future, in the midst of Kali Yuga, the only occupation will be stealing. We have 432,000 years of Kali Yuga. Out of that, 5,000 years is gone. We still have another 427,000 years to go. Long time. But as Kali Yuga progresses, the only occupation is stealing. So somebody asks you, what work do you? Stealing. What work do you do? Stealing. What work do you? Stealing. So this is going to be the occupation. That means everybody's going to love to steal. And because that is the occupation, somebody needs to start sowing the seeds. So you see, that's why South Africa is very fertile for that. They're sowing the seeds for the future occupation. Now, people love to steal. They get a pleasure. So Krishna also, he steals, but his stealing is absolute. And here's another interesting aspect. Is Krishna stealing? No. Why no? He's the proprietor. How can you steal your own goods? He's God. What did we, in the, which chapter? 12. Which chapter was, Krishna is the source of all, chapter 10. So in chapter 10, we heard Krishna is the source of all spiritual material worlds. Everything's coming from him. Is the yogurt coming from him? Everything is coming from him. Yeah, we shouldn't be thinking, is the yogurt coming from Krishna? No, everything is coming from Krishna. Is the chair coming from Krishna? Yes, everything is coming from Krishna. We should have no hesitation. Even I come from Krishna. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, false ego, everything is coming from Krishna. He's the proprietor. So if he's the proprietor and the yogurt belongs to him, it's really not stealing. He's just taking it. He's taking what is his. That's in the spiritual world. Okay? So we may see that he's stealing, but actually it's not stealing. Yes. Interesting. If he's a proprietor, why is he still scared when he's stealing? Good question. Right? So, he is the proprietor. When you study all the scriptures, you recognize he is the proprietor. Therefore, for him to take and enjoy anything in his territory, in his kingdom, he has the full right to do that. But why is he scared? So if you consider Vishnu, yesterday we spoke about Vishnu and the form and the two-arm form. Vishnu, he never steals. Vishnu never lies. He's God. And the reason Krishna feels scared, because Krishna is not God in Vrindavan. Narayan is God in Vaikuntha. Krishna is a source of Narayan, but Krishna is beyond God. In fact, God is subordinate to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He's a person. And when the person goes to work, he becomes, he has an occupation. So when Krishna goes to work, he becomes Narayan, he becomes God. We also gave that example of the Western gentleman who went all over India and saw only Krishna is enjoying. So in that way, Krishna is the supreme enjoyer. Therefore, because he doesn't know he's God in Vrindavan, and nobody worries that he's God, and everyone's love supersedes the fact they love him so much because he's Krishna and not because he's God, then that love, those pastimes are human-like. And therefore he'll feel that the emotions that we may experience in the material world, Krishna will also experience those emotions to enhance and facilitate loving exchange. So that's the only reason. It's simply to enhance the loving exchanges with his devotees. Okay, chapter 15. Nature, the enjoyer, and consciousness. Chapter 15, a wisdom so divine. My apology. Just want to share one more thing in relation to this before we get to chapter 15. If this is a mango tree that is reflected at the bank of a river, what are you going to find in the reflection? If this is a mango tree, what are you going to find in reflection? It's not a trick question. A mango tree. Good. Can you, and this is the material world, that's the spiritual world. So there's the reflection of the mango on the tree. Can you enjoy that mango? Can you enjoy that mango? You said yes. Why? They're all saying no, you're saying yes. Why? Visually. You can enjoy the mango mentally. You look at the mango, so nice, so juicy, so tasty. I love to have mangoes. Mango, ice cream, mango acha. Love it. I like to get a mango. That's the best you can enjoy. Nothing further than that. That means the shadow can only be enjoyed mentally. And that's why no one will be satisfied. Everything we see in this material world is but a shadow reflection of what exists. And because everything is a shadow reflection, your relationships, all the activities that you engage in, everything that you come in contact with as sense objects, they are all reflections. Therefore, Srimad Bhagavatam says that all sense gratification is mental concoction. It's basically all in the mind. Have you seen a child? The child will cry for something, like it's the end of the world. As soon as you give it that object, like nothing happened. Hold on. How can the child go from crying like a tantrum, like it's going to there's going to be an earthquake, and then you give it that object and all of a sudden like nothing happened? Because it's mental. It's all on the mental platform. So we enjoying, like now, people are not happy with the material reality, so now they want to create a virtual reality. So they're going from the spiritual world, which is the reality, to the material world, which is a shadow reality, to virtual reality, which is even worse. And they're thinking that with virtual reality, we'll be very happy. If you're going in the wrong direction, you're going further from the truth. That means people will be becoming more depressed in virtual reality. And the thing about virtual reality is that you can create with graphics, you can create whatever you want to create. So it's still a mental concoction that's further away from the truth, that will just lead people into more depression than they think. So, the spiritual master comes and tells us, there's the real mango on the tree. That's the mango you need to enjoy. And as soon as you turn your attention towards the spiritual world, towards Krishna, towards devotional service, now you are relishing and tasting the real mango. And that's why you can become satisfied and give up the lower tastes in the material world. Chapter 15, Nature, the Enjoyer and Consciousness. Chapter 15, A Wisdom So Divine. In the radiant Bhagavad Gita's line, Krishna speaks of the eternal tree, its roots above, branches beneath, a mystery. An inverted tree so hard to comprehend, its roots the supreme, its branches life's trend. This tree of life with senses and mind is nourished by the three gunas we find. Cut down this tree, Krishna advises, with the axe of detachment as the wise realizes. Beyond this tree a path does lie, to the eternal kingdom reaching the sky. Krishna then speaks of the soul's dual nature, imperishable and perishable, a complex feature. The supreme soul, however, stands apart, eternal, sustaining a divine art. Arjuna learns of Krishna's superior role as the supreme soul in complete control. Krishna, the sun's light, the wind's air, in every heart is there. The chapter ends with a truth so grand, knowing this wisdom in Krishna's hand we stand. Those who understand Krishna's divine play reach eternal peace without delay. So this chapter 15 is directing us to accept Krishna as the supreme personality of Godhead. Srila Prabhupada coined this term, the supreme personality of Godhead. Krishna is the supreme. He's the highest. Secondly, he's a person. He's not impersonal. He's a person. Yes, he does have an impersonal side. Just like which word in the dictionary, or not necessarily, like it could be in terms of existence, which word existed first? Personal or impersonal? Which word existed first? Personal or impersonal? Personal. From personal, you can get impersonal. So, Krishna, he's a personality. He has a personality. And a person can be impersonal. Just like if I don't speak to someone, I can be impersonal. But I am a person. And he's a personality of Godhead. Remember I spoke about Vishnu, who is God. And there are many Vishnus. So there's a whole repertoire of gods called Vishnu Tattvas. All the incarnations, etc. They're all in the category of God. And Krishna, he's the supreme personality of all these Vishnu Tattvas, all these personalities. So that is Krishna. He is the supreme absolute truth. You will read in Srimad Bhagavatam, Srila Prabhupada in the preface speaks about God and the absolute truth. The supreme personality of Godhead, Shri Krishna, is the absolute truth. And the absolute truth is distinct from God. And Prabhupada expands in the preface to Srimad Bhagavatam that Srimad Bhagavatam is not just talking about God. Srimad Bhagavatam is talking about the absolute truth, the supreme personality of Godhead. Chapter 15, a divine discourse. Arjuna's understanding begins to endorse. Krishna, the eternal tree's root above. Arjuna, fortunate to see his divine love. An inverted tree, a metaphor so grand, Arjuna realizes Krishna's command. His acceptance of Krishna, the supreme so wise, brings clarity to his spiritual eyes. Krishna advises, cut the tree with detachment's axe. Arjuna, fortunate in his wisdom, relaxes. Beyond the tree, he now can see the path of eternal kingdom where he longs to be. Arjuna learns of the soul's duality, yet stands in awe of Krishna's reality. Krishna, the supreme soul, above all, Arjuna acknowledges his universal call. His fortunate lies in the acceptance in this acceptance true of Krishna the Supreme in cosmic view. This realization brings him closer to peace. His doubts, his fears, they begin to cease. The benefit of this wisdom so profound is a life of divine love all around. We too can learn from the sacred verse. Accept the Supreme and the mundane we can traverse. Like Arjuna, we can find our way to the eternal kingdom without delay. Embrace the wisdom, accept the divine, and life's true purpose will surely shine. In the preface to the Bhagavad Gita, Srila Prabhupada gives us a very important instruction. Prabhupada writes, therefore Bhagavad Gita should be taken up in the spirit of devotion. One should not think that he is equal to Krishna, nor should he think that Krishna is an ordinary personality or even a great personality. Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So, according to the statements of the Bhagavad Gita or the statements of Arjuna, the person who is trying to understand the Bhagavad Gita, we should at least theoretically accept Shri Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And with that submissive spirit, we can understand the Bhagavad Gita. Unless one reads the Bhagavad Gita in a submissive spirit, it is very difficult to understand the Bhagavad Gita because it is a great mystery. It's not that it's a book, therefore I can read it and understand. No. Bhagavad Gita is not a book. Bhagavad Gita is Krishna in a form of a book. Krishna has appeared as a granta. So he is non-different. The granta is not different from Krishna. Krishna appears in different ways in this material world for us to become purified and for us to offer service. For example, the deity is Krishna. So Krishna appears to our eyes in the form of the deity form, made of marble, metal, wood, etc. So that we can offer our worship, we can serve him, we can see him. Krishna appears as prasad, so we can honor him. Krishna appears as the holy name, so we can chant and hear him. Krishna appears as a book, so that we can read and associate. So Krishna appears in a multitude of ways so that we can benefit from his association. Here, Prabhupada is making very clear that we need to accept Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Theoretically, if we don't accept Krishna as the Supreme, at least theoretically we have to accept right at the beginning to say, okay, this person called Krishna who's speaking Bhagavad Gita, he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he's God. And then with that understanding in mind, we can study and read Bhagavad Gita. Otherwise, one will never ever be able to enter into the proper understanding of Bhagavad Gita. Because it is a secret. Krishna's revealing his heart in the Bhagavad Gita. And it's no ordinary knowledge. You don't need intelligence to understand Bhagavad Gita. You need love for the Lord to understand Bhagavad Gita. There was one devotee. He took the Bhagavad Gita and he read the Bhagavad Gita and he said he couldn't understand a thing. Just went above his head. So then I told him, he told me that he read the Bhagavad Gita and he couldn't understand. But one thing that came out of his reading, throughout the Bhagavad Gita, Prabhupada was touching and emphasizing. And that was chant Hare Krishna. So the devotees had told him, and he also heard that you need to chant 16 rounds of the Hare Krishna mantra. So he put Bhagavad Gita on the shelf. And for 6 months, he chanted 16 rounds every day. And after 6 months of chanting Hare Krishna, then he picked up Bhagavad Gita and he started reading. And he said he could understand. So Krishna is understood by love, by the sentiment of devotion. humility. Prabhupada says, submissive spirit. If you challenging or if you think Krishna is an ordinary person, you will not understand and enter into this mystery. So Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and Prabhupada is emphasizing this very clear. When you theoretically accept, after you go through the Bhagavad Gita and you have the proper understanding or proper spirit of submission, then you will understand, yes, actually Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Theoretically, and you'll have some realization. And then when you perfect your life, now you will realize Krishna is definitely the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And then when you return back to the spiritual world, according to your relationship with Krishna, that will either be overshadowed according to your relationship. Because, for example, the coward boys, if you go and tell them, Krishna is God, they'll say, yeah, nice. My friend is God, that's good. For them, their relationship with Krishna is friend. Therefore, they're really not bothered whether Krishna is God or not God. For them, they're happy Krishna is our friend. So, like that, it will wane accordingly. Now, because Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and we already discussed that Krishna, He's the proprietor of everything. He's the source of everything. Both materials and spiritual worlds all come from Krishna. Therefore, everything, all energies, everything comes from Krishna. He is the proprietor. And because He's the proprietor, He can enjoy all His energies. Normally when people see Krishna with the gopis, they misunderstand Krishna. And they think, just see Krishna, he's so sensuous, he's, has so many girls. I was going door to door in Fordsburg on Sankirtan, and we knocked on one door, and this gentleman opened the door, he invited us, and he started telling us, oh yes, your Krishna is a playboy. He's got so many girls. So we tried to, explain to him, and still he didn't acknowledge. So then I told him, I said, see, if Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then everyone belongs to Him. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, I am the Supreme Father. And we are all His children. So we are all part and parcel of Krishna, we belong to Krishna. So he said, yes, that's good, that I can accept. So then I said, and your wife? So your wife is also Krishna's, belong to Krishna. So you the playboy. You enjoying and exploiting Krishna's property, not Krishna. So Krishna, He is simply enjoying in relation to all His energies. It is explained that all the gopis in Krishna's pastimes, they're all expansions of Radhavani's qualities. All of Radhavani's abilities. Radhavani wants to serve Krishna in every way. And because she wants to serve Krishna in every way, she expands as all the gopis. So all the gopis can now serve Krishna in every single ability and talent. So technically speaking, there's only two personalities in this picture. Radha and Krishna. And you could even say, go further, there's only one personality in this picture. Shri Krishna, the Supreme Absolute Truth. The Absolute Truth is not Krishna. The Absolute Truth is Shri Krishna. Radha Krishna. Lakshmi Narayan. Sita Ram. The Absolute Truth is the possessor of energy and the energy. The energetic and the energy. The potent and the potency. That is the absolute truth. All energies, in the material world, they all say everything is energy. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed, just transform one form to another. So everything is energy. Yes. And all that energy that exists is all under the category of Radhavani. And that energy belongs to Krishna as the energetic. So when we see this, it's all the energies of Krishna simply giving pleasure to Krishna. The proprietor facilitating enjoyment through all his varieties of energies. For example, let's say I'm very good at baking. I'm very good at decorating. I'm very good at playing musical instruments. And I'm very good at singing. So because I am very good in these abilities, I can bake nice cakes for my pleasure and for the pleasure of my associates. I can decorate the room nicely. I can sing nice songs, and I can play music. All for the pleasure of myself and my associates. And there's absolutely nothing wrong in doing that because it's all my ability. So Krishna has unlimited abilities, and all these abilities expand for his pleasure. We find Krishna also appears in this world 500 years ago. Here's a beautiful picture on the ceiling. Here we see Krishna also again with all the gopis. And this is happening in the spiritual world. So Krishna also expands. 500 years ago, Krishna and Radharani comes as Lord Chaitanya. And all the gopis and associates in the spiritual world, they all come as Sankirtan devotees. So here they enjoying love, and here they distributing that love. But they basically the exact personalities that are in the spiritual world. So Krishna, he is the supreme personality of Godhead, and he can enjoy all his energies in all different ways because he is completely free to do anything and everything. All right, that concludes the 3 chapters that we meant to cover today. We will now move on to the Emperor of Sweetness. And we'll be covering 2 verses today, verse 5 and verse 6. So maybe we'll cover verse 5, and then depending if they need a break, we can give them a few minutes break and then complete 6, or we can go both together, we'll see.
Hare Krishna. So, today we have some extra singing to do. Adaram Maduram, Vadanam Maduram, Nayanam Maduram, Hasitam Maduram. Hridayam Maduram, Gamanam Maduram, Maduradipate, Akilam Maduram. Vachanam Maduram, charitam maduram vasanam maduram valitam maduram. Chalitam maduram brahmitam maduram maduradipate akilam maduram. Venur madura renur madura panir madura pado madura. Nrityam maduram sakyam maduram maduradipate akilam maduram. Gitam maduram pitam maduram bhuktam maduram suptam maduram. Rupam maduram tilakam maduram maduradipate akilam maduram. Karanam maduram taranam maduram haranam maduram ramanam maduram. Vamitam maduram samitam maduram maduradipate akilam maduram. His deeds are sweet, his liberating is sweet, his stealing is sweet, his love sports are sweet, his oblations are sweet, his tranquility is sweet. Everything is sweet about the Emperor of Sweetness. So his deeds are very, very sweet. We can go through every one of the deeds that Lord Krishna performed here on planet Earth, and we can examine from the churning of the ocean when the earth was under such threat. Lord Krishna did an incredible thing. He took the role of being the churning rod for the Mandara mountain. That is no ordinary deed. He always did something himself for the protection of the people. His ability to reciprocate with the devotee is infallible. One time, you see this deity here, this is the only deity you find that is sitting of Krishna. So Tota Gopinath is the name of this deity. He's found in Puri. You see, 500 years going back to the last conversation of that great illustrious personality we just spoke about, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared, he spent 18 years in total in a place called Jagannath Puri, Orissa. And while he stayed in Jagannath Puri, in the role of a devotee, one of the main activities that he performed was hearing the Srimad Bhagavatam from his great associate Gadadhar Pandit. So one day, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was feeling deep separation from Krishna. And he was crying out the names of Krishna loud and heartily, as any devotee should do when one feels separation from Krishna. And then what happened was that his hands were moving the sand particles in the vicinity of the forest called Tota. That forest that he was sitting in, that forest name was Tota. So he was moving the sand, and he was screaming the names of Lord Krishna, and the mukut of Krishna appeared. And then he screamed for Gadadhar. He said, Gadai, have you seen? Have you seen? Come and see quickly. And Gadadhar Pandit came, and sure enough, he saw Lord Chaitanya unearthed this very same deity. In the response for Lord Chaitanya's cry out for Krishna in separation, Krishna appeared in this form of Tota Gopinath. Thereafter, this very same deity was worshipped by Gadadhar Pandit, who in actual fact is an aspect of Srimati Radharani. And this deity was being worshipped by Gadadhar Pandit with so much of love. And the bond between the two was something so fascinating to behold. However, what happened was that Gadadhar Pandit, by the passing of time, became weakened and affected by old age. And he couldn't stand so strongly anymore. So to garland the Lord was a little difficult for Gadadhar Pandit. And what did he do? He decided it's time for succession planning. So he got hold of one of his students, and he said, from tomorrow, you will perform the worship of Tota Gopinath. And do you know what a glorious deed Lord Krishna performed to further enrapture the devotee's heart in love? He said, he came to him in a dream, and he said, Gadadhar, tomorrow you will worship me again. And Gadadhar said, but my Lord, you know that I am now affected by the perils of old age, and it is very difficult for me to maintain proper worship for you as I was doing. And Gopinath told him that no, you will come tomorrow. And when Gopinath came the next morning in front of the deity of Gopinath, Gopinath sat down. He was in a sitting form. To reciprocate with the love of a devotee who was now suffering with the impediment of old age, he actually performed this compassionate deed. So there are many stories like that of how the Lord reciprocates with his devotees. How many of you were at the old age program today that are here? There was a story that was, I told a story there of Ram Das. So I'll repeat it for those of you that were not there. Ram Das was actually a great devotee who lived in a place called Dwarika. In the state of Gujarat, in Dwarika, there's a little town close by, and there was a great devotee there. It's historically recorded, and his name is Ram Das. So Ram Das used to always go and sing on every Ekadashi day. He would go in front of the deity of Rancha or Krishna, and he would sing to his heart's content many bhajans and kirtan glorifying the Lord. And what happened? One day, in his old age, it was a very difficult thing. You know, if you're old and you have to walk anywhere to come to the temple room, because the earth is all sloped, when you're going uphill, your knees become impacted, and it's a bit of a strain for old people to walk. So similarly, This devotee, he was suffering with old age, and the deity said to him, Ramdas, stay at home and chant. I will come to your house to listen to the bhajans. You don't have to come to the temple to sing for me. So Ramdas, he said, no, I'm coming to the temple. This instruction I cannot obey, for I will come to the temple, come what may. So the next Ekadashi, the Lord appeared in his dream just before that and said, Ramdas, when you come to the temple on Ekadashi, come with a vehicle. I want to come to your house. So then the Lord arranged for this service that Ramdas would bring his vehicle and he would come, and when the pujaris all finished their service and went to rest, then Ramdas went to the deity of Rancho. He took out all his jewels. He left it there. He said, I'm not interested in your jewels and your ornaments, my Lord. I'm interested in you. So he left the jewels there. He took the Lord and he put him in the vehicle and he drove away. Sure enough, the pujaris woke up, realized the Lord was missing, and they gave chase. And Ramdas, who was then driving very slowly, he asked the Lord, my Lord, they're coming. What shall I do? And the deity of Rancho spoke to him and said, there's a well nearby. Put me in the well carefully. So then what happened was that Ramdas managed to get back onto the main road. The pujaris got hold of him and they beat him up. They beat him up so badly that he was bleeding. So then Krishna, in the well, so the pujaris then split up. They looked in the van, they didn't find the deity. They looked all around, they couldn't find the deity. And then somebody said, we saw him come from the direction of the well. Let's go check the well. And when they checked the well water was full of blood. The deity spoke to them and said, the same treatment that you have inflicted upon my devotee has been inflicted upon, I take it as if it's inflicted upon my own body, because the body of my devotee is non-different from mine. So the Lord actually told them, go to such and such place, find another deity and use that deity in your temple to maintain your livelihood. I am interested in going to the house of Ramdas to experience his devotion further. And the pujaris scoffed at that idea, saying, what will you eat in the house of such a poor man? How will you be worshipped there? The Lord told Ramdas, Ramdas, put me on a scale and give them the equal quantity of gold that is to my weight. Ramdas said, my Lord, I'm a poor man. What gold do I have? He said, just take the small gold earring of your wife, put it on the scale, and give them that. So the greedy pujaris, they actually saw a miraculous thing happen. The tiny piece of gold outweighed the weight of Krishna as the deity. And then they took the gold and they went off. But what happened was Rancho remained looking after Ramdas, accepting the simple worship of Ramdas, because the Lord is interested in the love a devotee has to offer, not in his wealth. So then, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Sukadev Goswami tells King Parikshit, my dear Lord, although Lord Krishna is the supreme enjoyer and beneficiary of all kinds of sacrificial ceremonies, he still used to eat with his cowherd boyfriends. This is because at that time he accepted the pastimes of an ordinary boy, keeping his flute under his arm and his bugle on his right side in his belt, along with his cane. In his left hand he would hold a lump of rice paste with yogurt, and in his fingers would be pilu, the king of fruits. When he would thus sit amongst his friends, it would appear as if he were the whirl of a lotus flower, and that the friends around him were petals. As they thus enjoyed joking amongst themselves, the denizens of heaven would become struck with wonder and would only stare at the scene. This is a personality who's accepting large-scale offerings in yagyas performed all over the universe, but he prefers to sit on the earth and eat with his hands messed with rice and yogurt in the company of simple cowherd boys, simply being purchased by their love. All over the universe, so many sacrificial offerings are being performed. Swaha, swaha, so many grains, so much of opulence is being offered. But his interest is to reciprocate with the cowherd people of Vrindavan. So Krishna's thievery has been discussed time and time again. It's like second nature to discuss his transcendental thievery when we discussed his pastimes. In fact, songs have been sung about his thievery with very brilliant meanings. Braje prasidam navanita choram gopanganam jadukula choram aneka janmarjita papa choram choragraganyam purusham namami. I offer my pranam to that foremost of thieves, who is famous in Vraja as the butter thief and who steals the gopis' clothes, and who, for those who take shelter of him, steals the sins which have accrued over many lifetimes. In the material world, stealing is a crime. When Krishna steals, it is so glorious that his theft is that he steals, he does not worry about your bank balance of sinful activities, your bank balance accrued over lifetimes of all things inauspicious. The minute a person says, Pahi Mam, and they approach Lord Krishna for protection, chanting with surrender, then Krishna willingly steals all the sin that they have accrued and he makes it null and void. That is the type of thief Krishna is. Therefore, we worship him with bowed heads. So poetically and so nicely, the devotees have written in the same song that's sung during the month of Purushottam or the Adhik Mas. Then that song is the theme song for the month. O stealer of my everything, O thief, today I have imprisoned you in the miserable prison house of my heart, which is very fearful due to the terrible darkness of my ignorance. And there, for a very long time, you will remain, receiving appropriate punishment for your crimes of thievery. So the devotee, out of his great love for Krishna, is telling Krishna that you have taken everything away from me. I'm no more interested in all things material that was previously of great prominence in my existence. I now stand before you with nothing, holding on to nothing, and accept you as a prisoner within my heart. Because even though the heart is a dirty place, when a person opens their heart and makes it the residence of Krishna by constantly chanting his holy names with great sincerity, then Krishna is happy to stay there. He's happy to take his residence there eternally. And he does that even before we surrender in the form of Paramatma. So such a thief is the most glorious friend that we can associate with via hearing and chanting. While rambling through the forest, one boy stole. Now this thievery is part of the culture of the people Krishna associates with. in the material world, when someone steals from you, it may agitate you. You may become very upset with the person, etc. But the stealing amidst Krishna's associates is so sweet and relishable and puts a smile on the person that's being stolen from. While rambling through the forest, one boy stole another boy's lunch package and passed it to a third. And then the boy discovered his lunch bag was stolen. He tried to retrieve it, but the thief would throw it to another. After stealing someone's lunch bag, they quickly took some food from it and replaced it with their own. The boy who lost his food smiled upon getting it back. Some boys snatched each other's horns, flutes, and herding sticks. One boy stole the second boy's gunjamala, and then a third boy would steal the mala from the second boy, and then the fourth boy took from the third. Finally, after a short time and a few scruffles, all the boys recovered their personal belongings. In this way, Krishna's friends enjoyed the festival of stealing. There's never a down moment with Krishna's friends. When we do the verse, tomorrow's verses, we will speak about the gopis and certain other pastimes. But today, we're speaking about these cowherd boys and their thievery, and it's incredible how it brings so much of bliss for them. These boys, every minute, are able to invent a new game for Krishna's entertainment. Sometimes they will imitate the frogs, sometimes they will imitate the peacocks, other times they will do other different new games, and Krishna is always smiling and relishing his time together with these simple devotional associates. So, Gunja, Gunja Madura, Mala Madura, Yamuna Madura, Vichi Madura. Shalilam Maduram, Kamalam Maduram, Maduradipate, Akilam Maduram. His gunja berry necklace is sweet. His flower garland is sweet. His Yamuna river is sweet. His ripples are sweet. His water is sweet. His lotuses are sweet. Everything is sweet about the Emperor of Sweetness. So his gunja berry necklace is the lucky bead, the black and red lucky bead necklace. So Kavi Karnapur explains that the cowherd boys, they dress similar to Krishna. They put on yellow garments. They also wear their hairs in top knots like Krishna. They also wear plumes of peacock feathers or one or two peacock feathers on their hair. They also play flutes and bugles, etc. And they, Krishna, in the morning, is dressed with very nice ornaments by Mother Yasoda. But he prefers to take out those ornaments and have himself be decorated with the forest flower garlands and amulets made of flowers and berries, and like we heard yesterday, the buds of a mango tree, the lilies, etc. So he prefers that like they say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So when in Vrindavan forest, he dresses not in any superior way with gold helmet on his head, etc. He dresses just like the other cowherd boys because he's at home. And at home, he prefers that type of attire. Just excuse me 1 minute. I just want to go back to that verse. So his stealing is very sweet, his oblations are sweet. So there was a pastime of a fruit vendor. You may know, I think the picture is somewhere in the temple room. And the fruit So the fruit vendor approached the house of Nanda Maharaj saying, sweet fruit for sale, sweet fruit for sale. And little baby Krishna heard the sound, and imitating his parents in the art of bartering for the goods of the vendor, he took some grains in his small lotus hand and he went to offer that to the fruit vendor. And what happened? By the time he reached, practically all had fallen from his little lotus hand, and very few grains remained. But she was so enamored by his beauty and his sweetness and the way he approached her that she gave wholeheartedly all of her supplies. And thus Krishna, who is Yogeshwar, the chief of all mystics, filled her basket with the most precious jewels in reciprocation. So his oblations are sweet. Everything that's offered to him is also very sweet. We discussed yesterday the type of things that are offered to Krishna. His tranquility is very sweet. Everything is sweet about the Emperor of Sweetness. So the tranquility of Vrindavan is one of the very attractive features also, because everything is, the land is actually very conscious, the trees are conscious, everything what would supposedly be inanimate is all conscious there, and the only desire in existence is to live for the satisfaction of Krishna. So the Gunjaberry jewelry of Makara earrings is also worn by cowherd boys. Shark-shaped. Makara is shark. So they wear shark-shaped earrings made with Gunjaberry. So it's a very nice offering to make like that and offer to your deities if you have, especially because Gunjaberries grow very freely here in KwaZulu-Natal. It is poisonous, so be careful. No little child in the vicinity puts it into their mouth. The flower garlands are sweet. It's explained that when Krishna wears a flower garland, there is always a swarm of bumblebees that zoom around his Vaijayantimala garland because of the sweetness. Now, it is not that the flowers make Krishna look sweet. It is that the flowers come to borrow sweetness from the Supreme Personality of Sweetness. So everything that we think is beautiful that we offer to Krishna actually becomes beautified when Krishna accepts it and adorns himself with it. So his flower garlands are very sweet. You know the story, one time Radharani and Krishna were sitting and a bumblebee came to her garland, and she said to Madhumangal, Krishna's Brahmin friend that was nearby, to please take away this Hari, which is another name for a bumblebee. And when he did that, he shooed it away and he said, Hari is gone. Being so absorbed in the love for Krishna, she thought that Krishna is gone, although Krishna was seated right at her side, that she started crying in separation of Krishna. Just the thought of being separated from Krishna invoked so much of sorrow in such a great devotional heart that Krishna himself was so moved and affected that he began to tear profusely, and their tears in togetherness formed a river that you can still visit up to today in Sri Vrindavan Dham, that is called Prem Sarovara. So the Yamuna river is very sweet. When Radharani was told by Krishna to make a descent into the Boma Vrindavan for the purpose of pastimes, that he was now going to appear on earth, Radharani said she will not come until Govardhan and Yamuna are there. And he assured her that yes, they are already gone. So this Yamuna river is so special to Lord Krishna because it is imbued with his color and with the dust of his lotus feet, with the dust and of all of his associates, the cowherd boys and the gopis, they all sport in this river. The Yamuna river actually gives life to Sri Vrindavan Dham because the cows love the pasture grounds on either side of it. The ripples on the Yamuna are very dear to Krishna. When Krishna sees the ripples on the Yamuna river, he remembers the curly, ripple-like hair of Srimati Radharani. So Radharani's hair is braided. Normally it is braided, it's oiled and braided and decorated with scented oils and very nice flowers. However, when you open up braided hair, you know there is some ripples, and that resembles the ripples on the Yamuna. When Krishna sees the ripples on the Yamuna waters, he's reminded of his beloved's hair. So the goal of our existence is to always remember Krishna and never forget him. During the time of COVID, a lot of our association was online. And I remember some very nice thing was when His Holiness B.B. Govinda Maharaj, who is like almost a full-time resident of Sri Vrindavan Dham, he posted a picture on Facebook, and it was of a blue sky and a field of yellow mustard flowers. So if you know the spice mustard that we use when we initially start to cook something, that mustard tree, when it grows, it has very yellow flowers. So in the photograph, the field of an entire field of mustard flowers, yellow and blue sky meeting together. And he said the Brijabasis, when they see this, they are reminded of Radharani is represented by the yellow mustard flowers, and the blue sky is the body of Krishna. So when they see that, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, they're reminded of Radha and Krishna. In the first session that we had, I was telling you when it was the glorification of Krishna's smile, Adaram Madhuram, Dhruva Maharaj was told by Narad Muni that when he sees on the horizon the rising sun, Hare Krishna, excuse me, when he sees the rising sun and its pinkness, it resembles the lips of Krishna, the lip color of Krishna. And sometimes we know the description is that of the red bimba fruit. Soft, luscious bimba fruit also are resembling Krishna's beautiful, sweet lips. So the Yamuna river is very, very special to Lord Krishna. He sports in it almost every day. when the Kaliya serpent came to Vrindavan and took shelter in the Yamuna river, Krishna was very, very afflicted in a negative way because all of his associates whose life and sustenance is dependent on that, the waters of the Yamuna river had now fainted and were affected. Kaliya had thus committed a very grievous sin, and thereby it agitated Krishna to the extent that he did the Tandava dance on the hoods of the Kaliya serpent, and thereby banished him on the behest of his wives. His lotuses are very sweet. So a lotus flower has got pollen in the center, and that pollen attracts the bumblebees. The bumblebees like to drink out of that pollen. They like to drink that pollen, and they get so addicted to the pollen that they do not consider how that it is nighttime, and at nighttime the lotus will close, and the life of that bumblebee becomes affected. So what happens is that Lord Shiva is likened to a bumblebee in the manner in which he chants the holy names of Krishna. That his only interest is to drink its nectar with great determination, with no consideration of any personal comfort. And what happens is that the verse that explains it is Shri Rama Govinda Mukunda Saure Shri Krishna Narayana Vasudeve Iti Adinam Amrita Panakana Bringadipana Rita Dukahante. That Lord Shiva, he is chanting incessantly the names of Shri Rama Govinda Mukunda Sore. Iti Adi means and other names like Gopal, Govinda, etc. Bringhadi is like the king of bumblebees. He dives into the lotus knowing that the lotus is a friend of the sun, and when the sun sets it will close. So he is Ashutosh. He's not interested in anything else. He chants with Eke Ha Kurunandana, that he chants with single-minded determination, trying to relish the flavor, the sweetness of the holy names. So that is a lesson for us on how to chant the holy names of Krishna. When Brahma, his head bent low and his body trembling, very humbly glorified Krishna with faltering words. Oh, this is when Brahma made his offense, and then he realized that he made an offense taking Krishna to be an ordinary person. Then he came and he apologized to Krishna, and he offered this prayer. He said, "O son of Rajaraj Nanda, all glories to you. Your enchanting Gunja necklace shines brighter than the moon. A splendid forest garland swings on your transcendental body, equipped with a herding stick, buffalo horn, and a flute tucked in your belt. You stand beautifully with a morsel of food in your hands. I glorify your wonderful transcendental body that is the source of consciousness." So you may say, how is it that the Gunjamala has got such a brilliant shine, brighter than the moon? That Lord Brahma is saying. Brahma, he creates the universe. He's a secondary creator. He will know, what to compare to the moon, right? Best, because he knows everything in creation. He is saying that the Gunja shines more brilliantly than the moon. Why? Because he has now recognized that everything that comes in touch with the effulgent body of the Lord borrows the luster and the shine from the Lord, and thereby extraordinary beauty emanates from what was otherwise a dull bead. So Krishna, he is actually quite a source of all beauty, of all things good. So we come to the summary part of the Bhagavad Gita. Are there any questions, comments, thoughts? Yes, Prabhu. Yes? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. He's conscious of as much as Krishna wants him to be conscious, because in the Krishna book, when Brahma went to see the Lord, he saw many other Brahmas that he didn't know about. So that was the Brahma from our universe who had 4 heads. He is imbued with as much knowledge that Krishna needs him to know for the purpose of his execution of duty as a secondary creator on his behalf. There's much more, many more Brahmas that know many other things that cannot fit into our Brahma's 4 heads. That's why they have many more heads. Is that okay? Yes.
Just to recap, Madri did share this, but we'll just recap. Lord Brahma, he's actually the head of our sampradaya. And we find that even in Krishna book, he tried to test Krishna. So Krishna again uses great personalities like Brahma to teach us. And what bewildered Brahma? When Brahma heard that God is there in Vrindavan, and he looked and he saw, well, Krishna, how can he be God? Because he's got food in both hands. And he's eating with his left hand. Now we know, I'm sure our parents must have told us, when we're eating, which hand should you use to eat? Right hand. And here's God eating with his left hand. He can't be God. So then he came down. Let's see if there is a picture of Lord Brahma. So there's the one. That's the one after the scene. We'll talk about this one. Right, that one's not here. So Lord Brahma comes in his chariot, and now he's looking. There's Krishna with the cowherd boys. Krishna is in the center, all the cowherd boys are there. And now he's noticing that they're taking lunch from the cowherd boys are taking lunch from the lunch box, biting it. Oh, Krishna, this tastes very nice, taste this. And Krishna is eating. They say, you have to be very careful of eating other people's remnants. And Brahma is looking at us and he's thinking, is that God? No, man. So he's getting bewildered. This can't be God. And then what broke the camel's back, the straw that broke the camel's back was Madhu Mangal. He it was either Madhu Mangal or Sridham, one of the cowherd boys. It was one of the cowherd boys, not Madhu Mangal, because they were a little poor. And he knew that the cowherd boys would come and bring lunch for Krishna every day. So he asked his mother that, can't I take lunch for Krishna? And his mother said, well, the only thing we got is this little, yogurt, buttermilk that's left over. Last few days we've been drinking that. So that's the only thing we got. It's like old, 2-3 days old buttermilk. So then the coward boy said, no, but I'll take that. So immediately, he takes that, and he's now sitting there. He's sitting there, and he seeing Krishna's getting fed by all the coward boys. But then he was thinking, no man, but I can't serve Krishna this few days old buttermilk. It's not good. So he said, I better drink everything. So then he guggles the buttermilk, and Krishna notices. And it so happened that when he guggled the buttermilk, and Krishna saw him, and Krishna said, what nectar are you drinking? Why are you not sharing the nectar? So then Krishna hit, and Brahma is watching. Krishna hit the two cheeks, and the buttermilk came out. And Krishna drank the buttermilk. And when Brahma saw this, no, this is definitely not God. I'm going to test him. So then when Krishna goes, Brahma takes all the coward boys and hides them. And obviously that was a mistake, because Krishna expended himself as all the calves and all the coward boys for 1 full year. Brahma goes back, he comes back, and he notices all the coward boys and cows are all here. What happened? I'm sure I stole them. He goes to the cave, they're still there. He comes here, something's not right here. Then he realizes, I think I made a big mistake testing Krishna. He is actually the Supreme Personality of God. Then he realizes his mistake. And then he comes and he begs forgiveness. Now what's interesting is Krishna also goes to the side away from the coward boys, and Lord Brahma comes, and Lord Brahma starts to offer prayers. And if you notice closely here, Krishna is holding a branch, and see what has Krishna got in his hand? Krishna still got some prasad in his hand. So Krishna is standing there, Krishna's got some prasad, and Krishna is waiting. Lord Brahma is offering prayers. It's like, are you done? Can I go now? It's like, are you done? Can I go now? You finish your prayers now? It's like, So then Brahma offers, I'm very sorry, Krishna, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He offers so many prayers, I'm a fool, I'm a rascal, I tell you, please forgive me. Krishna said, Tatastu, go. Brahma didn't know whether Krishna forgave him or not. Because Krishna was like, it's like, just, are you done? Okay, you can go now. So when Brahma came back to his abode, he was feeling very bad. That, I committed such a grave offense, stealing the coward boys, trying to test Krishna. Lord Brahma just felt too bad. I'm puffed up with my position, and this is what happens. So he says, I'm still not satisfied in heart. I need to beg, I need to really atone. So then Lord Brahma comes down and performs austerity. And he performs severe austerities, and the Lord becomes very pleased with his austerities. And the Lord appears to him, and he then tells, my Lord, please forgive me, I'm very sorry. Please allow me to serve you. Please allow me to appear in your pastimes, but this time, please allow me to appear in a low-class family, so that I will never become proud. And Lord Krishna blesses him that next time when I come as Lord Chaitanya, you will come as Haridas Thakur. You will be born in a Muslim family, and you will be Haridas, and you will glorify the holy name. So this is how Lord Brahma becomes Haridas Thakur, and he becomes Namacharya, glorifies the holy name. All right, so let us quickly recap. Chapter 1 is teaching us to make Krishna our charioteer. Chapter 2, all about surrendering to Krishna. Chapter 3, accept Krishna as Yagneshwar. Chapter 4, to cultivate transcendental knowledge of Krishna. Chapter 5, Krishna is the supreme enjoyer. Chapter 6, put Krishna in the center. Chapter 7, he is the ultimate truth. Chapter 8, he is the ultimate object of meditation. Krishna is one's best friend. Chapter 9. Chapter 10 is the source of all material and spiritual worlds. Chapter 11, we want to focus on the two-armed form of Krishna, the original form. Chapter 12, he is the supreme goal of every living entity and everyone. Chapter 13, intelligence and the heart. So Krishna is the knower of everything. He knows your heart and he knows everything. Chapter 14, he's above the three modes of material nature. And chapter 15, Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. So tomorrow we will complete the 16, 17, 18 chapters of Bhagavad Gita, and we'll do the final 2 verses, 7 and 8 of the Madhurastikam. There's also a talk that I'll be doing in the main tent at 1:40. That will go till about 2:30 to 40, and then we will commence with this at the session at 4 o'clock. So we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Hare Jaya. Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Giribharadhari. Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana. Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana. Yamuna Teva Vanacharya. Yamuna Teva Vanacharya. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Jaya Radha Radha Nata Radha Radha Nata Radhe, Jaya Radha Radha Nata Radha Radha Nata Radhe, Jaya Nitai Gaura Hare, Nitai Gaura Hare, Gaura Hare, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Nitai Gaura Hare Ba, Hare Ba, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hare Ba, Nitai Gaura Hare Ba, Hare Ba, Hare Ba, Nitai Gaura Hare Ba. Om Vishnava Paramahamsa Parivacharya Stotra Sutta Sri Divine Grace Abhayachan Bhakti Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, ISKCON Founder Charge Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Om Vishnava Paramahamsa Parivacharya Stotra Sutta Sri Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Anand Koti Vaishnava Ki Jai, Namacharya Srila Rasa Thakur Ki Jai, Prem Se Krishna Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Gaura Bhaktan Ki Jai, Shri Shivadi Krishna Gopal Sham Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai, Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Navdev Dham Ki Jai, Mayapur Dham Ki Jai, Ganga Maya Ki Jai, Yamuna Maya Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Tulsi Devi Ki Jai, Samaveta Bhaktavan Ki Jai, Vantaraj Srimad Bhagavad Gita Ki Jai, Nitai Gopamanande. All glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories, Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga, all glories, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Hare Krishna. Welcome to our last session, at least year, but not your last exposure to Bhagavad Gita. Let us cover the invocation. Om Jnanatimi Vandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Utapada Kamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagar Jatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Tapta Kanchana Gourangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhe Vacha Patitanam Pavinebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesa Sunyavadi Pustatya Desatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So let us recap. Our focus for this week of Gita week was to understand the Bhagavad Gita, as Prabhupada says, with Krishna as the focus. Because Krishna is presenting Bhagavad Gita. He is the speaker of the Bhagavad Gita. And Vedescha sarvam aham eva vedyo. By the Vedas, Krishna says, I am to be known. So many people, Prabhupada says, unscrupulous people, they present Bhagavad Gita minus Krishna. When Krishna is saying he's the objective, he's the end, they're taking out Krishna out of the Bhagavad Gita. Why? Because they're motivated. They want to make money. And if you put Krishna there, people are not interested. Because Krishna talks about surrender, etc. So our focus for the week, was to bring Krishna into the focus. And each chapter is directing us in different aspects of Krishna. So the first chapter was very, very clear. Make Krishna your charioteer in life. Let him drive your chariot. Guide you, steer you. Then, second chapter, surrender to Shri Krishna. Third chapter, accept Krishna as Yagneshwar. Fourth chapter, cultivate knowledge of Krishna. Fifth chapter, accept Krishna as the supreme enjoyer. Sixth chapter, put Krishna in the center. Seventh chapter, Krishna is the ultimate truth. Eighth chapter, the ultimate aspect of meditation, object of meditation is Krishna. Krishna is your best friend. Krishna is the source of all spiritual material worlds. Focus on the two-arm form of Krishna. Krishna is the ultimate goal of life. Krishna is knower of everything. He's above the modes of material nature, and he is the supreme personality of Godhead. So chapter 16, the divine and demonic natures. In chapter 16 of the sacred text, Krishna describes two natures intertwined, complex. The divine and the demonic, the holy and the hexed. A tale of virtues and vice in this Asian context. The divine is pure, righteous and free from deceit, endowed with fearlessness, purity, wisdom and discreet. Austerity, truth, absence of anger and tranquility, renunciation, peace, aversion of fault, sympathy. The demonic, on the other hand, is riddled with desire, bound by ignorance, leading to an eternal fire. Arrogant and conceit, blinded by delusion, living in a world of chaos, confusion and illusion. Those who are divine, Krishna reassures, will attain eternal peace, a happiness that endures. But the demonic ones, lost in their transgression, are bound for darker realms, a never-ending regression. For those lost in ignorance, Krishna states, they surrender to their desires, surrender to their fates. Driven by lust, they live a life impure, unaware of their spiritual nature in a world obscure. Krishna then warns of the 3 gates to hell. Lust, anger, and greed, in their hearts they dwell. They destroy the soul, the self within, leading to a cycle of sin and suffering, a perpetual spin. Live life with purity, Krishna implores, to rise above the worldly and open divine doors. Discard the demonic, embrace the divine. On the path of righteousness, let your life align. Thus in chapter 16, Krishna unveils the divine and demonic, the scales and tails. A lesson in virtue, a warning of vice, a guide to liberation, the ultimate prize. So this chapter is directing us that Krishna is all auspicious. Krishna, whatever he does, is all auspicious. There is no good and bad for Krishna. Everything that Krishna does is all auspicious. And all auspicious implies for all living entities, for all time, in all aspects. Krishna is all auspicious. In chapter 16 of the Gita's verse, Krishna reveals the divine and perverse. But Arjuna, the fortunate, he stands tall, for he sees Krishna as beyond it all. Beyond the divine, beyond the demonic. In Krishna, he finds the truth, symphonic. He sees him as all auspicious, pure and true, a vision of divinity, eternal and new. Arjuna, blessed, free from deceit, sees not the world in terms of defeat. For in Krishna he found the ultimate peace. In understanding him, anxiety cease. Krishna's words, they guide and enlighten. Life burdens, they no longer frighten. For beyond the good, beyond the bad, is in Krishna's wisdom Arjuna is clad. The benefit of this vision, clear, crystal clear. No more illusions, no more fear. For in seeing Krishna as the eternal truth, one finds the fountain of eternal youth. The cycle of birth, death, and rebirth no longer binds one to earth. Liberation is found, the soul set free, in Krishna's presence forever be. We too can learn from this holy verse, from Arjuna's journey, the universe. To see Krishna as all auspicious beyond the divide is to sail life's tumultuous tide. In accepting Krishna we find our peace, our worries lessen, our joys increase. For in the divine we find our way. In his eternal light we find our day. Thus, chapter 16, a lesson for all, Krishna's fortune, Krishna's call. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, it's a nice verse in the 2nd canto that says, "Let me offer my respectful obeisance unto the all-auspicious Lord Shri Krishna, about whom glorification, remembrance, audience, prayers, hearing and worship can at once cleanse the effect of all sins of the performer." So any form of contact with Krishna is all auspicious. Even a moment's contact with Krishna is all auspicious. Sometimes we may encounter different forms of positive and negative energies. But when we come in contact with Krishna, then there is only auspicious results. Sometimes the devotees may have an experience that they come to Krishna consciousness and they start chanting Hare Krishna, and all of a sudden they find that more negative thoughts are coming out of their heart, and they're thinking, gee, I'm chanting Hare Krishna and I am feeling more negative than before. Or they come to Krishna consciousness and they find they get more struggles than before, and they're wondering, oops, I shouldn't have started spiritual life, now I have more problems than before. That's not Krishna's doing, because Krishna is all auspicious. That is the process purifying you and bringing out all the impurities that is within your being. So that is a purificatory process, but that purification can only happen in an auspicious environment. Anyone who surrenders to Krishna, no matter how big, how small, and no matter what way, their lives will always be glorious and auspicious. Lord Srila Prabhupada writes, and says that Lord Chaitanya has a black book. And if you chant Hare Krishna just once, he writes your name in the black book. You become blacklisted, just like a school teacher, you do something wrong, then he puts you in a black book. You're in trouble now, So Krishna's also, Lord Chaitanya's got a black book. Anyone who chants Hare Krishna, he writes your names in the black book. That means Lord Chaitanya puts a track on you. Wherever you go now, Lord Chaitanya is tracking you. And that means that you can't leave him at all now, because he's now put you in his black book. Lord Ramachandra also had a book where he had all great devotees listed. Narad Muni came to Hanuman and said, Hanuman, I heard Lord Ramachandra has a book where he got names of all the big devotees. And Hanuman said, yes. And Narad Muni said, I wonder who's the best devotee. Must be me. My name should be on top. And Hanuman says, you can go ask Lord Ram, and I can see the big book. So Narad Muni went to Lord Ramachandra. He came to Lord Ramachandra. He said, my Lord, I heard you got a book where you write everybody's, all the great devotees' names you write. Can I see the book? Diary? Lord Ram said, oh yeah, it's over there, you can go see. So Narad Muni went, he saw this big book, opened the big book, and he started to see all the names. And the first name was Narad Muni. So Narad Muni is very happy. He's going through the names, all the great devotees, one page, second page, after a few pages came to the end. He's wondering, Hanuman is not there. Hanuman is great devotee. Why his name is not there? So he went to Hanuman back. Hanuman, I saw this diary, this register of all the great devotees on the list, top on the list. But I didn't find your name. How come your name is not there? Hanuman said, I think Lord Ram's got another diary, smaller diary. Go see that diary. So then he comes to Lord Ram. My Lord, I heard you got another small diary. So Lord Ram pulls out a small diary. And in that small diary, he opens, and there's only one name. Hanuman. Narad Muni says, my Lord, why the small diary? Lord Ram says, see, the big diary is all the devotees that remember me. And the small diary is all the devotees I remember. So that way the Lord was educating Narad Muni that Hanuman is such a dedicated servant that the Lord always remembers him. But we know that's true for all the devotees. Prabhupada says, you chant Hare Krishna once, the Lord never forgets you. I was speaking to one student and I was mentioning how this universe, as Prabhupada described in the Bhagavatam, is like a mustard seed in a bag of mustard seeds. So we are in this universe that's like a mustard seed in a bag of mustard seed. We're totally insignificant. Completely insignificant. Krishna's got billions and trillions, unlimited number of servants in the spiritual world. And there are unlimited number of living entities in this material world. And we're just one of those unlimited numbers. So we're practically insignificant. Krishna's got billions and billions of gopis and Lakshmi serving him. So then he asked me, so then, what's the use of me? Practically insignificant. So I mentioned, actually, even though we are insignificant, but every single one of us are unique. No two souls, even though the souls are eternal, the souls have the same spiritual nature, Satchit Ananda, But no two souls are identical. Just like no two faces are identical. Because we're all individuals. So every soul is unique. Which means that even though Krishna may have hundreds and thousands of servants, every servant is offering a unique offering to Krishna. Everyone as servant is offering service, but because of your unique personality, your service is unique to Krishna, and Krishna is eager to receive that service. And for Krishna, you are very, very special. So therefore, whatever offering we do is all auspicious in relation to Krishna. Another point, we may find that we are going through some difficulty, and then we come to Krishna and we offer our difficulty. My Lord, this difficulty, please help. And we may find few scenarios. One is, Krishna never responded. My problem still continues and nothing happens. And we may be thinking, did Krishna hear me? Because Prabhupada writes in one letter, Krishna answers every prayer. Krishna responds to every prayer. The problem is we want Krishna to respond to every prayer the way we want him to respond. He responds to every prayer, but according to his desire. He will respond to every prayer according to what's best for you. Not according to what you think is best for you. So Krishna may decide, oh, you're going through this difficulty, I'm not going to do anything. So that's Krishna's response. Because this is good for you, you'll grow. You'll learn many lessons, so I'll let you go through it. In some cases, Krishna may lessen the situation. And in some cases, Krishna may increase the fire. But either way, if we are chanting the holy names of Krishna, if we are approaching Krishna, we should be rest assured that whatever journey I'm going through, it's not now coming through Krishna's hands. Prabhupada says, you start chanting Hare Krishna, no more direct karma is coming to you. We all have karmic reaction. We all have a store of karma coming to us. But when we surrender to Krishna by chanting Hare Krishna, we don't get the law of karma giving us our karma. We get Krishna taking our karma and personally giving it to us through his hands. So, that means that whatever karma I'm getting is, Prabhupada calls it Krishna karma, not direct karma. That means whatever I'm going through, know and be rest assured, Krishna's hand is in there. And because Krishna's hand is in there, how you may see it, good or bad or ugly, is all auspicious and good for you. Because Krishna is all auspicious, and whatever Krishna decides is auspicious for your life. You'll grow and you'll become stronger in your devotion. Chapter 17, divisions of faith. Chapter 17 of the sacred text, Krishna speaks of faith, its power, like a guiding crest. Faith in the divine, faith in the self, a vital force, an intangible wealth. Krishna speaks of three kinds of faith, sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic, each one a wrath, ghost, reflecting one's nature, born of one's being, the faith one possesses, the lens of their seeing. Sattvic faith worships the gods and the divine. Rajasic faiths, spirits and demons align. The tamasic faith, ghosts and the deceased, into the dark ignorance increased. Food too, Krishna says, falls into three kinds: sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic binds. Pure, passionate, and ignorant, the dishes reflect one's nature, fulfill one's wishes. Sacrifice done with no desire for reward is sattvic, Krishna's word on the holy accord. Rajasic is done for show or personal gain, and tamasic without faith, wrath with pain. Krishna reminds an offering to the divine, even a leaf, a flower, fruit, or water is fine. Given with love, with devotion so pure, is accepted by him, for this be sure. The ultimate truth Krishna imparts. Faith is powerful, it transforms hearts. Live with pure faith in thoughts and deed to the divine path it inevitably leads. Thus, chapter 17, a discourse on faith, on purity, passion, and ignorance, a phantom's gate. Krishna guides us on how to live with faith and love to fully give. So this chapter directs us that everything is meant for Krishna's pleasure. We want to offer everything to Krishna for his pleasure. No matter what modes we are inflicted with, we should try to start offering everything for the pleasure of Krishna. And by offering, we will become purified and we'll raise our consciousness from the mode of ignorance to the mode of passion, to the mode of goodness, and then finally to the mode of pure goodness. So everything is meant for Krishna's pleasure. Chapter 17, a discourse profound on faith's many shades where enlightenment is found. Arjuna, fortunate in divine embrace, understands all is for Krishna's grace. Purity, passion, ignorance, the Trinity's dance, yet all in service to Krishna, not left to chance. In this knowledge Arjuna finds delight, for Krishna's pleasure, his eternal light. So too can we in our life's endeavor follow this wisdom and benefit forever. For in serving Krishna with heart and soul, we find purpose, our truth, our ultimate goal. Prabhupada writes, practically we see that we are sincerely trying to improve our chanting for the pleasure of Krishna. Krishna reciprocates and we feel the greatest pleasure, which is devotional service to the Lord. So it's not that there is no pleasure or enjoyment in devotional service. But when we please Krishna, we become pleased. The example is given when we decorate the reflection. By decorating ourselves, the reflection becomes decorated. If you try to decorate the reflection in the mirror, it's not going to be perfectly decorated, and you yourself will not be decorated. So that's not the best way to decorate. But simply by decorating your face, the reflection becomes decorated. Similarly, by decorating Krishna, automatically you become decorated. By giving pleasure to Krishna, you become pleased. This is how we enjoy. We enjoy in cooperation, in giving service to Krishna. We enjoy, not separately. Now, Prabhupada makes, in this conversation of Pradyumna, very interesting in relation to Kirtan. Once in 1968, Prabhupada finished a program at the Montreal Temple and was walking back to his apartment a couple of blocks away, along with Gaurasundar, Vamanadev and me. We were on the park when Vamanadev said to Prabhupada, "That was a great Kirtan. I enjoyed it so much." Prabhupada immediately turned to him and said, "Kirtan is not for you to enjoy. It is for Krishna's pleasure. If you enjoy it, then that is not Kirtan." So, we chant for the pleasure of Krishna. We don't chant for our own pleasure. If we chant for our own pleasure, we're actually not doing Krishna Kirtan. We're doing what some may call Maya Kirtan. Krishna Kirtan is praising Krishna for his pleasure. So we need to develop the art of trying to offer whatever we do as an offering to Krishna. It may be difficult in the beginning, which Krishna understands, and Krishna doesn't penalize us for that. But as we practice, we slowly start to offer and start to think of Krishna. In service, in kirtan, just like even in cooking, it's not about you. It's about Krishna. And in the beginning, because we're conditioned, we come into the spiritual life with the mentality that I am the center. So naturally, the tendency to enjoy, the tendency to be the focus, the tendency to put yourself and your pleasure first is natural. And by the association of devotees, one gets purified to start directing everything to Krishna. Just like before one becomes a devotee, one goes shopping and one looks at nice fruits and think, oh, nice for me, I love that. Then as one gets purified through Krishna consciousness, one goes to shop and one looks at a fruit and think, oh, this Krishna will like this. So slowly like that, it gets directed towards Krishna. The gopis in Vrindavan, for them, everything is for Krishna. They have no material tinge, absolutely no self-consciousness to think, I'm doing anything for myself. Even when they dress, they're dressing simply to offer pleasure to Krishna. So that is the perfection. When we're eating prasad, when we're having kirtan, it's wonderful. And we get purified. But sometimes devotees may ask, how do I get more pleasure from the kirtan? In the material world, if you want to get more pleasure from an activity, you indulge in that activity. In spiritual life, if you want more pleasure from an activity, you just pull yourself more further away and put Krishna there. So the more you give pleasure to Krishna, the more you feel pleasure. So again, the mind may not, the mind may freeze when it comes to this. It's like, no man. I remember one Janmashtami in my early days of Krishna consciousness. We went for Janmashtami and we had to fast the whole day. The devotees will be fasting whole day. And this was one of my first Janmashtami. So you have to hold a pillar because you're fasting whole day. You're weak, So we were there and I was, after the midday arti, the devotees will stay up whole night. And then midday, after the midday arti, then they go break their fast. So I was hoping that as soon as the fast time is there, we'll sit and take prasad. It so happened that I came into the prasadam room and the one devotee was coordinating the serving of the feast. He said, come here. Called me. He said, you serve the cake. And I was hungry. I want to sit and eat. He's telling me to go serve the cake now. And cake, it's the sweet stuff. It's eish, austere. Anyway, what to do? You have to follow them, otherwise you're not going to get prasad, Okay. So then everyone is serving. And I'm serving the cake now. And I'm hungry. And I'm serving the cake. And one tray is going. And the second tray is going. And the trays are getting empty. And I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, hey, I'm going to miss the cake now. I'm serving the cake and I'm going to miss the cake. And eventually I'm serving. And when I finish, there was no cake left. But what was amazing is I was full. I was fully satisfied. And I was thinking, but I didn't eat. What's happening here? I didn't eat and I'm fully satisfied. Because Krishna was seeing that you're serving. When you're giving pleasure to Krishna and Krishna's devotees, you will get that pleasure coming to you. It's inconceivable but true. The more we extend ourselves, the more we give pleasure to Krishna, we get pleasure. In fact, Krishna feels cheated. He is the Supreme Lord, and everyone is a servant. Now, we already said Krishna, everything is for his pleasure. So all the servants, they're offering everything to Krishna. But the mystical thing is that the devotees feel 10 million times more pleasure than Krishna. And there's Krishna receiving all the service for his pleasure, and he feels cheated that I know who's getting more pleasure than me. You all. And that's unfair. I'm God, I meant to get all the pleasure. Well, we are servants, we can't be God. But you, God, if you want to experience what the servant experienced, you have to be a servant. Now Krishna can't just become a servant and not be Krishna, because then there's no Krishna to offer. So Krishna has to stay Krishna. But Krishna can expand. So he expands himself as Lord Chaitanya. Therefore on the altar we have Radha and Krishna, and we have Lord Chaitanya. Lord Chaitanya is Radha and Krishna. He's Krishna with the mood, the heart of Radhavani. Radhavani is the devotee, the best devotee. And Krishna, he's the best master. So Krishna decides, I'm going to become the best devotee. So Lord Chaitanya, he's Krishna becoming the best devotee. Now he can experience what it means to offer pleasure to Krishna. And this way he experiences that pleasure. We find when Krishna comes to Mathura, many of the residents of Mathura, they had heard about Krishna's glories from Vrindavan. Because people would go to Vrindavan from Mathura, and then they would come back and they would relay messages about Krishna. So they heard about Krishna's sweetness, and they were eager to get a glimpse of Krishna. Some of them were eager to offer offerings to Krishna. They couldn't wait. There were others who were associates of Kamsa, and because they were associates with Kamsa, they obviously didn't understand Krishna's glories. So when Krishna is going to Kamsa's arena, on the invitation of Kamsa, Krishna meets many personalities. Krishna met in what do you call it? A flower man. He was making garlands. Flower vendor, yes. He met a flower vendor, and the flower vendor was very happy to offer garlands, flowers to Krishna. On Krishna's route, Krishna saw the washerman, Kamsa's washerman. He was like the leader of all the washermen. And Krishna knew this washerman. So Krishna and Balaram decided, let us go and give him mercy. Now, here's a situation where you're not going to Krishna and asking Krishna for mercy. Krishna and Balaram decide, we go and give him mercy. So they come to this washerman, and they tell the washerman, you know the clothes you got? Which was royal clothes of Kamsa and from the palace. You give that to us. We'll bless you. And the washerman got very angry. How dare you ask for these clothes? Uncultured. You people just coming from a forest. What do you people know about culture? And if you don't watch what you say, our guards will kill you both. So just get out of here. So Krishna gave him a chance. and with his finger just chopped his neck off. And the soul of that washerman went into Krishna's body and he got liberated. The servants of the washerman who were holding all the clothes that were washed, they saw their master killed right in front of them. They dropped the clothes and ran. Krishna and Balaram picked up the cloth, they dressed themselves, and they carried on. Now this washerman, he was the washerman during Lord Ramachandra's time. We know when Lord Ram brought Sita back to Ayodhya, then there was a washerman in the village, and he criticized Lord Ram. How could Lord Ram bring Sita back? What proof is there that she's chaste? And this washerman's wife was on her way to her father's house. And it so happened that on her way there was a storm. So she couldn't reach her father's house in time. And she was stranded overnight. Then she came back and she told the husband, I unfortunately couldn't reach home and I was stranded in the night. And the husband said, sorry, I cannot accept you because I don't know where you were in the night. And I am not like Lord Ram, that just accepts any woman that goes out in the night. And it's a long story. We know Lord Ram, because of that, he sent Sita Devi to Valmiki's ashram. That was also her desire. But for that offense of that washerman, the washerman committed that offense against Lord Ram and against Sita to condemn her chastity. Because of that offense, he had to take birth again. And this time he became a washerman in Mathura. And Krishna was meant to kill him. But just see, Krishna was so kind. Krishna said, let's give him mercy. Let's give him a chance. So they gave him a chance. Give us the clothes. And he said no, because he had Kamsa's mentality. And because he was associating too closely with Kamsa, Kamsa's mentality rubbed off, and Krishna said, okay, you lost your chance. Out with your neck. Then Krishna carried on. And there was another tailor, a weaver. And the weaver, when he saw Krishna and Balaram, he was so happy, so ecstatic. He ran to Krishna and Balaram. And he said, please, please accept all these flower garments that I've made. I weaved all these ornaments with flowers. And he started decorating Krishna and Balaram with flower ornaments that he weaved together. They were very soft on Krishna's body. He garlanded Krishna, he dressed Krishna, and they were going into the arena. So this was very comfortable for Krishna and Balaram. And Krishna and Balaram were so pleased with this weaver. They asked this weaver, in fact they blessed the weaver, we bless you that in your next life you will get a form exactly like ours, like a coward boy. You will become a coward boy. And you will have all auspiciousness and prosperity. And the weaver was very happy. That weaver was born in his previous life. He was born in Mithila. So we had one weaver that was in Ayodhya, or washerman in Ayodhya, and we had this washerman and weaver was born in Mithila. And when Lord Ram came to Mithila, and during the Swayamvar of Mother Sita, when the weaver saw Lord Ram, he had made clothes for Lord Ram for the wedding. But he had such an intense desire to dress the Lord himself. But in the royal assembly, he couldn't do that. That was his duty, just to make the clothes, not to dress. But his desire was intense. I wish I had the opportunity to dress Rama and Lakshman. So Krishna, knowing his heart, allowed him to take birth again in Mathura. And this time when Krishna and Balaram came, he was able to personally dress Krishna and Balaram. So everything is meant for Krishna's pleasure. If we offer, Prabhupada would always conclude his class that if you offer to Krishna, you'll never be the loser. You'll never be the loser. In fact, scripture has so many verses extolling the glories of giving to Krishna. Like if you give in charity to unqualified brahmana, you get some return. But if you give to a qualified return, you get many, many multiple fold return. If you give a devotee, you get many, many multiple times more benefit. If you offer to Krishna, you get inconceivable benefits. So we should never underestimate the offerings we give to Krishna. Chapter 18, conclusion, the perfection of renunciation. Chapter 18, the Gita's final call, where Krishna reveals the essence of all. Renunciation and surrender, the path to liberation, the ultimate truth, the divine revelation. Krishna speaks of duties to renounce or fulfill. For even in renunciation, the action lingers still. Better to perform one's duty, though imperfectly done, than to perform another's, though perfectly won. He speaks of the threefold actions in wisdom's light. Sattvic, Rajasic, Tamasic, each a different sight. Sattvic is duty done, devoid of desire. Rajasic is action for reward, passion of fire. While Tamasic is undertaken in delusion, misguided, harmful, causing confusion. Thus, do your duty, Krishna implores. Seek not the fruits that the world stores. He speaks of knowledge, the knowing of the self, the ultimate wisdom, the greatest wealth. To know the divine, the eternal soul, and the eternal soul is to transcend the world, to reach the goal. In the end, Krishna urges surrender, to leave behind the worldly, the ego's defender. To take refuge in him with heart so pure is to find liberation, of this be sure. Thus ends the Gita, the divine song, a guide for the righteous to distinguish right from wrong. To live with devotion, to surrender the self, is the path beyond liberation, the truest wealth. Chapter 18, a conclusion divine, a beacon of wisdom forever to shine. Krishna's words echo a timeless call. In this sacred Gita, he reveals all. This chapter basically leads us to understand Shri Krishna is the supreme shelter. Chapter 18, where sacred teachings align on the path beyond liberation, where divinity shines. Arjuna, fortunate in wisdom immersed, accepts Krishna as supreme, quenching his spiritual thirst. In surrender complete, he finds Krishna's grace, understanding the universe in his divine embrace. In this surrender, Arjuna's path is illuminated bright, guided by Krishna, his eternal light. We too can navigate life's winding course, guided by Krishna, the ultimate source. In surrender to him, our soul finds peace, our fears and doubts in his shelter cease. By following this truth, we gain insight into life's purpose beyond mortal sight. For in accepting Krishna, in surrendering profound, we find our true selves, the life's meaning is found. Prabhupada writes in the verse 65, chapter 18, Prabhupada writes, the most confidential part of knowledge is that one should become a pure devotee of Krishna and always think of Krishna and act for him. One should not become an official meditator. Life should be molded, so molded that one will always have a chance to think of Krishna. One should always act in such a way that all his daily activities are in connection with Krishna. So if one is full-time in the temple, then all of one's activities are connected to Krishna. But when one is outside, that doesn't mean one is not full-time. One is still a full-time devotee. And how can one still be a full-time devotee? Prabhupada is saying, one should always act in such a way that all his daily activities are in connection with Krishna. Somehow they connected with Krishna. In this way, even though one is doing one's duties and responsibly carrying out one's activities, one is connected with Krishna, and those activities will not bind you. Otherwise, those activities will bind. He should arrange his life in such a way that throughout the 24 hours, he cannot but think of Krishna. And the Lord's promise is that anyone who is in such pure Krishna consciousness will certainly return to his abode of Krishna, where he will be engaged in association of Krishna face to face. The most confidential part of knowledge is spoken to Arjuna because he's a dear friend of Krishna. Everyone who follows the path of Arjuna can become a dear friend of Krishna, be dear friend to Krishna, and obtain the same perfection of Arjuna. These words stress that one should concentrate his mind upon Krishna, the very form with two hands carrying a flute, the bluish boy with a beautiful face and peacock feathers in his hair. So, the supreme shelter. There's two types of shelters. Durashraya means bad shelter, and the Ashraya, true Ashraya, is Krishna. If we take shelter of Durashraya, bad shelter, then we will always be disappointed. But if we take shelter of our true Ashraya, Krishna, we will never regret. One of Krishna's name is Achyuta, infallible. Krishna never fails in his protection, in his service, in his duty to his devotees. So, we should always depend on Krishna. And Krishna will always be there for his devotees. One great devotee of the Lord who was preaching Bhagavad Gita from village to village with his disciples, he was touring and going from one village to another, spreading Krishna consciousness through the Bhagavad Gita. And they came to one village. And the disciples noticed that nobody was coming to hear his discourse of Bhagavad Gita in that village. And the disciples were thinking, what's wrong with these people in this village? They're not interested in spiritual life. So then the disciples, they thought of doing something to see. Maybe we should entice them. Maybe we should see what's their focus and agenda. So they took some rupee notes, 500 rupee notes, and they put it in the Bhagavad Gita, and then they left the Bhagavad Gita with the 500 rupee notes sticking out on the book table, so that anyone going past, they would see, oh, there's a Bhagavad Gita, but then there's something sticking out. They'll go look there, oh, it also rupee notes, acha, I like this Bhagavad Gita. So that's what the idea. So they put the 500 rupee notes and waited for 1 week to see what happens. After 1 week, they found the books are still there. Wondering, wow, these people aren't even interested. So they went to the Guru. And they came to the Guru and they told the Guru, these people in this village, they're really not interested in any spiritual practice. We even put rupee notes in the Bhagavad Gita to entice them, and still they were not interested. They're like hopeless cases. And the spiritual master got very upset with them and scolded them. And he said, this was his response. Hearing this, the sage chastised the disciples, saying, "O fools, the Bhagavad Gita is so glorious that it cleanses the hearts of people who merely see, touch, or read it. After reading it, people would not be provoked to steal the money inside, as they would have realized that currency is as good as ordinary paper. On the contrary, fools like you, who doubt others and try to act smart need to control your tongues and avoid unnecessary talks and immerse yourself in the pages of Bhagavad Gita. So they didn't realize the potency of Bhagavad Gita. Just by seeing it, one gets purified. Prabhupada would say, if anybody even just touch one of his books, it has impact. It has a powerful impact, because these are not ordinary books. And one devotee, he had this experience. He was distributing books. So he met one gentleman. And he says, would you like a book? And the man said, no, not interested. And he said, no, take a book. He said, no, I'm not interested. So then the devotee thought of this statement that Srila Prabhupada said, just, let them touch the book. So he told the book, okay, don't buy the book. Just touch it. So the man thought, oh, okay, that again, no problem, I can touch. Not buying it out. So he touched it. And then he carried on his way. And after a few minutes, he came back. And he said, can I have the book? And the devotee was surprised. Yes, see, he touched the book. It had an effect. And after a few minutes, that effect manifested that he wanted the book. And he came back. So we should not underestimate the wisdom and the knowledge that we have. A prayer. Oh Lord Krishna, please bless me, please bless us, that with the wisdom to sincerely engage with the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita and other sacred texts, help us to cleanse our hearts and minds and to avoid judging others hastily. Grant us the humility to reflect on our own actions and the devotion to immerse ourselves in your divine words. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavad Gita Ki Jai. And now we will hear the last two verses. So, those of you who have been attending the Bhagavad Gita week, who does not have a Bhagavad Gita as it is? You all have your own copy? Good. Those guests who are here at this good fortunate time, any one of you don't have a copy of Bhagavad Gita? This version, Bhagavad Gita as it is. Anyone doesn't have a copy? You don't have a copy? Alright, so this is your own gift that the devotee sponsored for you. And I generally tell whoever gets this gift, see, it's called Bhagavad Gita as it is. And that means the only condition for receiving this gift is that it shouldn't be on the shelf as it is. Wrapped everything nicely, still on the shelf. You need to open it and read it. All right. Anybody else? Please come. Krishna is very kind. He's come to you in the form of the Bhagavad Gita. Please open it, read it, and I can guarantee you that if you sincerely read the Bhagavad Gita and Prabhupada's purports, your life will transform for the most glorious journey that you will experience in your spiritual life. It is no ordinary book. It is Krishna himself appearing amidst us. So take full advantage of that. So now let's hear about this very sweet boy that even the Mathura Vasis, they were eager. They heard about Krishna's sweetness. They heard about his beauty. And they could not wait. When they heard Kamsa had asked Krishna and Balaram to come, they were so happy. Wow, we have to thank Kamsa. He's done one thing great. He's invited Krishna and Balaram. They were so happy because they couldn't go to Vrindavan, but now Krishna and Balaram was coming to them. So their eyes were thirsty to see Krishna's sweetness.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we don't know if we're going to meet again ever after this moment. So sing it like you mean it for the last time for this year together. Adaram Maduram Vadanam Maduram Nayanam Maduram Hasitam Maduram. Hridayam Maduram Gamanam Maduram Maduradipate Akilam Maduram. Vachanam Maduram Charitam Maduram Vasanam Maduram Valitam Maduram. Chalitam Maduram Brahmitam Maduram Maduradipate Akilam Maduram. Venur Madhuro Renur Madhura Panir Madhura Pado Madhura. Nrityam Madhuram Sakyam Madhuram Maduradipate Akilam Maduram. Gita Madhura Pita Madhuram Bhuktam Madhuram Suptam Madhuram. Rupam Madhuram Tilakam Madhuram Maduradipate Akilam Madhuram. Karanam Madhuram Dharanam Madhuram Haranam Madhuram Ramanam Madhuram. Vamitam Madhuram Samitam Madhuram Maduradipate Akilam Madhuram. Kunja Madura, Mala Madura, Yamuna Madura, Vichi Madura. Shalilam Maduram, Kamalam Maduram, Maduradipate, Akilam Maduram. Gopi Madhura, Leela Madhura, Yuktam Madhuram, Bhuktam Madhuram. Ristam Madhuram, Shishtam Madhuram, Madhuradipate, Akilam Madhuram. Gopa Madhura, Ghavo Madhura, Yastir Madhura, Shrishtir Madhura. Dalitam Madhuram, Falitam Madhuram, Madhuradipate, Akilam Madhuram. Where is his tilak? His tilak move. His gopis are sweet, his pastimes are sweet, his union is sweet, his food is sweet, his delight is sweet, his courtesy is sweet. Everything is sweet about the Emperor of Sweetness. His gopas are sweet, his cows are sweet, his staff is sweet, his creation is sweet, his trampling is sweet, his fruitfulness is sweet. Everything is sweet about the Emperor of Sweetness. So, yesterday it was said that the way he liberates people was also sweet. His stealing is sweet, his oblations, everything is sweet. His deeds are sweet, yes. So, his liberating is sweet. There we go. And I forgot to tell you that how kind is Lord Krishna, our Lord Krishna, that even though Putana came with the intent of poisoning him, Putana came with such evil intent, and she smeared poison that was so deadly, hoping that Krishna would ingest that poison and die like all other children she's been killing en route to him. But Krishna was so kind. It's explained that Krishna's eyes are lotus eyes. His eyes are so beautiful because he only sees good. He doesn't see the bad. So he gave Putana the position of a nurse in the spiritual realm, simply because even though the intention was evil, it was a good intention. Then we have Shishupal. Shishupal was born with extra hands and feet, and an astrologer told his mother that the person upon whose lap you place him and all these extra organs fall off, that person will be the cause of his death, because his mother wanted to know what would be the cause of his death, because he was such an unusual child. And sure enough, when baby Krishna, she called all of the great soldiers of the land, and she placed the baby on everyone's lap. And her nephew, Krishna, him and Balaram came together with their parents to visit the newborn baby. And they placed the child on Balaram's lap playfully. And Krishna insisted, said, "Put him on my lap too, put him on my lap." And as soon as he touched Krishna's lap, all his extra organs fell. And Shishupal's mother begged Krishna. She said, "You are my favorite nephew, and I beg you to please be kind to your cousin Shishupal. He's just like you. He's a child. Please forgive him for if he has any evil intent." And Krishna said to his Pua that, "Listen, what has to happen and is ordained by destiny will happen in any case. But since you asked me for something, I won't let you go empty-handed. I will give you my word that I will excuse Shishupal 100 offenses." And at the Rajasuya sacrifice of Yudhishthir Maharaj, Shishupal, grown up and filled with arrogance, appeared, and he was uttering so many offenses on his way into the assembly, loudly. Sahadev, Nakul, Arjun, Bhim, all of them wanted to kill him instantaneously. And Krishna stopped them, said, "Shanto Jai, be peaceful, give him his chance." 98th offense, 99th offense, 100th offense, Sudarshan Chakra was let go, and Shishupal was liberated. At that time, everyone present in the assembly saw an amazing feat occur, that the Atma of Shishupal merged into the body of Krishna despite his evil deeds. How sweet is Krishna's form of liberating these demons, that even though they die at his hands, they attain such a high destination. That's why when Marichi was told by Ravan, if you don't go in the guise of a deer to occupy Ram's attention so I could kidnap Sita for myself, then Marichi, I will kill you. Marichi said, "Die I must, because no one lives forever. However, if the choice is to die at your hands or the hands of Lord Ram, I will choose to die at the hands of Ram, because that will give me the most glorious end." So Krishna's sweetness is in every aspect of his being, in every aspect of his deeds, in every aspect of his relationships. Everything is sweet about the Emperor of Sweetness. So these two verses are glorifying mostly the gopis and the gopas and the gavos, the cows that are with Krishna. So here, Krishna's friends are of different categories. The gopas form a very strong network around Krishna, and their activities bring increased pleasure to Lord Krishna. The male helpers, the sahas, may be divided into 5 groups. So they have 5 categories of gopas. So cleverness at speaking joking words, eternal love and friendship for Krishna, expertedness at judging what is proper at different places and times, abilities to pacify the gopis when they become angry, and great learning in the art of chanting secret mantras are some of the personal qualities of sahayas. That's the one category, that's the category of these 5 types of gopas. So they enhance the rasa, or the activities of the Lord, by engaging in these different types of activities to facilitate the feelings, or the ras. So trust in Krishna. The boys, these gopas, they have implicit trust in Krishna. It's like where Prabhupada gave the example, if you go stand in front of a lion or in a zoo, but you're a little child and the lion lunges at you, but you're with your father, so you're very brave because you feel your father will protect you. Similarly, a devotee feels the same type of sentiment, that Krishna will always protect me. In fact, this morning we were speaking about the 6 symptoms of Sharanagati, or surrender, and one of it is to always feel dependent on Krishna and to accept Krishna as one's protector. So the gopas, they have implicit trust in Krishna, so much so that when Aghasura appeared, and Aghasura, the huge snake, opened up his mouth, which actually had a very bad smell but looked like a very attractive cave, the boys entered Aghasura's mouth fearlessly, confident that Krishna would protect them, as he had done many times before. Their trust in Krishna's protective power made them fearless in the face of the demon. And Krishna's protection, true to their faith, Krishna entered the demon's mouth after them and ultimately killed Aghasura, saving all the cowherd boys. This event reinforced the boys' belief that Krishna is by their side. They had nothing to fear. So there's a shloka that you may have heard in your childhood. Mare Krishna Rake Krishna Amare ke. If Krishna wants to save you, no one can kill you. Krishna wants to kill you, no one can save you. So these devotees, they have this implicit faith like that, that Krishna, he is our protector. As long as Krishna is there, no forest fire could destroy them. Why? Krishna told them to close their eyes, and he just put his hands in a cupped way like this, and he drank up that forest fire. 2 times over he did that, and not a hair frizzled on his body. Krishna was able to save the boys from the evil Kaliya serpent. Krishna was able to save them from the horrible stork demon Bakasura, right? So even though Krishna is so sweet, when Bakasura swallowed Krishna, he felt like it was hot fire, molten fire in his system, and he spat Krishna out, and Krishna bifurcated his mouth, and that stork demon was then liberated also. So then we come to the gopis. There's a verse, Vikretu kama kila gopakanya murari pada chittavritti dadyadi kamo havasana vochan Govinda damodara madhaveti. The young cowherd girl was trying to sell milk and yogurt, but instead of calling out milk for sale, she absent-mindedly said, Govinda Damodar Madhava, because their minds are always absorbed in thoughts of Krishna. They're always thinking of Krishna's deeds. They're always thinking, what can I do to bring greater pleasure to Lord Krishna? What will Krishna want from me that will increase his pleasure? Their whole existence, every breath they take, every pore in the body is fully conscious of the fact that their existence is only for Krishna's pleasure. So, Krishna's gopis also are in different categories. You get the Sadharan Saki, and they consider that Krishna is their everything. For them, their devotion is only and only for Krishna. They worship Krishna as their husband. Anything else other than Krishna holds no meaning to them. Can you think of a popular person who has this mentality? That Krishna is mine and mine alone, and I will do everything only, solely and only for Krishna. Meera never worshipped Radharani. Meera all accepted. Mirabai. You heard of Mirabai? Mirabai is depicted with that musical instrument in many a old poster. So Meera, she was of this kind of category, that Krishna's mine, Krishna's my husband, I'm not interested in anyone else. Then you get the Priya Sakis. The Priya Sakis, their mentality is that they love both Radha and Krishna equally. So for them, they understand the divine couple, and their sentiments towards each other, towards each of Radha and Krishna is equal. Then you get the Priyanama Sakis, and they love both Radha and Krishna, but they favor Srimati Radharani. They will do anything to Srimati Radharani, and if Krishna supposedly makes Radharani upset, they will get on his case so badly, and their words are so sharp but Krishna relishes that sharpness of their words, and there's a verse where it is explained that he honors those words that the devotees utter when they are sulking towards him more than the prayers of the learned brahmanas in many situations. So it is seen at places that the Priyanama Sakis, they can take the side of Krishna in sweet exchanges to announce the beauty of the Leela pastime, and in a particular way to bring both Radha and Krishna together. So their sole purpose is that if Radharani's elders in her family are keeping her at home, they will conjure a plan to bring them together. Like there was a situation where Mother Yasoda had told Radharani that since she got the benediction from Durvasa Muni, that whatever she cooks will be tastier than nectar, and whomever eats Radharani's cooking will gain longevity. So she wanted that was the best of the cooking for her little Lala Krishna. So Radharani would come every day and she would cook for Krishna. But then Radharani's supposed in-laws, they were not in favor of this. And they always provide an obstacle, Jatila and Kotila. So they decided that Radharani must not go to Nandagram anymore to cook. She must stay home and she must cook for her own household. And they sent a message to Mother Yasoda. And Krishna, he was heartbroken to know. Mother Yasoda said, Krishna will starve himself to death. He will not eat the cooking of even me if Radharani does not come to cook. So then Dhanista and the other gopis that fall in this category, they formed a plan, and they went to Dhanista went to Radharani and whispered something in her ear, said, now we're going to do a drama. So, you will get bitten by a snake, supposedly. And you will pretend to be bitten by the most poisonous snake. And Krishna will come in the disguise of a girl. And he will be the one who will be able to take out the poison out of your body. So Radharani, so the plan was put into execution. And what happened? Krishna came, he pretended to be an Ayurvedic doctor who was specialized in taking out the snake poison, and then he imitated the voice of a snake, and he exorcised the poison out of Radharani's body, supposedly, and he was all this time disguised as a lady, and Radharani's mother-in-law and sister-in-law gave her the benediction that it's too late now, please stay here overnight. And then Lalita, Vishaka, all of them had arranged a very nice gathering like that, and they relished their pastimes together. So these gopis are very expert in arranging such types of rasa. Then you get the Pranasakis. For the Pranasaki, Srimati Radharani is everything. This is the mood of the Radha Snehadikas, which means that they exist just for providing pleasure to Srimati Radharani. For them, nothing means anything except Radharani. So what happened was that in one time, one of our sannyasis was giving a lecture, and he mentioned that the worshippers of Vishnu are called Vaishnavas, and the worshippers of Krishna are called Karshanas, and the worshippers of Radharani are called Gaudiyas. And we are all Gaudiya Vaishnavas because we are in the Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya, or disciplic succession. So the gopis, they actually are great educators for people like Uddhava. Uddhava, he was a very, very special person. Uddhava is a cousin of Lord Krishna. He's so alike Krishna even in his bodily beauty. When Krishna gives Uddhava his Mahaprasad garland, his Mahaprasad clothes to wear, Uddhava looks like a complete clone of Lord Krishna, identical in all aspects. So, Krishna needed a messenger to go to Vrindavan and convey a message to the gopis who he knew were suffering in separation from him now that he had come to Mathura. And at that time, the more appropriate person was his cousin Uddhava, whom Krishna wanted to give a little higher education to. So when Uddhava went to Vrindavan, he saw the love of the gopis. Uddhava was overwhelmed by the deep, pure love and devotion of the residents of Vrindavan. The first people Uddhava wanted to visit was Nanda and Yasoda. So the first person that he met, he asked, can you tell me where Nanda and Yasoda are? They said, you see this river here and this river here? You just follow these two rivers. These are the tears of Yasoda and Nanda. Because from the time Krishna left Vrindavan to Mathura, his heartbroken parents, after Nanda returned, never stopped crying in separation from their darling Yasoda Nanda Krishna. So what happened was Uddhava goes, and he is so taken aback by the state of consciousness and the love. Life has got no meaning at all without Krishna in it for the residents of Vrindavan. He saw how the gopis and the other residents were in constant remembrance of Krishna, feeling intense separation from him. They were looking at the Tamil tree and they were seeing Shyam Sundar because the tree is blackish in color. Everything that they saw was reminding them of, oh, Krishna walked past these creepers and he did X, Y, and Z by this lake. So every little detail of Krishna's behavior was so deeply registered in their consciousness that remembrance of Krishna was like a first nature for them. The devotion of the gopis' love for Krishna was so profound that they had given up all worldly attachments. Uddhava witnessed their deep sorrow in Krishna's absence, and their unwavering devotion deeply moved him. He realized that their love was beyond anything material and was the highest form of devotion. Uddhava was confident that he was a good devotee of Krishna, that he had made a lot of spiritual progress. But when he went to Vrindavan, he realized that these gopis were on a completely higher level, higher than he had ever witnessed before. Uddhava observed the places where Krishna performed his childhood pastimes, such as playing with his friends, lifting Govardhan hill, and dancing with the gopis during the Rasa Leela. These memories were preserved in the hearts of the Vrindavan residents and were a constant source of joy and sorrow to them. To appease their burning hearts, which were becoming burnt with the fire of separation, these gopis were reenacting the pastimes of Krishna in order to pacify their state of being. So they would imitate how Krishna lifted Govardhan hill here and how he demanded taxes from us here. This was what he did in the Yamuna when we had the boat Leela, and he made us throw all our heavy bangles out on the pretext that it was making his boat too heavy. So they were remembering all of his pastimes, and that's how they were maintaining their lives. Uddhava learned the intense feeling of separation, viraha, that the residents felt for Krishna were actually deeper expressions of their love. The mood of separation intensified their connection to Krishna. So separation, absence makes the heart grow fonder, is the common English saying. So when Krishna separates himself from the devotees, this is the intent of the Lord, that he extracts a deeper level of love from the deeper cause of the inner being or the heart of the devotees. Uddhava, seeing the unparalleled devotion of the residents, Uddhava himself became humbled and transformed. He understood that the love of the Vrindavan residents, especially the gopis, was the highest form of spiritual attainment. He was deeply moved by what he witnessed. Uddhava prayed to be blessed with the dust of the gopis' feet, recognizing that their devotion was the epitome of selfless love for God. Actually, Uddhava saw one particular thing. When he finished his meeting with Nanda and Yasoda and he spent some time with them, he tried to pacify their hearts that were breaking in separation of their darling son. Then what happened? He proceeded thereafter to go and meet the gopis. And specifically, he saw, when he entered a certain grove where the gopis were, he saw one gopi in particular, Srimati Radharani, the chief of all of the gopis, talking to a bumblebee as if that bumblebee was a messenger from Lord Krishna himself. And at that time, he was deeply moved by what he had witnessed. And he prayed hard that he would take his birth as a blade of grass near Govardhan hill. Why? Because he recognized, after recognizing the exalted position of the gopis, he believed that if a speck of dust from the feet of the gopis could land on his head, his life will indeed be successful. So Uddhava is now in that body of a grass along the pathway of Govardhan hill. Because why? Every time the gopis would walk past, their feet will touch, and a grass has the nature that it'll bend and then it'll wake up and cushion the next lotus feet that comes by. So Uddhava became thoroughly transformed because the love of the gopis was almost contagious for him, the love of the gopis for Krishna. The conversation between Radharani and the bumblebee occurs in the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam, where Uddhava visits Vrindavan with a message from Krishna for the gopis, especially Radharani. A bumblebee representing Uddhava or even Krishna approaches Radharani while she is lamenting in separation from Krishna. Radharani initially reacts with anger and sarcasm towards the bumblebee, mistaking it for a messenger of Krishna. She accuses the bee of being untrustworthy, comparing it to Krishna, who she feels has abandoned them. Then what happens is that Radharani expresses a deep feelings of separations from Krishna, highlighting her pain and intensity of her love. And Uddhava in the meantime is hearing all of this from behind a bush. She describes Krishna's love as being inconsistent, comparing him to the bee that flits from one flower to the other. Then she makes some sarcastic remarks. Radharani sarcastically suggests that the bumblebee go back to Krishna and tell him that we gopis have moved on, though in truth she is deeply affected by his absence. Despite her initial anger, Radharani's words reveal the depth of her unconditional love for Krishna. She concludes that even if Krishna is unfaithful, she and the gopis cannot forget him because their love is eternal and pure. Uddhava, who witnesses this conversation, realizes the unparalleled depth of Radharani's devotion and the exalted nature of the gopis' love for Krishna. This conversation is a powerful example of the intense and pure love that Radharani and the gopis have for Krishna, reflecting the feelings of separation in ultimate devotion. So you could say they were madly in love with Krishna. So mad that they could speak to any other object and express those feelings. So, in conclusion, I wanted to tell you about a book called, since we were singing the Madhurastakam and speaking about Krishna's sweetness, I chose to conclude my session with you for this year by telling you about something from a book called the Madhurya Kadambini. So, there will come a time when all of us aspire to meet with Krishna at the end of our lives. And that meeting happens when prem, when the devotion in the heart of Krishna prem becomes ripened and manifested in the Jivatma or you. Then what will happen? Up until the stage of bhava, which is before prem, you will feel the ecstasy that can be contained within this body. But the ecstasy and the feelings that goes beyond bhava, which is then Krishna prem, cannot be contained in the material body. You will have to leave this body and get a spiritual body. You see, sometimes if we get a notice that we're going to die, you'll start getting frightened, you start not thinking that, oh, it's not so good to leave right now, I'm not ready, etc. But it's always, I feel on a personal level, that it's always good to know that this is not the best place to stay in. We're here in transit, and like His Holiness Kadamba Kanan Maharaj once said, using the example of a transit lounge. When you go to a transit lounge, you don't go and refurbish the furniture, repaint the room, etc. You're in transit there. Like the Christians use the example of a bridge. When you're crossing over a bridge, you don't stay and renovate the bridge. It's meant for you to cross over. So our existence here, this material body, is but a means to the end. It's not the be-all and end-all. If time comes when we have to move on, His Holiness Bhakti Chiru Maharaj told Surya Narayan Prabhu, who was leaving his body, and they phoned Maharaj phoned him at the time when he was just leaving his body. He said to him, Surya Narayan, don't look back. This is the moment you have been waiting for all of your life, to meet with Krishna. There's no turning back now. Krishna's there, He's ready. Are you ready? Be ready, to go. So what happens is that when prema takes over the heart and we're about to, we meet Krishna, there is the heightened levels of love that manifest in your heart. Krishna's manifestation of His beautiful form in front of you becomes so overwhelming to every one of your spiritual senses that every of the senses fall into deepened ecstasy. Can you imagine Krishna standing in front of you like you have never seen Him before in all of His full glory? And then what happens? You faint in ecstasy because you can't really contain this. And the all-merciful Lord will give you a chance. He will revive you. And then what happens is that the 8 ecstatic symptoms, which is known as Astasatvika Bhava, these 8-fold feelings or exhibitions of ecstasy start to manifest in your being. And then what happens is that you wake up and you will see Krishna. You saw Him already, but this time your nose gets a chance to smell the sweet scent from the body of Lord Krishna. At that time, the ecstasy is so much that you wish that your eyes, your ears, your lips, and everything turns into noses, and you can smell Him, inhale His fragrance with all of your being. And then you fall off into another state of unconscious existence, fainting in ecstasy. Then what does Krishna do? He then revives you, and then He speaks to you, and the depth, His deep melodious voice enters through the vessels of your ears deep within your very core, and then you start wishing that all of my other senses, my eyes, my nose, my mouth, were all ears. I wish every pore in my body was ears so that I could hear Krishna with every bit of my being. And then you faint again, unable to contain the ecstasy. And the all-merciful Lord, out of His unlimited kindness, will revive you. And then He reaches out with His magnanimous arms and He embraces you. And the touch of His lotus body, the feel of that embrace, becomes so very hard to contain that you just faint again in ecstasy. How, if a tiger gives milk, she's a animal in the mode of passion. Can you imagine using a clay pot to hold the milk of a tigress? You won't be able to do so. The pot will not be able to contain that hot milk. So if mercy is coming our way, we have to have a heart which is the proper receptacle to receive the divine mercy. So when Krishna revives us again out of his unlimited kind mercy, he bestows and benedicts us with a little bit of chewed remnants from his very own lotus mouth. The scent and the taste of those remnants puts us into a deepened state of ecstasy, very hard to contain. Indeed, is that not a befitting meeting to look forward to? When death comes, don't think of saying, here's my business card, call me later. It wouldn't work. You might as well say, Krishna, I am yours. I've been away for too long. Take me now. So I think we can speak a little bit about the cows, Gavya Madhuram, and we'll conclude. So, because I'm on time, right? So the cows, Gavya, when Brahma stole the cows and cowherd boys, when he doubted Krishna, you heard that story yesterday, right? You told them yesterday. When Krishna was on the was it this morning or yesterday? We spoke about it yesterday. So at that time, Krishna replicated himself in the form of those cows and calves, and for an entire year he remained that way. And Brahma was so bewildered because he was watching and he was thinking, I got the cows in the cave and they're there. He couldn't figure out what was happening. But Balaram noticed a strange phenomena, that the cows had given birth to this. It's a whole year. So the cows had given birth to newborn calves. But their attachment and affection was to the bigger calves, which was actually Krishna incarnate. You see, Krishna, the name Krishna, you may have heard when you first walked through the doors of this temple. Some devotee would have told you, you must chant the names of Krishna because Krishna means the all-attractive one. So when Krishna becomes a calf, he is more attractive than the calf that was originally there. When Krishna replicates himself as the cowherd boys, those mothers feel extra maternal affection for those boys. And that happened for an entire year. That those parent cows and those parent mothers of cowherd boys that were supposedly stolen felt that deepened ecstasy. So the cows, when they hear Krishna's playing of the flute, their huge ears open like vessels and they simply drink in this divine sound that emanates from his flute. And thereby, these cows appear to be stunned. Those cows that are drinking milk from their mothers, those cows and those calves, they become so stunned that the milk that they were drinking stays still in their mouth and bubbles. The sound of the flute has such an effect. One time a devotee told me that there was a picture of Krishna and hugging a calf, and there were some elder cows in the background. And Prabhupada told them, do you know why out of all those cows, the one cow has tears coming down her face? And the answer was, because out of the entire herd, Krishna has chosen to hug her calf. So her maternal appreciation and affection and gratitude for this noble act that Krishna was performing to her kid, her chosen kid out of the herd, had affected her so much. So there's no better place to aspire to be than to go home, back to Godhead. And the recipe or the spaceship is what? Shri Rama Govinda Mukunda Saure Shri Krishna Narayana Vasudeva Iti Adinam Amrita Panagana Bringadipana Rita Dukahanve. To chant the holy names of Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, with the same determination of a bumblebee entering the whirl of a lotus, knowing that it's nighttime and its life could be threatened, but its only interest is to become absorbed in the nectarian mellows of the holy name, which will eventually lead us to our utmost destination. So I thank you very much. I'm very grateful to all of you for your kind hospitality, your oral reception, your encouragement, and for accepting our small offering of service. Hare Krishna.
So just in relation to cows, one time they asked Srila Prabhupada, which is the most beautiful animal? And Prabhupada responded, horse. And the devotee said, but Prabhupada, what about the cow? Prabhupada said, you asked me which is the most beautiful animal. Cow is not animal. Cow is mother. Very profound. Cow is mother. So we know mother cow. Therefore Krishna loves cows. They're very profound mothers. Okay, let us quickly recap and then we'll conclude. Chapter 1, Shri Krishna, make Krishna your charioteers. Chapter 2, surrender to Krishna. Chapter 3, offer everything to Krishna. Chapter 4, cultivate knowledge of Krishna. Chapter 5, that picture is actually a different picture. Everything for Krishna's pleasure. Then chapter 6, make Krishna the center. Chapter 7, ultimate truth. Chapter 8 is Krishna is the object of meditation. Chapter 9, Krishna is the best friend. Chapter 10, Krishna is the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Chapter 11, focus on the two-arm form of Krishna. Chapter 12, make Krishna the supreme goal. Chapter 13, Krishna knows everything. Chapter 14, he is above the modes of material nature. Chapter 15, he is the supreme personality of Godhead. Chapter 16, he is all auspicious like the lotus. Chapter 17, Krishna's two-arm form, we should be absorbed in his two-arm form. And then chapter 18, he is the supreme shelter. I think chapter 17 was a little different. All auspicious, everything for Krishna's pleasure was chapter 17. All right, so Alright, so we'd like to thank first Mother Kunti for sponsoring the 2 Bhagavad Gitas. And then Srimad Bhagavad Gita is the graduate study of spiritual life of Krishna consciousness. It's the handbook. If you go to our academy and register on the academy, which is for free, Chaitanya Life Academy, in the introductory section you'll find I share a clip of this bear who goes on a treadmill without referencing the manual. And unfortunately, he has a nasty experience. And he gets upset with the treadmill. But actually, it's his fault. Before you get onto the treadmill, then at least review the manual to know how to use it. So Bhagavad Gita is our life manual. Every living entity, every human being must study and read and study the Bhagavad Gita, because it is our life manual. It will teach us about this world. It will teach us about Krishna. It will teach us about ourselves. It will teach us about time and the material nature. So, and about ultimately yourself. So it's very, very important. We just presented a small snippet of the glories of Bhagavad Gita for Gita Week. But real justice means on your own time, go through Bhagavad Gita. The Academy is available for you to go systematically through the content of the Bhagavad Gita, and you're most welcome to ask all your questions online in the Academy. In the 18th chapter, Krishna tells Arjuna, Sarva dharman parityaja mamekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papabhyo mokshasya masucha. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I will deliver from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. Krishna is recommend to Arjuna, give up everything and surrender to him. Arjuna then says, yes, Krishna, now I'm ready to follow your advice. And Arjuna then fights in the battle. The next book or scripture that we should read is Srimad Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam is said to be like the postgraduate study. Prabhupada spent sleepless nights. Prabhupada sacrificed his sleep to give us Srimad Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam is said to be the cream of the Vedic scriptures. It's a spiritual encyclopedia. All the verses of the Bhagavad Gita are then expanded further into Srimad Bhagavatam, into 18 volumes. And systematically, spiritual subjects, especially focused on surrendering to Krishna and love for Krishna, is glorified. In Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna spoke about surrendering to him. And Srimad Bhagavatam starts with that as the focus. And starts to glorify all the devotees that have surrendered to Krishna. And then different aspects of spiritual practices where ultimately pure devotional service supersedes every form of pure devotional service supersedes every process that exists. So we're very happy that Kubashni Naya sponsored a Bhagavatam set, and during the sessions I was thinking who to give this Bhagavatam to. So a lucky devotee, Ravind Suprasad, I spoke to him and just wanted to know, where is he in spiritual life. So he's fairly new to the practice of Krishna consciousness and reading Bhagavad Gita, reading Ramayana, and he also said that he tries to catch Srimad Bhagavatam on Hinvani. I think they may be having some sessions on there, so he catches the Bhagavatam on Hinvani. So I thought that was very nice that his interest is there, and I felt he would be a perfect candidate to receive this wonderful, glorious gift of the Bhagavatam, which is also Krishna himself. So we like to present this gift to him. Madri says you need to have some muscles because, yes, it is a huge, heavy gift. So every Saturday at 4 o'clock, online via Zoom, we also do Srimad Bhagavatam. We cover Srimad Bhagavatam systematically. If you go to the Chaitanya Life Academy YouTube, you'll see all the recordings from Canto 1. So we're currently at Canto 2, Chapter 8. I think Chapter 8, around there. So our goal is we systematically go through all the verses, all the purports, and then explain. Simply to associate with the Bhagavatam. The Bhagavatam is Krishna. Therefore, we can study it with our intelligence, but we can also just associate with the Bhagavatam. Just like we associate with Krishna, we associate with the whole name, so we can associate with the Bhagavatam. And the Bhagavatam has come in this world to eradicate all ignorance. So simply by associating Bhagavad Gita, by associating Srimad Bhagavatam, there is absolutely nothing in this world that you will be ignorant about, that we should, that can, or anything that's tangible or substantial in our life that we need to know, is all described in these beautiful scriptures. So if you have any questions, you're most welcome to ask us, and we at your service to assist you in understanding the Bhagavatam. All right, thank you. All yours, Balaram. Kwantaraj Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki jai.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. So we're very, very pleased indeed that you were all able to come. Even if it was for one session, it would be something great still. But many of you, we appreciate that you made the sacrifice to be here for almost all or all of the sessions. When I was having a conversation with our temple president, His Grace Swarup Damodar Prabhu, few weeks back, there's something that he told me regarding this Gita Week seminar. He said that during this period of Krishna Janmashtami, there are various activities that are planned, over the days and all around the temple. But he remarked that to him, the greatest event in this entire period of time is the Gita Week seminar. Those are his words. And therefore it pleases me that you took advantage of that situation. You came to the most important event during this period of time to spend hours and hours just listening to the glories of Krishna and listening to the instructions that Krishna has provided to us. You are certainly blessed for having done something like that. And regarding the sponsorship, I just wanted to say something about the sponsor, because I happen to know her. So Kobashni Naya was my ex-student many, many years ago at a school called Protea Secondary. And at that school, we did try over lunchtime on Fridays when we had a long lunch, we tried to establish a Bhakti Yoga society for the children at the school. So they used to come together, we used to speak a little, sing a little, and so somehow or the other it seems that the influence did kind of bear fruit. And I was very pleased many years later to see her coming to the temple. She hasn't been coming for many years, but in that short number of years that she's been here, she has shown great enthusiasm. Within a very short period of time, she started joining the courses at the Bhaktivedanta College of Education and Culture. And even currently, she has registered for the modules towards a Bhakti Sastri degree. So she really has an interest. And when she asked me if we could find a recipient for the Srimad Bhagavatam, my first question to her was, do you have a set? And I never expected that she would have attained a set in such a short while of being in the movement. But that shows her sincerity and dedication to want to learn and want to make spiritual development. And that's when we were able to make the set available to Ravind and his family. And in terms of Our facilitators, we are certainly going to be, according to Mother Madri, she was speaking about separation. We are going to be in separation after they depart, but fortunately they are around for another 2 days till Wednesday, so we should take advantage. They will be participating in the programs in different ways, so you can take advantage of that. And the one thing that we really appreciate is that they could easily have had a desire to be at the center where they serve in the province of Gauteng. They could have easily wanted to be there amongst everyone that they normally associate with in a regular basis. But they made the sacrifice to be here with us. And we truly appreciate that. And they've done it even over the previous years as well. And I think it is a trend that is going to continue into the future. And I also want to advise you that although you have been here, physically for the course, there are a very large number of devotees and guests that have joined the program online as well. So this program has had a great impact, both here as well as online. And I think that is an amazing feat. Nrsimhananda Prabhu and Mother Madri, I just wanted to state that the students of this year of the Gita Week seminar wanted to express appreciation for the time and the effort and the sacrifice. So they've put together a humble contribution, and we'd like to offer this to you on behalf of the Gita Week students of 2024.
So we're very happy to be of service. It is mentioned that the best student, if you want to become the best student, then you simply have to teach. So we're not teaching or presenting because we know the subject, but we simply teaching or presenting so that we can become the best student to learn. Because we're forced to then prepare, we're forced to learn, we're forced to read, because sometimes we become lazy. So by putting ourselves in this situation, then this becomes wonderful, because then we read. And we also like to inspire the devotees and serve the devotees in this way. So we're very happy to be of service. We'll be starting for those who are new, and if you know any devotees that are new, that you're cultivating, we're doing Science of Self-Realization on the 17th, 18th. On the 18th, which is the Wednesday, we'll be starting Science of Self-Realization online with the Chaitanya Life Academy. So you're most welcome to register for that, and then we'll systematically start going through all the different courses. If you go on the academy, you'll see, any of you here registered for the academy? All right, so please, go there. You can register, and you'll find that there's a roadmap, a spiritual roadmap that guides you on your next steps in the journey, both in terms of learning as well as in terms of the practical application. And we'll basically go through all those different stages so that you can study with association devotees, and also specifically on Sadhguru Srila Prabhupada's books. All right, thank you.
And just one last administrative announcement. What we'd like you to do before you leave, we have the register there, and what we intend doing is looking at an attendance of at least 80% or more, and we'd like to arrange for certificates for the Bhagavad Gita overview course because of the fact that you've attended almost all the sessions. So what we'd like you to do is just to confirm that we have your attendance correctly recorded, because it's possible that you might have sat and we didn't get to you to mark you present for that session. So if you'd like to just confirm it for us, and at the same time you could also check the spelling of your names as well, so that if we do organize the certificates, we have it correctly recorded. in terms of your spelling of your names. So thank you so much. But I know we are going to see all of you here tomorrow, the next day, and for many, many days to come and years to come thereafter. So thank you so much and go well. Hare Krishna.